Welcome to the course and the obligatory course overview. You are going to learn so much in Section 2. We'll set up your account in Section 3. We will cover some pro tips for that new account. In Section 4, we'll create your very first TikTok post in Section 5. We'll cover growth strategies that will get you your first 10,000 followers in 30 days or faster. In Section 6, we'll talk about monetization and the 6 ways you can make money on TikTok right now. In Section 7, we'll discuss TikTok for business using really cool case studies. In Section 8, we'll create profitable ads for your business. In Section 9, we'll discuss advanced growth strategies for your ads and for your business. And in Section 10, you'll be able to see how I interview some very cool and very popular creators on TikTok, and they will share their growth strategies with you. I just wanted to quickly introduce myself before we jump into the actual course. My name is Darius, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Reflectly. Reflectly is the world's biggest journaling app with more than 10 million users, most of which we gain through social media marketing, specifically on TikTok. I have more than 10 years of experience doing digital marketing for both startups and large corporations on TikTok. I grew my personal account to 10,000 followers within the first month of starting to post on the platform, and I'm still consistently gaining 200 to 300 followers a day. I also grew the company's accounts reflectively to 10,000 followers in 1 month as well. If you're a business interested in advertising, I have run more than $500,000 million worth of ad spend on TikTok in the last year. And in that same time period, I also ran hundreds of influencer campaigns on the platform. In summary, I've experienced from the 3 main parts of TikTok: growing account from scratch, running ads, and doing influencer campaigns. In the next lecture, I'll talk about the 5 reasons why you should be very excited about TikTok. TikTok is simply the most powerful platform in the world and the fastest growing social media. Nowhere else in the world can you post a video with 0 followers, get 1 million views, and tens of thousands of followers overnight. That's possible only on TikTok right now. In this lecture, I'll give you 5 brief reasons why you should be very excited about TikTok. Number 1 are the insane statistics. TikTok has more than 2 billion downloads. The estimates are that there are 600 to 800 million monthly active users. It's more popular than Instagram. TikTok has the highest engagement on a post across all of the social media. It's estimated between 5 to 10%, which is much, much more than Facebook, Instagram, or Snapchat, or any of the other platforms. The average daily use is about 6 times. So people open the app 6 times a day, and estimates show that people use the app on average 62 minutes a day. 62 minutes. That's really, really long for any social platform. Number 2, the audience is maturing very quickly. Like any social media, TikTok started with a very young audience with teens and preteens, but is maturing very, very quickly. The section of 20 to 30-year-olds is very strong, 30 plus also growing very fast. The audience is starting to resemble Instagram. Number 3, the algorithm is very different than on Instagram. On Instagram, your videos are only displayed to your followers. So if you have 5 followers and you post a picture or video, you'll only be displayed to the 5 people, maybe a few more through hashtags. But that's it. On TikTok. However, when you post a video, it's displayed to a small group of users on TikTok, and if they like it, it'll be displayed to a bigger group. Even they like it. It'll be displayed to bigger and bigger groups. And there is no upper limit, really. So it's not just your followers, it's how good the video is. And you can post the video, like I said, have 0 followers, and you can get 1 million views overnight. We've seen that happen many times. Number 4, there are multiple ways of making money on TikTok, for example. You can put a link in your bio similar to Instagram and sell products and services directly to your audience. Once you have 1,000 followers, you can do live streams, and you can collect money directly from your followers on a live stream, just like it is on Twitch. TikTok is its own influencer marketplace. It's called the Creator Marketplace, and you can do brand deals directly with companies through the TikTok platform. You can feature products in your videos and include an e-commerce link so people can buy those products directly from the video. If you're an ad business, You can have a download app button directly in your profile so people never have to leave TikTok. They can install the app. There's a very powerful as a business. You can run ads and earn revenue directly from your advertising on TikTok. And this is just the beginning. TikTok is building so many new features that allow you to generate revenue directly on the platform. And number 5, for businesses, TikTok is the biggest marketing opportunity right now. We've seen companies drive massive business results and revenue directly from the platform. 2 quick examples are Old Town Road is the song blew up on TikTok is the #1 song in the world. And it all got started directly on TikTok. Number 2, for example, Zombie Run is an app that was posted and absolutely blew up. It became one of the most popular apps in the US, and it stayed at the top after being featured in one video on TikTok. So to recap, you absolutely must be on TikTok because, number 1, it is the most popular social media platform in the world. Number 2, the audience is maturing very, very quickly. Number 3, the algorithm is very different than Instagram. Number 4, there are several ways to earn money on TikTok directly. And number 5, it is the most interesting marketing opportunity for businesses right now. In the next lecture, I'll give you 10 quick strategies how to grow your account. 10,000 followers in 1 month. When I started, I knew nothing about TikTok. You can grow so much faster than I did in this lecture. I'll give you 10 brief strategies how to grow your account and create meaningful connections on the platform. By the end of this lecture, you'll be able to start posting and grow your account quicker than I did. Just to let you know, this is just a brief overview of all 10 strategies. We do have individual lectures on each one of the strategies, and we dive deep into the details. But this is the quick overview. Number 1, post 3 to 5 times a day on Instagram. Your pictures and videos are displayed to your followers, so you post more than once a day. You start to annoy them and the engagement will go down. But on TikTok, the algorithm is different, and your videos are displayed to a small group of users on TikTok. If they like it, it's displayed to more and more users. But if you post a second video, we display to a different group of users. A third video, again, a different group of users. So there's really no upper limit, and you can post 5 times a day. You will not annoy anybody, but you have 5 times higher chances of hitting that viral video. That'll take you to the next level. Number 2, participate in challenges. TikTok has created official challenges which you can participate in if you don't have ideas about content, how to start, how to create videos. You can simply go to the challenges. Participate. And these challenges are very, very popular. You're likely to get a lot of attention, a lot of use, and a lot of followers. Number 3, catch people's attention in the first 1 or 2 seconds. The attention span on TikTok is very, very short. People scroll 100 miles an hour, and you're willing to make sure that you show something interesting or engaging and funny in the first 1 or 2 seconds, then keep them engaged throughout the entire video. Number 4, follow trends. Trends are what keeps TikTok going. If you see anything repeated on your feed or the For You page 3 times in a day is basically a trend. It could be anything from using a specific song to a specific dance or showing something in a particular way that is a trend. So you can do is jump on that trend, do the same thing, but create your own spin on it. These trends are very popular. People love to watch them, and you're likely to gain audience from using the trends to your advantage. Number 5, use text overlays in your video. This is a very powerful tool that keeps the engagement up, and there are several different ways you can use it. But for example, you're shooting a video, and you can explain what is happening in the video using text, or if you're talking, you can provide additional information which you didn't have the time to say in the actual video. This is a way to provide additional value. It keeps people engaged. And also, sometimes you may not be easy to hear you. So having a short summary of what you're saying is also a great way to keep people watching. Number 6, make a video without any words or spoken language. This is contrary to the previous strategy, but if you make a video that doesn't have any words or spoken language, you can go viral in several different countries around the world, and you can really go big globally. TikTok is a very distributed internationally. There's tons of countries that don't speak English. They're doing really, really well and have high growth. So if you make a video that can be understood without any language, you can actually go viral in any country in the world and go really global. Number 7, research the top creators in your niche, and then find out what kind of content they're posting and get inspiration. TikTok is a very diverse platform, and the content really varies a lot depending on your niche. So what you do is research your niche, find the most popular creators, the best creators in your niche, scroll through their feed, and then find the top 10 videos in terms of views that they have. Watch those videos, figure out why they posted, what they posted, why it worked really well, and then get inspiration and post something similar with your own twist, with your own personality or your own brand using that type of video content. Number 8, use popular or trending songs in your video. Before TikTok, it was called Musical.ly, which was a lip-syncing app. Now music is still a huge part of the platform, and people literally scroll through videos that are using a popular song so you can get more attention and more views that way. Number 9, create a duet or a react video. TikTok has a feature that allows you to create a duet and put the original video in your video side by side when people are watching it. This is a great way to create engaging content, especially if you don't have many ideas for new videos. You can just do duets and just react to what you're seeing on the screen. We've seen a lot of these perform really well. And finally, number 10, use one of the 3 important elements that are present in every single viral video. The 3 elements are humor, creativity, and providing valuable information. If you use one or more of these, you're much more likely to create a successful video. So, to recap now, what are the top 10 strategies to grow your account to 10,000 followers in 1 month? They are: number 1, post 3 to 5 times a day. Number 2, participate in challenges. Number 3, catch attention in the first 1 or 2 seconds. Number 4, follow trends. Number 5, use text overlay. Number 6, make videos without any spoken words or language. Number 7, research the top layers in your niche in your field. Number 8, use popular music. Number 9, create a duet or a react video. And number 10, use humor, creativity, or provide valuable information. This is at the end of the section. In the next section, we're going to walk you through how to create your account completely from scratch, step by step. We talk about how to set up your TikTok account. If you already have an account, feel free to skip forward to the next section. We talk about the pro tips or even section after that, where we talk about how to create your very first post. If you are here because you want to run a TikTok for business, this is all very relevant. But we also have a separate section just for TikTok for business, and also have 2 sections actually on how to create TikTok ads on the ads platform. So if you're ready, let's get started. There are basically 3 main types. Number 1 is the personal. Number 2 is the business. And number 3 is an aggregate account or a themed account. Now, number 1 and 2, the lines between personal and business are more blurry than, for example, on Instagram, but we're going to explain and dive in. Let's start with the personal. Personal accounts are very simple. It's just you as an individual posting on TikTok. Now, this could range anything from silly dance videos without any objective, just having fun on social media, all the way to you as a professional. Maybe you're a founder of a company or a freelancer, or you're a dentist or a doctor and you have an actual business objective. You're trying to grow your revenue, or you're trying to get more users and more clients, for example. So all of this is categorized as personal account for the sake of this course. The next one is business accounts. But by business, we mean companies that actually act like companies. You don't have an individual person posting the videos, but you would have, for example, the logo would be the business logo, and the videos would be more about the product and the business and the market, for example. Not necessarily from the perspective of you as an individual. And finally, are the aggregate accounts. So this is basically accounts that focus on a specific theme. So maybe fail videos are very popular on TikTok, or you basically post everything about it. Could be a sort of a fan page or a fan club, basically an account that takes videos from a certain theme and posts them. Those are very popular on TikTok. They're a huge part of Instagram. So we think that the TikTok is actually only going to grow in the aggregate accounts. Now, let's take a look at some specific examples of accounts in each of these categories so you can sort of get a feel for what we're talking about. So I have my TikTok app open, and we're going to check out some examples in each of the categories. You can understand what we're talking about. The first category is personal, and I'll show you a couple of profiles in this category. So the very first profile is Dixie D'Amelio Girls. They're sisters, and they're the most popular creators on TikTok, I think right now. Combined, they have somewhere between 60 to 70 million followers. They're absolutely massive, and they are kind of most known from around the world when you're talking about TikTok. So Dixie is one of the sisters. She has 2 million followers on the account, and this is basically just a simple fun account. She's just posting videos of her dancing. This is really what sort of created TikTok and what sort of blew it up. And what started as TikTok was just people sharing funny dance videos. So you can see I'll just show you maybe a basic example. Here is a dance video with her family and the kids are dancing. Let me. So you get the point, it's just funny. Silly dance videos. She has a massive following. Sort of her videos get an insanely large amount of views and reach. But you don't have to be a teenage girl dancing in order to get a large following. So we're going to cover some other more serious profiles as well that maybe have a specific business objective, but can still grow a massive audience. The second profile over here is Zach. So Zach is a hypnotist, and he blew up on TikTok. He has 4 million followers right now. And well, he became known by hypnotizing people, basically. He was doing this for a long time, and he had some following on YouTube and on Instagram as well. But he really took off on TikTok. And this is an example of how you can use TikTok for more of a personal brand perspective. So he does this full-time, makes money off of TikTok, and basically can increase his revenue and drive more traffic to his personal brand and specifically to the events that he's doing. So let's take a look at one of his videos just over here. And you. Oh my goodness. I'm amazing statues. This one is my mom. So these are still funny videos, but more of a business perspective that they have because Zach is actually doing this full-time. The next profile we have here is Gary Vee. He's probably the most known marketer in the world when we're talking about personal branding. As you can see, it's 3.4 million followers. He's quite big on TikTok. Interestingly, he will sometimes repurpose videos from Instagram and YouTube, but he will adjust them and make sure they're very TikTok native and they can actually communicate with the audience. His audience in general is usually skews quite older because he's a founder of a marketing agency, but he still gets a lot of attention on TikTok. So let's just take a look at one of his videos. The latest one of the biggest reasons I act like a big shot is because I want kids to become fans of me so that I can then become the shield for them to have confidence, to do good things, not bad things. Because if I'm cool, then they're not talking about Ferraris and gold watches. They're talking about hard work, humility, empathy, and kindness. So you get the point. The next example is Will Smith. You probably know him. Famous actor. He was one of the first big personalities to jump on TikTok, and he really blew up there. 21 million followers. And it's basically just Will Smith being himself, having fun set. Better. Not even better. So as you can see here, that's kind of a behind-the-scene types of videos that tends to do really well on TikTok. So Instagram is very polished, but a lot of times you see like the finished product or really beautiful pictures edited. TikTok is much more honest in that way. You can show a lot of the behind-the-scenes process as well, and that makes it a lot of fun. Maybe you're not Gary Vee or a famous actor, and you're wondering if you can still use TikTok for yourself as your personal business. You an example of Victoria? She is a social media marketer, and she's really taken advantage and grew her profile to a little over 500,000 followers right now. And she's doing really well. So she does an interesting combination of business value videos as well as fun videos, which just dances and singing and all kind of duets and that kind of thing. That's really popular on TikTok. So she managed to sort of merge the funky personality that she has and the business side that she has as well. Let's take a look at one of the videos. She has a lot of cool videos. But for example, here she's talking about what the TikTok is safe. This video going around saying that TikTok is super dangerous and selling all my info to China. So let's talk about it. In January of last year, there was an investigation launched against TikTok. Similar investigations have been done for other apps as well. TikTok was investigated, changed some of their rules, and TikTok has gone on record to say that all of the user data for U.S. users is stored in the U.S. If people are genuinely concerned about their data being used, they need to delete Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Wish app, any other. You get the point. She is trying to provide value by communicating some information to the users, as well as having fun and communicating in a way that users are engaged. But maybe you're not in the social media world. You're not a marketer or you're not a famous actor. TikTok is relevant for you if you're a professional, for example, you are a dentist or a lawyer. Well, this is a really fantastic example. So this guy named The Dentist is a dentist, and he does a lot of funky, interesting videos. He grew to 3 million followers, which is incredible. And he again also does a combination of funny videos, where he does dances and singing and communicates to his audience, but also professional sort of a device that's actually genuinely helping people. Let's take a look at some of the videos. Wait. You might be clenching or grinding in your sleep, but how are you supposed to know if you're well asleep? What if I told you there was a way to actually tell? There's actually 2 ways, one for people who wear retainers and the others for those who don't. This is a retainer of a patient who's grinded. You can see the holes that are going through the retainer. This means that they're grinding. Also, if you see little crack marks like this, it means they're clenching at night. The other telltale sign is muscle soreness. Open your mouth as big as you can. If you notice muscle soreness in your cheeks and your temples or in the back of your neck, that means you're probably clenching or grinding at night. If you do have some of these issues, you can take ibuprofen for the pain. But what you really need to do is get a night guard to protect your teeth from all the clenching and grinding at night. See you. So you get the point. No. You don't have to be as over-the-top acting out as he is, but it helps to communicate with his specific audience. And the next profile is kind of on the edge between personal and a business profile. So in general, I consider a business profile if they have their logo as the icon or as the profile picture. And most of the videos are about the actual business, not the person themselves. In this example, we have Play Audio, which has about almost 60,000 followers, but it's a personal profile because it's one guy that he says in profile left a job at Facebook to make digital marketing easier, and he built a tool. So even though the profile name is Play Audio, which is actually a really good idea to put in, .com or .o domains, because then people can actually easily look it up, even though you don't have an actual link in the bio. But we'll talk about all these things in the future lessons. So he basically talks about marketing hacks, and he is ranked really well for the keyword marketing or marketing tips. That's why I wanted to show you that even without a massive following, 60,000 followers is a pretty good number, but it's not millions. You can still rank quite well, and I'm sure that this really helps to drive his business as well. Let's take a look. Here's how you can find the right keywords for your small business and brand. This strategy can work across all business types. For this example, I'm going to be a local fried chicken restaurant trying to attract hungry customers. Now I'll show you how to find the right keywords that your brand should be focusing on. The biggest mistake that I see is that brands aren't thinking like potential customers, and they think these broad-stroke keywords will work. If I target this keyword and I'm a fried chicken restaurant, my ad could show to people interested in sushi vegans who like salads, tacos. It's just too broad. And we can use Play to see how many monthly searches that food near me has. 16 million per month. That is just way too high for a small budget. What you should be doing is going a layer deeper and focusing on your category. We can use Play to see how many category searches fried chicken has so you get the point. He is providing valuable information, but he's actually using his own product to showcase it to the users. This is a fantastic idea to sort of sell your product without being too salesy because you're offering actual valuable information. The next category is actual business profiles. So sometimes the business profiles will have people talking about the business, but most of it is showing either the product or the company or sort of the market. It's not centered about one individual. It's more about the entire business. Now let me show you a couple of examples. The first one over here we have is the Washington Capitals is the NHL team. So they have 134,000 followers. And this is a really fun play for TikTok, because obviously sports do really well and sports highlights do very, very well on TikTok because you can show really cool highlights of goals, for example, or you can do a lot of the behind the scenes. So even though you're a business, you don't have to show the same Polish stuff that you would show on YouTube or Instagram, for example. What works really well on TikTok is just being authentic, being silly, showing behind the scenes and growing your audience that way. So let's take a look at some of the examples. You got a friend in me? You got a friend? Me. There is anything. Another example you can take advantage of sports is, for example, Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime made an account specifically for sports, and they're showing highlights of their sports. And they can get some new users from TikTok directly into their sports subscription. Let's take a quick example, for example, over here. God, don't you know? You get the point is basically highlights of sport that they're doing. Next example, we have Ralph Lauren. They are a fashion brand, and fashion tends to do quite well on TikTok as well because it is very much based on the influencers and people wearing the products in the actual videos. We have a whole section on e-commerce and what kind of features you can expect. You can take advantage of e-commerce, but that's way down the line. When we talk about the actual TikTok for business, I'll just show you they do really well when they're doing influencer videos, so they work with some of the biggest creators on TikTok. And here's one simple video. So in this video, we see the influencer Dixie D'Amelio. She was the first profile that we checked in the personal profile section. So this is how Ralph Lauren works with influencers to grow their user base on TikTok. Here's a great example of how any kind of business can use TikTok to their advantage. They're not in fashion business or they're not in sports highlights, but Bosch Power Tools makes tools that people use. Now you would consider Bosch to be an unconventional brand, to be on TikTok, but they noticed the potential of the platform they jumped on, and they're starting to grow their profile. They're now at 14,000 followers, but they're basically just showing off their tools as well. And they're starting to do really well. They don't have that many videos yet because they just started. But it's going to be really fun to watch how Bosch adjusts their strategy to TikTok. Let's take a look at a video, for example. This one did really, really well. Can apply that to. So here's what you might consider kind of a boring video for TikTok, but they used a popular song, which was a really good strategy and something we're going to talk about in the growth tactics. But they use a popular song that people already like, and then they just put their video in there and they got 600,000 views. Now that's 600,000 impressions for free. As a business, that's a pretty good deal because you have to pay for this advertising. It would not be free. Definitely Get Flex Seal is a fantastic example of kind of a boring product because it's just a sort of a sealing tape where you can seal like water leaks and that kind of stuff. The super strong waterproof tape they call their profile to almost 500,000 followers so far. And they've managed to really create videos that resonate with the users. For example, this video, that's 6.4 million views, that's a lot of impressions. And it's just them showing the product in a very infomercial way, but it tends to be sort of sarcastic and funny enough that it actually works. Now that's a lot of damage, but with Flex Paste, you can create a watertight seal. That's all it was. So they are really good at sort of creating content that's actually very native to TikTok, and it takes advantage of the trends and the challenges that are happening in TikTok, in the songs and the music. And they're also reposting a lot of user content, And that's how they grew so fast. Here's a funny example that's not necessarily business. This is an official profile of Oslo, the city in Norway, and they're using TikTok to basically drive attention as well and get more tourism and more interest around visiting Oslo. So they have an official profile over here. And what they did is they got one person to sort of star or to act in all of the videos, and it's just about Oslo. So let's take an example. This video did really well. Welcome to the Oslo Opera House, which cost $440 million to construct to make it look like an iceberg, which you can see in nature for no money at all. Also, considering the fact that no one's wanted to see an opera since the 1890s, if they're under the age of 70, money well spent. However, if you have a selfie from here, you're never in Oslo. Remember that time we were in Oslo? Nope, no opera selfie. So they managed to take advantage of creating funny videos, making fun of themselves, really. But this one got a lot of attention. And that specific video got 250,000 views. So again, a lot of impressions for free for this kind of a business. And the final third type of account is aggregate accounts. So that's when you put together videos from a certain theme, for example, sports or fail videos or politics or entertainment, and you create that type of account. It's not about one individual person, so you're not putting videos of yourself, and it's not from a business. So let's take a look at some examples in the aggregate account types of videos. The first example over here is Barstool Sports. So as you can see, they put together a funny types of videos that could be similar to sports, but a lot of times it's more of a on the funny side. So let's take an example over here. This one got 500,000 views. This is a small chance. Don't make this a small chance. So again, the only similarity to actual sports is that it requires some physical activity, but it's more of a funny side. So it's kind of a comedy account, but even though it's an aggregate account, they have created a store. So you can see over here in the bottom of the bio, there's a link to the store so you can sell merchandise. So they can still drive revenue this way. But we'll talk about all the differences in how to drive revenue in later sections. Whose Fault is another great example. They basically put together videos of car crashes and using the title, Whose Fault is Genius, because then people will comment in the actual video that drives up engagement and it gets much more views that way. So over here, we can take a look. They have 500,000 followers and some of the videos get a lot of views. So quick example, this one 400,000 views. Oh, and that's all there is to it really. Just videos of people crashing their cars. Puberty is a sort of a very typical social media type of account, just posting memes and funny videos, 1.6 million followers and a lot of attention. As you can see, a lot of cat and dog videos because they tend to be popular. Here's a video that got 3 million views. Snake. So this is sort of what you would expect from a new social media platform. A lot of memes and funny videos. There's a lot of aggregate accounts from any type of theme that you could imagine. I noticed there's especially a lot of accounts about the Kardashians that tends to be very popular these days, but any type of theme video you can imagine, I'm sure you'll find an aggregate account. To summarize, we have gone through the 3 different types of accounts, and we have some examples. The main one being the personal accounts, the business accounts, and the aggregate. Now that you know, what are the types of accounts? In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at the types of videos, the types of content that you can expect to see, and maybe what kind of videos are best for you or for your business. TikTok is a very diverse range of videos you're going to see compared to Instagram. It's much more like YouTube. Actually, on YouTube, you'll see any kind of videos from gaming to sports to politics to tutorials to, anything you can imagine. And TikTok is actually much more like that in general. There are 5 types of content you're going to see. So we're going to talk about that in this lecture. When you're first going to log in to TikTok for the first time and you'll scroll through the feed, you'll probably see a lot of funny videos, a lot of dance videos. That's kind of the default. But the TikTok algorithm actually learns on your preference. So for example, if you stop and watch a lot of videos about politics, you'll start to see more videos about politics in your feed without actually following any of these accounts. But if you follow the signal to the algorithm that this is your preference, same for hashtags. If you look up, for example, #football in the search bar, you're going to see much more football-related videos the next day and the days after that in your feed. So the algorithm will adapt to what kind of content you like to consume. So the 5 types of videos are number 1, value. So what you're trying to actually communicate something to the users, you're not just entertaining, but you're actually educating them with something. Number 2 is funny videos. This is probably the biggest chunk of TikTok. TikTok is an entertainment platform, so funny videos are a huge part of it. Number 3, dances. So TikTok originally started as a lip-syncing and kind of a dancing app platform originally was called Musical.ly. Then it was acquired and it was changed to TikTok. So you'll still see a ton of dance videos. The 4th type of content is challenges. Now, this is very specific and unique to TikTok. We haven't seen this on any other platform. It's one of the reasons why TikTok grew so fast, and it's also one of the best strategies to grow your account, whether you're a business or a person or an aggregate account. So challenges are created by TikTok and you can participate in these. We have a whole lecture on challenges in the future section, so we'll talk about that. But basically, you participate in the challenges, and then you can get a lot of new attention and impressions and views on your account. And the final 5th type of content is duets, or react videos. So when you see a video, any video on TikTok, you can actually create a copy, and you can have a reaction video to the original post, and both of them will be shown on the screen. So it's all built into TikTok again. Another reason why it blew up so fast and why it's a really fun collaborative way that you can make videos. Let's take a look at some examples in each of the 5 categories. So I'm going to start off by showing you the value videos. The first category, like I said, there's most of the videos on TikTok will be the funny videos. But if you are actually trying to deliver real business results and you have a real objective and maybe not just growing your account for the sake of growing value, videos will be a very important tool for you to be able to communicate your brand and your business. So let's have a couple of examples. Number 1, over here I have a video where this guy is talking about technology. In this specific video, he shows a new drone. All right, this is the future, my friends. Look at this thing. Can you imagine? Up and on this puppy, taking it for a ride. So it doesn't require any high production or nothing fancy, but basically he's showing a new type of a drone that is not usually seen. So he's providing value to the users by showing them innovation. Another video is footage of Steve Jobs talking about the hiring process. So this account is an aggregate account, and they're trying to provide motivation and sort of tips about starting a business, and they provide valuable information like this. The good people I really want to hire, it seems, take me a year to hire them. And it's always been that way. Even at Apple, some of the best technical people or whoever, it always seemed to take me like a year to pry them out of HP or wherever, and you get the point here. We have kind of a serious type of video, but it still gets a lot of attention. This is Clayton Morris, and he is giving advice about money and investing. The value of money basically goes down, paper dollars go down. Right? Inflation, because goods and services, the cost of those things go up. Right? We're not paying less today for McDonald's Happy Meal than we were in 1970. Right? No, there's still a hamburger and fries in there. It didn't change. You're paying more for it, so you can also get this type of videos that are much more serious and educational, but still get a lot of attention on TikTok. And the final example is from Jamie Higuera. He posted basically kind of funky, interesting videos about marketing tips and business in general. Pesos 2 pizza rule. Jeff Bezos is the richest man in the world, and he manages his time using this simple rule. If 2 pizzas can feed the amount of people in a meeting, then the median is simply too big. And that is how he stays focused. So just a simple sort of marketing tips and business tips and talking about what other people are doing. The second type of videos is funny videos. You're going to see a ton of those on TikTok, but I'll just show you some examples so you know what we're talking about. Here's the first one, just a funny video with an interesting caption. This type of videos do really well on TikTok because people want to be entertained. The second video is kind of a failed video. Again, these are very popular on TikTok and you'll see a lot of them. Oh God, I'm glad he's okay. The third category is dance videos again. You probably see a lot of this on TikTok. This is kind of how it all started. But I'll just show you one example from the Emilio family. They're one of the biggest creators on TikTok. You're the freak man. Why get a freak? Little freak man. Why need a freak? Little freak him out. Why? 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 You get the point. There's a lot of this on TikTok. We are going to talk about how you can use some of these types of videos. Even though dance doesn't seem like a normal type of content for a business, but there are still ways you can do this to communicate your brand. So we'll talk about that in the business section. Don't worry. The next step of content is challenges. Like I said, this is unique to TikTok. They've created this concept, and it's what allows users that would normally be shy to create videos, or wouldn't have ideas, wouldn't consider themselves creative. TikTok makes it super easy because all you have to do is participate in a challenge. So this is a very simple example. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. So, it's basically using the song Level Up, and you can see it's cats jumping over rolls of toilet paper. Now, people have recreated this thousands of times, and there's probably millions of views on similar videos where people have their pets jump over or they will jump over rolls of toilet paper. So again, this is a very simple way to participate in the content creation process, not just consumption. And what makes TikTok so much fun for a lot of people that would normally be too shy to create content. Here's another example of a challenge. Basically, people talking about how they met their family or their relatives, and let's just take an example dance. I'm a boss. Yeah. So again, people have recreated this video thousands of times, and they'll use the same sort of scenes in the video, the same song, and all they do is create sort of the first couple of seconds. As you can see, this girl over here, she created the first part of the video. And then this is how people participate in challenges. And the final type of content is duets and react videos. So you can create a copy of a video. It's all built in TikTok, and I'll explain how that works, and you can create a reaction or a duet video. So this is an example of the dentist. There's the dentist that we talked about earlier, and he has created a react video with this guy over here. It's the duet dance. I'm going to throw it up and you hit the wall like that. Then I'm going to do the wave and you send it right back. Let's do the city. So this is very easy way to collaborate and create videos with your friends or people that you don't know, but you just want to sort of collaborate with them in a funny way. Now to find out what type of videos or what type of content is best for you, what you can do is look up some role models in your specific niche, and then see what type of videos they do and what type of videos tend to resonate really well with that audience. Another thing you can do is look up a relevant hashtag. So for example, if you are in the drone business, you could look up #drone, check out the top videos in that category, and see what is the type of video. Is it funny? Is it educational? Is it a combination? And then you can use it for inspiration. Just because you have a professional profile doesn't mean you only have to do value videos. You can actually create combinations, and you could do challenges, or you could do funny videos. You could do duets. You could really sort of play around, and you can have a combined strategy where you both have fun. So it's not just business suit and tie, but you're also providing some value to the actual users. In this lecture, I'll talk about how I personally decided to choose my type of account and my type of content that I wanted to produce on TikTok. Picking a type of account was pretty straightforward. In my case, I knew that I'm not going to put together an aggregate account because I wanted to grow my personal brand. That was the objective. So also, that's not a business account. It was a personal account. I wanted to grow my personal brand as a marketer on TikTok. Now, the main reason why I chose that and not a business is because as a personal brand, I think I will have more options in the future. So I'm not sure where TikTok is going to grow. But if I can get more attention on my personal profile, I can direct that attention either to my YouTube or my Instagram, or I can have a link to my courses, for example, do consulting or any other things I might do in the future. So I think me personally, I was looking at what will give me the most options in the future. Also, another reason why I don't want to choose an aggregate or a business account is because TikTok is a personal platform and people like to follow other people. They just want to relate to other humans. So I think it's easier to grow a personal account than a business account. That being said, there's plenty of really successful business accounts and aggregate accounts. But for my specific case scenario, as an individual, I want to grow a personal brand. The personal type of account was the simple option. Once I figured out what type of an account I want to do a personal account, then I need to figure out what type of content I want to create. Choosing the type of content wasn't as straightforward as choosing the type of account. I knew that I wanted to provide value, so I wanted to create educational videos, but I also wanted to have some fun and create entertainment videos. That being said, I know that I could grow much faster if I did like silly dance videos and did the challenges that are not relevant to business or marketing, for example, or TikTok, but just having a lot of numbers for the sake of having a big account is not interesting for me. I will not be an influencer, for example, and I'm not going to get paid for views on my videos or total followers or the engagement. I care about having the right type of audience. So I really was thinking hard about how can I create type of videos that are both interesting to watch, so they'll get a lot of reach and a lot of impressions, but also will actually educate people. If I get the wrong kind of followers on my account, it doesn't really help me. I don't care about the total number of followers. I care about actual results. So, for example, if I would put a link to one of my courses, the question is, can I actually get enough traffic to generate revenue on the course? That's the real thing I care about, is the actual business results. I can drive from TikTok, not just having a lot of people for the sake of having a lot of people. I ended up deciding on doing a combination of educational videos and funny content because, one, I wanted to show my personality. I wanted to have fun. TikTok is a way to be creative and be crazy and be funky, but I also wanted to show that I know what I'm talking about. So I have basically two types of content on my videos. Most of them are educational, but it is delivered in an entertaining way. And then I have some just pure funny videos where I just do a silly things because it doesn't hurt. And it's okay to show that you have a personality on TikTok and not be sort of a business robot professional in. The next step for me was to find out actually what type of content would do really well if I wanted to do a combination. So what I did is I looked up people in my niche or role models that I respect, and I looked at the type of content, and I looked at what type of content got a lot of views and a lot of engagement on their profiles. So let me show you how I did it. So one of the first people I looked at is Gary, again, very, very well-known marketer. So I scrolled through his profile and I had a look on the type of videos that he has created. Now I do recommend that you scroll through all of the videos and watch all of them if you are at the beginning stages. And then basically, I looked at the videos that got a lot of impressions, a lot of views, a lot of attention. And then I saw what were the common elements in those types of videos. So as I'm scrolling over here, for example, this specific video got 320,000 views, which seems to be more than the average on the account. And I will go ahead and look at that video to be cool. Like you traveling around in your high-heeled shoes. I'm clumsy. Made friends with the floor 2 for 1, by 4. And so even though this is kind of a meme video, it's just Gary's face pasted on somebody running through an obstacle course. But he's trying to put it in a way that he can communicate his message and his brand. So he's focusing on, for example, what are the obstacles you might encounter? And that's why he's putting the words over the video. So one way to do it is have fun and include the memes. Another type of videos is just him basically talking to his audience, was just normal videos to post a lackluster. Poorly shot video if you do not have the proper equipment, or is it better not to post at all? Number one. But what if it doesn't put you in the light that you feel that your company? Then you're insecure and think that production value is the light you're in? Not so. It's just him giving advice and sort of sharing the wisdom that he has. So this is what I did with Gary Vee. And then I looked at a couple of other marketers and creators in my niche that I was interested in. So Victoria Jameson is a creator on TikTok. She has a podcast about TikTok social media manager as well, and she has a combination as well. She does a lot of funky videos where she just dances and singing in videos where she provides value. So I also scroll through her videos and I looked at the ones that have a lot of engagement, a lot of popularity, and I saw what are the common elements in there. And then I would sort of look at that as inspiration. Both Gary Vee, Victoria, and a few other accounts in my niche. And I look at the common elements and then create videos that use those elements but have my own spin on it. I have my own message, I have my own personality. But you basically want to look at what is the format of videos that does well, and if you can create the same format, you'll have the same type of success. So to summarize, you want to find inspiration from leaders in your niche, and then you want to look at the format that they are following, and then create similar types of videos. Again, total number of followers doesn't matter unless you're going to be an influencer. What matters is that you get the right audience, the right followers that can either buy from you or they're relevant to your business, or you can actually drive real business results and metrics like revenue, not just likes and views for the sake of likes and views. In the next video, we're actually going to take a look at the app and I'll explain what are all the different elements, how you can use them to create amazing videos for yourself. I'm actually going to walk you through the app and explain what all the different things mean and how you can use them for your own videos. Let's get started. So I'm over here in my TikTok app. When you open the app for the very first time, you'll see the home screen. This is where all the videos are going to be shown. This is where all the magic happens. So there are two parts to the home screen. The very top of the screen, you can see it says For You. So this is going to show me the general feed of all the videos that are recommended to me by the algorithm by TikTok. And on the left side, if I switch that, you can see it says Following. So if you click on the left side here, it shows me all of the videos of the people that I'm following. So actually separates two different sections. This way you get consistently videos of all the profiles that you follow, and you also get a lot of new content because, for example, you only follow 10 profiles maybe, and they don't upload content 24/7. So in the For You section, you're going to get a lot of videos that are designed specifically for you. Now, TikTok will determine what kind of videos you like based on your preferences and based on what you search. So, for example, as you can see, this is a video about hockey, and it popped up in my feed because a couple of days ago, I started to search for #hockey in the search bar. I show you all those things later, and it's not that I was looking for hockey, started to show me some content, and now I see videos from profiles that I don't follow. So this is one example of how the algorithm serves you. Different videos. Okay, so let's look at the elements on the actual video. So in the middle is obviously the video. Very simple. Now on the right side, you see a little icon. It says Source. That's the logo of the actual profile. So if I click on that logo, it'll take me to the profile. And then here I see all of the videos. If I go back, I'm back in the actual video. Just below is the heart, so you can like the video. If you click on it, you unlink it. Click on the comments so you can add comments over here. Pretty standard over here, you can the little arrow. If you click on that one, you can share the video. So at the very top, you can share it with people that you've spoken to with other users. Maybe in the middle, we have the share button for other social media platforms, and on the very bottom, there's other things we can do. Video with the video, you can report it, save the video, etc. etc. One thing I do recommend as we go through this process, you're going to be able to watch a lot of videos. And one of the best ways to sort of save inspiration from funny videos that you see, or useful videos, you can save them as favorites. So over here, I'll click on Add to Favorites, and you see I get a notification. It was added to favorites. You're going to see tons of videos. And every time you see something fun, I think you should save it, because then you can use it for inspiration for your own videos later, and it'll be saved in the favorites. So that's the most important thing, you know. And the algorithm also will look at how much you share videos. So if I share a lot of videos about hockey, it'll notice that, okay, I'm probably interested in this topic, and it'll give me more videos going down to the bottom half of the screen. Again, we see the title over here. It says Add Source Hockey. So that's the username of the actual account. If I click on that again, it takes me to the profile. I'm going to scroll back, and over here just below we see the description. So just a simple text, and below we have the hashtags. And hashtags are again very similar, like their Instagram. However, they have a different function in TikTok, but we have a whole lecture on that. We'll explain that in the coming sections. And on the very bottom, we have the song. Also, it says Go Local, and then it has a little icon on the very bottom, right? There's the actual icon and logo of the song. So over here, the music that's playing in the song is much more dominant function than any other social media platform. And I'm going to explain why that is and how you can use that to your advantage. So if I click on any of these elements, it'll take me to that page. So if you click on a song, it's going to open up a page and it'll show me all the videos that have used that song. So this is a really fun way how TikTok makes it very collaborative and you can use music in your videos. I'm going to go ahead and back. And the same if I click on a hashtag. So for example, I'll click on hashtag NHL. And again, it's going to show me all of the videos with that hashtag. So pretty simple. And both the music and the hashtag, you can save them to favorites. So I can add this one to favorites just so I remember them. So next time I create a video, I could use that one. Okay, so this is the home screen and the basic home page. The following page again is all the same elements and it's pretty much the same. It's just different kinds of videos that you see because it's all the people that you are following. So this is the home screen. The next one we've discovered, tab. The Discover has two main functions. Number one is the search tab on the top, and you can search for songs, hashtags, users, videos, basically anything you can search for. So I can click over here, and for example, one of my searches was F1 and it'll show me the top user and the top videos. Again, I can click on the user, show me all the users with that title, F1, show me all the videos, and they're displayed in the order of how popular they are. So the most popular and the top of the most viewed kind of video, and check it out. Then we have sounds. So all of the sounds that will be categorized under F1. And then we have the hashtags over here. So one function, like I said, is Discover. I'm going to go back, and one function is the search. And the second function is this, where you can see all of the challenges. So we do have a whole section talking about challenges, how to take advantage of them, but it's basically popular trends that are happening on TikTok. And this is what makes it super easy and super fun to participate in TikTok and create content, even though you may not think of yourself as a very creative person. So that's what we have looking next. Actually, I'm going to click on one of the challenges. For example, this one will give me some information about the challenge. Basically an explainer, what it is, it shows me the videos that are in the challenge, and then a little record button so I can actually record the videos myself, or I can again add it to save, add it to favorites, and then use this later on. Let's go back. And the bottom continues. You can see over here we have the little plus button, and this will allow me to start shooting my own videos. So we do a video, a lecture explaining the camera functions and how you can shoot videos and edit the videos. We're not going to go into detail, but just, you can shoot the videos here, you can upload videos, upload songs, and all these things. Then next we have the inbox. You get all of the notifications you can at the top. It says all activity. If I click on that, it's going to change the notifications based on, for example, who's following me, what kind of likes I got, what kind of comments, etc., etc. If you click on followers, all of the followers that I got today. So go back to all activity, and on top, right, you'll see the little message button. If I click on that, it will show me all of the messages so you can actually direct message to people. And then continuing on this menu on the bottom right, click on me, and I get the profile. And over here, I see the videos that I've been uploading and all of my videos. So we do have detailed lectures on all of the important parts and how you can use them, whether you're a personal profile or a business profile or an aggregate profile. But at least you have a rough understanding of what the app looks like and what are all the different elements in there. In the next lecture, we are going to take a look at creating your first account from scratch. So we'll talk about what are the most important things and how do we go about creating your account. In this lecture, we're going to talk about what are all the important elements of a great profile. Let's get started. I have a sample profile here, and let's walk through all of the important elements of a great profile. So starting from the very top, you can see it has a name, Arnold. So this is obviously Arnold Schwarzenegger. One thing that you might get confused right off the bat is at the very top. It says Arnold, but just under the picture, it says Arnold Schnitzel. These are both things that you need in your profile. The top one is your name, and the bottom one is your username. The difference is that the username, it says at Arnold Schnitzel, that one has to be unique. So they can only be one Arnold Schnitzel in TikTok, but the top one is your name. There can be several Arnolds. So this is created because maybe your name is John Smith, and you can have the John Smith handle because it's already taken most likely. So you could still say John Smith and something else in your username, but at the top your name could still say John Smith. So you could have yourself identified as you one for a proper personal profile. There's other ways we could use this, but we'll talk about that in next lecture. Then right in the middle we have the profile picture. Now, this is not the most professionally taken picture, but it's definitely a fun one. And it's a good character of Arnold. It's not centered, so it's not a good example of a picture at all. But you get the point. Then just underneath we have the numbers so we can see that Arnold is following 4 people. He has 3.1 million followers and 10.1 million likes on his profile. If I click on the following, I'll get the people that he's actually following so I can see he's following Will Smith, for example, or Tony Hawk. And then I also get a list of all of his followers. So this is very interesting. You get all the information. Then the next important point, so you can choose the name, the username, and the profile picture. That's what you put in your profile so far. And then next, you can connect social media links from other platforms. So right now on TikTok, you can connect your Instagram and your YouTube. So you can see there's a little Instagram icon on this profile. If I click on that, it pops up and it says, do you want to go into his Instagram or YouTube? And if I click on any of those, it will take me away from TikTok and into those platforms. TikTok is currently testing link in bio. They don't have that for all the users right now. Only verified users on TikTok have a link in bio. Arnold is verified. You can see there's a little blue check mark next to his name. That just means he's a very famous personality. So he has a verified account, or that means he's a huge creator on the TikTok platform, not necessarily famous outside of TikTok, but the really big ones also have a check mark. Now, Arnold didn't choose to have a link in his bio, otherwise verified profiles can have that, but they're testing the link in bio with non-verified people, the ordinary humans like you and me. So we're going to see if they're going to roll that feature out to all of the users. And then below we have the bio. So it says former Mr. Olympia Co. and Terminator and the Governor of California. So the bio is very restricted. You only have 90 characters in the actual bio, and over here we have the videos that he has posted. So these are all the elements of a profile. This is a pretty good example, but the profile picture wasn't great. So another one is Will Smith. This is a great picture that will get your attention. It's got the bright colors, but it still has his face right in the middle. And you can tell that it's Will Smith, so everything else is the same over here. In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at how do you choose a good name and username, and how can you use those to your advantage. In this lecture, we're going to talk about what are all the important elements of a great profile. Let's get started. I have a sample profile here, and let's walk through all of the important elements of a great profile. So starting from the very top, you can see it has a name, Arnold. So this is obviously Arnold Schwarzenegger. One thing that you might get confused right off the bat is at the very top. It says Arnold, but just under the picture, it says Arnold Schnitzel. These are both things that you need in your profile. The top one is your name, and the bottom one is your username. The difference is that the username, it says at Arnold Schnitzel, that one has to be unique. So they can only be one Arnold Schnitzel in TikTok, but the top one is your name. There can be several Arnolds. So this is created because maybe your name is John Smith, and you can have the John Smith handle because it's already taken most likely. So you could still say John Smith and something else in your username, but at the top your name could still say John Smith. So you could have yourself identified as you for a proper personal profile. There's other ways we could use this, but we'll talk about that in next lecture. Then right in the middle we have the profile picture. Now, this is not the most professionally taken picture, but it's definitely a fun one. And it's a good character of Arnold. It's not centered, so it's not a good example of a picture at all. But you get the point. Then just underneath we have the numbers so we can see that Arnold is following 4 people. He has 3.1 million followers and 10.1 million likes on his profile. If I click on the following, I'll get the people that he's actually following so I can see he's following Will Smith, for example, or Tony Hawk. And then I also get a list of all of his followers. So this is very interesting. You get all the information. Then the next important point, so you can choose the name, the username, and the profile picture. That's what you put in your profile so far. And then next, you can connect social media links from other platforms. So right now on TikTok, you can connect your Instagram and your YouTube. So you can see there's a little Instagram icon on this profile. If I click on that, it pops up and it says, do you want to go into his Instagram or YouTube? And if I click on any of those, it will take me away from TikTok and into those platforms. TikTok is currently testing link in bio. They don't have that for all the users right now. Only verified users on TikTok have a link in bio. Arnold is verified. You can see there's a little blue check mark next to his name. That just means he's a very famous personality. So he has a verified account, or that means he's a huge creator on the TikTok platform, not necessarily famous outside of TikTok, but the really big ones also have a check mark. Now, Arnold didn't choose to have a link in his bio, otherwise verified profiles can have that, but they're testing the link in bio with non-verified people, the ordinary humans like you and me. So we're going to see if they're going to roll that feature out to all of the users. And then below we have the bio. So it says former Mr. Olympia Co. and Terminator and the Governor of California. So the bio is very restricted. You only have 90 characters in the actual bio, and over here we have the videos that he has posted. So these are all the elements of a profile. This is a pretty good example, but the profile picture wasn't great. So another one is Will Smith. This is a great picture that will get your attention. It's got the bright colors, but it still has his face right in the middle. And you can tell that it's Will Smith, so everything else is the same over here. In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at how do you choose a good name and username, and how can you use those to your advantage. In this section, we're going to talk about the name and the username. What are the differences? Because they do have very different functionality and how you're going to use them in your profile. I have a sample profile over here, and again, as a reminder at the top we have a name. So in this profile, it's this guy from Vine, and we're going to explain why does it say that at the top. Then we have the profile picture on the bottom. We have the username. So it says at Sean Sauce TV. Let's start with the name, so the name can be anything you want. Does not have to be unique. Meaning if there is a John Smith, there could be 20,000 other John Smiths that have that name. So it doesn't have to be unique. One important thing to remember is that actually the name is indexed by the search algorithm. So let's say you have a plant business, so you're selling plants. You should or you have the opportunity to include the keyword plant in your title. Because if somebody is searching for plants or the keyword plant, you are going to be able to pop up based on the keyword that is in your title. So it doesn't have to be just a replica of your name or a different name for your business. You can actually use it for keywords. You can rank higher. Now, in this particular case, it says guy from Vine because this guy, Sean, saw Steve was famous on Vine, and he had a lot of users there, and a lot of people know him as the guy from Vine. So that's what he said. It's a unique sort of opportunity to also identify yourself. So here you can be creative and have fun and tell the user some more information about yourself. Or you can use it as a place to put in keywords so you can rank better for the algorithm, and you can change the name anytime you want. So the switchable, there's no restrictions on the bottom under the profile picture we have shown Source TV, and that's the actual username. The username has to be unique, so if there would be another show on TV, you cannot also use that. You have to say the Source TV or STV2 or whatever else, but it has to be unique, and you cannot change it right away. You can only change it once every 30 days. So TikTok does play some restrictions, changing only once every 30 days. And it has to be unique. The unique username that's on the bottom is also indexed by the search. So you could put keywords in here and you'll pop up in searches. So this is a really good example, and I'll show you another one. So this is a bad example of the name and username. As you can see, the Matthew Hussey is both the name and username, and is missing out a massive opportunity to rank or to give users some more information. And Matthew has a pretty known, as you can see, it's a verified account, 700,000 followers almost, but still you're missing out and doesn't cost anything. It's like almost no effort to add a more unique name. So you've got the username, which is great, but then instead of copying the same for the actual name, I would be a bit more creative and you can put in some keywords. He does a lot of dating advice, so quite simply he could just say dating advice at the top. Even that would be better than leaving it just the way it is. Here's another example of BMW motorcycles and the same thing. Just copy-pasted the name of the username. Most people just don't know the difference when they're creating a profile and they're missing an opportunity to get rank. So very simply at the top they could have said literally just, BMW motorcycles, what it says in their bio, or they could have some other keywords that help them rank or be playful. Just do something interesting. Don't just copy-paste everything that's in there. In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at what type of name and username you should use depending on what's your type of profile. So personal and business or aggregate. Your name and your username are the first thing people are going to see on your profile. They are going to form their impression based on what they see there. However, this is also where a lot of people make mistakes. In this lecture, we're going to talk about what kind of name and username you should use based on the type of account you have selected. So first, there's a couple of universal rules that you should follow no matter what type of account you have. The first one, keep it simple, keep it short, pretty basic. The shorter your name is, the easier it's going to be remembered. However, as platforms grow, they get more popular. More and more people go on, and it gets more and more difficult to get those very simple, very good short names and usernames. So we'll talk about what to do if your username is not available, but try with the shortest possible one. The second tip is, don't use special characters like this guy. Luckily, in your actual username, you cannot use special characters. You can only use _numbers and letters, but you do not need to make this complicated. If you had to explain the profile to somebody was the profile name, it should be very simple, very easy. You should be able to do it over the phone without having to explain yourself. So that's the most important rule. Do not use special characters or any weird combinations in your username. Number 2, don't use several letters in a row. For example, like over here, it is impossible to write out. You have to tell people how many A's there are in your name. It just looks like you fell asleep and you were just holding the A button. It is not necessary. You can be much more creative than this. And finally, the fourth tip, do not put a random string of digits at the end of your username just because that exact username was taken without the numbers. Don't be like this guy. Random cool videos 2223373. Why? It just makes you look very unprofessional. So those are the things you should not be doing. Let's talk about what you should be doing. Starting off with a personal profile. Obviously, you should start off by using your actual full name. That's the simplest and easiest thing for a personal profile. However, if your name is taken, here are a couple of things you can do to still have a unique name that represents your personal brand. First thing you can do is use them just before your name. Here is an example. This is Cesar Millan. He has very popular videos about training dogs and animals. Even it says Dog Whisperer in his bio. And he just simply put him before. This is something that a lot of people do, and as a personal brand, that's perfectly acceptable. If your full name is not possible, Maybe you could do a combination where you use the first letter of your first name or the first letter of your last name is here. Mark Cuban has Cuban. Again, very simple. If you're feeling pretty good about yourself, you can use adjectives. So, for example, you could say, great, awesome, guru, expert. If you're trying to form a personal brand that relate any of these, that's something you can use before or after the username, and you can just separate with a dot or an underscore, for example. But maybe you don't want to use your actual last name and have that kind of identity. Maybe you want to have a different kind of name and personal brand on TikTok. This is a fantastic example of using a name that's not your last name, but also make it a super memorable. So this guy is called Peter Prankster. Now, first of all, you can already guess what the videos are going about their prank videos. So he's using that in his keyword and in his username and in his actual name. So that's fantastic. And when you start both of the names with the same letter, it makes it very memorable. It's sort of a little memory hack, and it's much easier to remember when they have the same first letter. One way to make sure that your name is going to stand out is to make it rhyme. So over here we have Trash Can then. It's my character. I'm the trash man. Now, it depends on what kind of a personality you're trying to build. Trash Can then is a travel vlogger, so you can have a very funky profile name. It's not very serious, but if you can make it rhyme, extra points for you. And finally, you can get creative and your personal brand. If it's more professional, you could also use your industry or your niche you're in your actual username. So this is a great example. The pen test. That's a fun sort of word on play, on words. And also you can tell that he's a dentist, but he's using a very short, very memorable username and keyword, the dentist. This is one of my favorite examples on name and username for a personal brand. So as you can see here, username says at peak fashion, probably because that's just the name Pike was taken. She added fashion because it's relevant to her actual profile. At the top you can see it says the body painter. It's fantastic. It explains what she does. It ranks for a really good keywords. She is a body painter. This is a great way to be creative and use your name and username to your advantage. The second category of profiles are business profiles. So obviously, the first thing you want to do is use your business name. That is the simple, easiest thing. But if you don't have that available, here are a couple of things you can do. First example is Bosch Power Tools. So Bosch was already taken, but they just added Power Tools, because that's their business. It explains their industry. Very simple. It gets to the point, and a great use of the actual name and username. Another thing you can do in business profiles is actually use the .com domain in your name. So as an example here, we have lovehockey.com. That is the website. So one, it serves as a place to remind people that you actually have a website, and it's pretty clear and they can go to the website. If you don't have the link in bio available, this is a great way to use it and also differentiate. So if you are an internet-based business, you can just add .com to the end if your actual name is taken. Another thing you can do is simply add the word TikTok before or after your username. This is just a way of telling users that, hey, this is my business on TikTok. So it says TikTok. That's perfectly acceptable if your name is already taken. Here's an example. TikTok Hoopers, and you can do the same for your business if you have a physical business that actually has shops in the streets, for example. You can also add the location. So if your shop was organic foods, you could say organic foods. Barcelona. If you're active in Barcelona, this is limiting for future purposes and growth. But like I said, you can change the username every 30 days. So you could also update this later on. A very common thing is to simply add official at the end of your profile. Over here, we have Extreme Official. Quite simple. Maybe you don't have to have your full business name. For example, Minnesota Wild, the hockey team. They just said M Wild. Everybody knows what it means. It's very short, very simple. And at the top it still says Minnesota Wild in their name. Or you could use other words that might even help your business. So for example, Get Flex Seal is the username for Flex. seal the business, and just sort of incentivize people. That is something you can get. If you have an app, you can add the word app, or NBC has Stay Tuned NBC. So there's all kinds of creative ways you can get a really good username, but don't use special characters, or random numbers at the end, or multiple letters in the middle. It doesn't make any sense. One thing to remember as a business, if you are a known large brand, and there is accounts on TikTok that have the name of your business as a username, and also they're using your logo, so they're trying to pretend they're you, you can actually report this to TikTok and they'll take it down. They'll help you out. But for this, you have to be a known brand, and you have to have a verified account. And finally, we have the third category of aggregate accounts. Now, if you're choosing a username and name for the aggregate account, it makes sense that you make it very clear, very specific to what the account is about. You have a lot of opportunity to communicate, and before even people get to your profile, you can already tell them what the profile is all about. It's probably the simplest and the most fun way you can communicate. Your profile is with aggregate accounts anymore. There is a great example. It's very memorable. Everybody knows it's a play on word. You know that it's going to be about memes. Very simple. And it sort of tells us what we're going to see on the profile before we even get there. And it's really easy to remember Dunk Basketball is a great example of an aggregate account. So the username Dunk is very short, very simple, very memorable. Everybody in the target group will know what it's all about, and it still says Dunk Basketball and the actual name. So if you have an aggregate account, you can just simply add the word or the niche or the industry at the end of the name or before the name. You could also create adjectives. So for example, awesome, great, fantastic. Create any words that are relevant to your industry and then add them to the name of the account. So hopefully now you know what kind of a username and name you can create. And the three main properties to remember is that it should be short, it should be memorable, and it should explain what kind of industry or niche your profile is in. If you have a username that you really want and someone else has it, honestly, there's not a whole lot you can do. If you guys took my Instagram account or my Instagram class, you can see that I actually managed to talk someone into giving me their account, but it was not the number one I wanted. It was like the number two that I wanted, and it's not something I'd really count on. Like sometimes you can get it from people, but it's just not something I'd really count on. What you really only thing you can do is like try to direct message them on the platform, see if they respond. If they don't respond, use their name, use their username, try to find them on other social media, Facebook for instance. You can send them a message request. Sometimes you can find them on other things. Sometimes you get lucky and you can find them on WhatsApp. But other than that, it's like, just don't count on it. I would say that you have probably a 10% chance, maybe 5% chance of getting that username. It's much easier to just come up with a different idea. Don't get obsessed over one account name because there's for any given account, there's 20, 30 different ones that are just as good. And I wouldn't spend so much thought thinking like, oh, if I don't have the perfect username, it's going to screw me over somehow. And it's just not really the case. Your content is just so much more important compared to whether or not your username is the number one you wanted or the number 4. Yeah. And I've actually had the similar experience where somebody has the handle at Darius on TikTok, and I really wanted it, and I tried to send a direct message within TikTok but got no response. And the account is not active. There's 0 videos, not many followers at all. I tried to message them on TikTok, didn't get a response, stalked them on Facebook, tried to send a friend request, sent a message on Messenger, but it didn't go through, didn't get accepted. And I've been trying, like for a couple of months now, to get the account. But I heard nothing back. So it can be tricky to find somebody specifically, like, also if it's a pretty common name, there can be so many of those people, it's going to be hard to find that specific individual on any other social platform. So I just ended up not chasing that specific account and then using my last name, for example, because that's more specific. So if you can get the perfect username that you wanted, somebody has it, and you can't reach them, then there's a number of things you can do to create maybe a better username or something that's close enough. So it depends on whether you are an individual or a business or an aggregate account. There are different strategies that we cover in the actual lectures, but if you are an individual, you can, for example, add "im" in front or "I am" as a shorter version, just in front. A lot of famous people actually do that when their main accounts are already taken. You can include your last name or something that will describe what you are talking about, what your TikTok is about. So if you talk about technology, you could say your first name, technology, or something like that. What is not a very good idea, I don't think, is using numbers at the end of your username like random numbers or the year you were born. It doesn't look very professional. It's not easy to remember, and in general, just not, I think, good advice. And then if you're a business, then you can add, for example, your industry to the username, if the specific name is already taken, or you can add the location. If it's a restaurant in a specific city, you can say restaurant name San Diego or whatever that might be. Or you can use adjectives that you want to be associated with that specific profile that you're creating. If you are a business and you're using your actual brand name, and there's people that have taken that account, and they know it's your brand name, but they're creating those accounts anyways, you can actually mark those, and you can talk to TikTok and get them taken down. So when we opened up our account, luckily there was like 20 fake accounts with Reflectly that use the name and use our logo as the actual icon. So they were like pretending to be Reflectly and posting videos that were like screenshots of the app, for example. So there was like an obvious violation. So we just flagged them with TikTok. They removed all the fake ones, and then we got our official name, and we're the only ones there. So you can also do that, but you have to show that you are a real business and you're actually using the name in the real world. And it can be something generic like cars. It has to be your actual brand name. Yeah. You know, my favorite thing to do if you're a business is, and you can't get your account name for some reason, is to add .com, because that's incredible. So many people will see your name based on your content, and if they see the .com, you're going to peel off quite a bit of people to go to the website. You can't do that in Instagram, like you can't put a .com anymore because they won't accept. I mean, for a while there you could, but now it doesn't seem like they're making people take that off. It was just incredible to do that. And one of the great things is just that someone might have your name, but what are the odds they have your domain name? That doesn't make any sense. Like, you have your domain name. So why would they have the .com? You know, there is some really out there stuff. Like if you're a company and you really want this account name and they won't give it to you. There's some really kind of weird that I've seen where you can file a trademark. And if you file the trademark, and if you are clearly the company that uses this, and people would be confusing this account with your company, you can actually file it out from under them and get the account back. But that just takes an enormous amount of time and effort, and you don't know it's going to necessarily work. This happens with domains a lot. Like if you remember the company Groupon, Groupon wanted that name, and someone else had the domain, and the person was and had all these social accounts and everything, and the guy was trying to extort them for an enormous amount of money. So Groupon just filed a trademark, and then just filed it in court, and just took it from them. So yeah. I mean, you can do stuff like that. I just don't count on it. I think the other thing is, if you're doing a personal account or an aggregate account, there's no excuse for not coming up with an account you can use, because TikTok's early enough right now that there are a lot of things available, but also just stick an adjective at the end or the beginning. It's so easy. Like if someone had Evan Kimbrell, I would take any adjective that starts with E and I put it in front of my first name, and that's it. I'd be eager. Evan, or something like that. Just get a dictionary and find words that start with your letter and just do some really quick, alliteration. The only time where I wouldn't necessarily do that is if you had your name on all the other accounts, on all the other social media accounts like Facebook and Snapchat and Instagram. In that case, then I would just do your name plus TikTok, because why would anyone have Evan TikTok or Evan TikTok then? It's just, this is my TikTok version, so you should be able to find something. Yeah. And originally, I was actually using Darius Marketing because all my videos were marketing. And also, that was the domain name I was using for my website. I ended up changing it to Darius Dot because there was going to build more of a personal brand and not be so closely associated with the word marketing, but that's also something you can use. Yeah. Okay. So another question we run into is when you're picking a name and a username, how important is indexability? Meaning like, do I go for words that I think people are searching for? Or does it just, is this not something I should care about? Because in other social media platforms, that's a big one, right? If you're making a Facebook group or an Instagram account, those two platforms have significant numbers of people searching for things based on what they're looking for. And so it makes a lot of sense to put these adjectives or these specific words that you think people are going to be searching for. And you can get that traffic, if you couldn't get Darius on Instagram marketing, Darius or Entrepreneur Darius would actually make a lot of sense. But on TikTok, it doesn't seem to be the case like user behavior on TikTok right now. Not a lot of people are searching. It's just a fraction of what you'd expect on other ones. So I don't think about indexability very much. Like you're not thinking about whether or not someone's Google searching this and they're going to find your TikTok account. That doesn't even factor, right? Because TikTok is so mobile specific. Mobile native don't? Yeah, I would say no. It doesn't really matter. Don't think about what people are searching for. Yeah, totally. I mean, vast majority of people will discover content through the For You page, and very few of them will actually search. The algorithm will change the content rapidly based on your preferences, what you're looking for. So if you're looking for a lot of car-related content, for example, you'll get a lot of that. You don't have to go and search for hashtag cars or whatever you might be looking for. So definitely people are not doing as much searching through the hashtags or through the words, even though both your username and name are indexed, but it doesn't play a huge role. So I would rather create a name that's memorable or easier to use rather than focusing on indexability. In the bio, you have the opportunity to tell people why they should follow your account. And that's what we're going to talk about in this lecture. The bio is limited to only 80 characters, so it's a very small amount of space that you actually have where you can communicate. There are 3 basic types of bios: a list bio, a 1-2 bio, and a hook bio. Let's take a look at the list bio. So here a profile of Gary Vee, and looking at his profile. As you can see, he has a short list of things that best describe him or describe his personal brand. So the top is entrepreneur, then investor, and then CEO of VaynerMedia. So you can very briefly list what your profile is all about, whether you're a business or an aggregate account or a personal account. You can just sort of list who you are, and this helps to give you sort of authority and help people tell who you really are. The second type is A12 bio. Basically, you use 1 or 2 sentences to explain either your business or your personal brand, or you explain what is in the profile, what people can expect. So in this example, we have extreme, and they explain what it is. It's the latest and greatest from the world of extreme sports. Very simple and down to the point. And now you know exactly what you can expect from this type of a profile. Another example of a very short bio is this one from NFL. It just says CEO of football. And the reason why it says CEO is because it's a trend on TikTok. You say CEO of something, and it makes you know that some people use it as a joke, like CEO of alcoholism. And then it's about drinking a lot of alcohol. So this is a great way to explain what it's all about. Obviously, everybody knows the NFL, so they have to spend too much time describing their business. But it's a great way to adapt it to TikTok and use the trends to make yourself be relevant in that platform. The third option is a hook bio, where basically you give people a reason to follow you or provide some more information, and you hook them onto something interesting where they want to stick around. So we have an example of the dentist, and this is a great hook bio. So he says, first follow my Instagram and then randomly following back. So it's a reason to follow and maybe hopefully get a follow from him. And he says, secret braces life hack at 20,000 on YouTube. So again, another reason to go to Instagram, go to YouTube and get more followers. And he's trying to incentivize you in that way. We also see a lot of companies, for example, When they announce competitions or they use TikTok to do competitions, then they will have that in the bio as well. And they'll say like, let's say we're giving out this gadget every weekend. Or you could also say you're posting, for example, marketing videos every other day, and that's something that you can put in your bio as a pro tip. You can use emojis in your bio. This is TikTok. It's a fun entertainment platform. There's no reason to be shy here. NBA is a great example of putting emojis and using them well in a very simple, very short bio. Again, everybody knows what NBA is, but it just catches attention and helps to sort of communicate what it's all about. Don't put too many emojis because then it just looks confusing and it's too just mashed up together. But one or two emojis, or for example, using a list bio like we have Jeremy's profile. He puts an emoji at the beginning of each of the lists, or each of the bullet points. That helps draw the attention and maybe communicate something more to what the bio is all about. So to recap now, you know that your bio has up to 80 characters. There's 3 types of bios: the list bio, the 1, 2 bio, or the hook bio. And for extra prize money, you can use emojis in your bio as well. I think people ask sometimes, what should I write in my bio? Like we kind of covered the format to do it in, and we didn't touch as much about specifically what to write. I think the reason why we didn't touch on that as much is because it just depends on you. You know, it really depends on what's your account. Are you trying to build this TikTok just for the sake of TikTok? Are you building it as part of another brand? There's a lot of different variables that go into that. I think the advice I would give you is just that 2 things. 1, you have to be aware of how people are going to read it, right? Like imagine you're not the TikTok owner. Imagine you just stumbled on this TikTok page and you read that text like, what is it going to make sense to you? Does it match? I mean, does it connect to why they clicked through from the video to your account? And the second thing is it relevancy? If you made a video that was funny and it was about and it's comedic and I like that, and I go to your account and then your bio has absolutely nothing to do with being funny or any of the themes that you touch on, I'm less likely to follow you. I see this a lot in other social media platforms. People just they miss this connection. You know, in advertising, we call this conversion scent. So if I run an ad and this ad is happy and bright and, you know, and it really hits on some specific theme, they click that ad and they go to your page and your page is all black and red and depressing and it uses strong words. And before it used fluffy words and there's a disconnect and it's jarring and people leave. Well, that same concept applies to social media accounts. Just you have to think about it like if I'm posting a specific type of video, they click that. They go to my account. It has to carry over psychologically from what they first saw. And if it matches my bio matches, like I say, things that I would expect from that content I saw, then you're more likely to get a follower. I think also one other thing is just that people forget to give them a reason to follow you. That's another thing, like in your bio is a great opportunity to tell them why they should follow you, right? Tell them you post once a day, you post once a week. You post comedic shorts once a week. You post dance videos once, whatever it is, you know, you just give them some reason to hit the follow button because otherwise, why would they do it? Why would they go out of their way to hit the follow button? So there's a lot of things you can do. Just saying like, you know, give them some, even if it's just like you're an interesting person. Tell them why you're an interesting person, right? Because if you're an interesting person, they'll probably be interested in your content. So yeah. That's kind of my advice on it, but it's just so highly variable that we can't really give you a template for what to write. Yeah, I think you can think of it almost as a billboard on a highway. So people are going to be driving by very fast, and they have 1 or 2 seconds to look at it very briefly. And you have that small window of opportunity to communicate what your account is about. And as I said, you could give them a reason to follow you. What we've seen sometimes, for example, if your video will go viral and you'll have thousands of people coming into your profile, and sometimes people will follow you, just based on what you say in your bio doesn't necessarily have to scroll through all the videos. So if your one video goes viral and gets exposed to a lot of views, you can convert those visitors into followers just using the bio. And you can, a simple sort of way to think about it also is just to explain what they can expect in the videos. And don't be afraid to show your personality and be yourself. But also it should make sense and it should match with the type of content that you have in there. So, for example, for me, I'm posting videos from my personal brand and I'm doing both marketing videos where I do sort of tips, but I also do kind of funny and silly videos just for fun of it, and my bio represents that. So in my bio, I do say that I'm Chief Marketing Officer, reflecting to sort of show that I have authority and I know what I'm talking about in terms of marketing topics. But then it also says, too old for TikTok, too young for that joke that jokes, just to sort of show that it's not all about business, that I can have some fun as well. And it shows my personality a little bit there. So I think it shows people what they can expect in the follow-up videos. Yeah, I think one pushback I often will get is, you say that we have to do these things in our bio, but my favorite social media, my favorite influencer doesn't do that. And like for instance, like the most popular person on TikTok right now is some 15-year-old girl who dances, and that's it. She has like 60 million followers, and she just dances. I mean, she's a good dancer, but if you read her bio makes no sense. Like, it's literally, I think she put like, I don't understand the hype either, right? What's the point of that? And she didn't even use all the text she could have used. And whatever. The thing is that those people that you're trying to compare yourself to, you're looking at them so late in the growth of their account that the rules don't apply, right? You're trying to grow an account. Well, you have to optimize your bio. These people were famous before. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these people came over from YouTube and millions of followers there, so it doesn't matter what they put. It's kind of like when celebrities on Twitter will put some really vague bio. That doesn't make any sense. It's because everybody knows who they are. You know what I mean? They don't need to. They're so large. It just doesn't matter. Like, optimizing their bio is just not the top of their mind. So influencers and celebrities do it differently because they already have millions of followers. And I'm assuming if you're watching this video, you don't have millions of followers, so you're probably not. You know what I mean? You're going to have to actually follow some basic advice. Yeah. Famous people either on TikTok or famous people from outside of TikTok that come there play by different rules. Just like you said. It's very true. And think of it as, when you're scrolling through the feed and you see a really cool video, you might click on that profile and then you see it has 10 million followers. You can follow it immediately because, that's a big account. They have the authority, and it doesn't really sort of matter because, they have one good video and it's likely they're going to have more good videos. A lot of people just follow straight away like that. But if you see an interesting video, click on it. And the profile has 100 followers and the bio is confusing and there's only like 5 videos, you're not going to gain more followers in that way. So it absolutely matters on what stage you're in as well. And if you're just starting out, you should use all the tools and all the levers at your disposal to optimize and grow your account. It's different than the famous people. Links in the bio are the only gateway users have from TikTok to any other place outside of TikTok. For example, a website or YouTube channel. So, this is your opportunity to drive business results, not just to grow inside TikTok. In this lecture, we're going to talk about 2 types of links that are number 1, button links, and number 2, regular links. The button links are YouTube and Instagram links. When you're setting up your account, you have the opportunity to connect your Instagram profile and your YouTube channel directly into the link. In the actual account, they're displayed as buttons, so you can click on that button and it'll take you directly to Instagram or YouTube, for example. Now everybody has the opportunity to do the button links. That's standard across all of the accounts. If you are a business, obviously, this is a great opportunity to drive people, for example, to YouTube channel. Same with a personal brand. If you do have a YouTube channel where you do update regularly, you can drive people there, or on Instagram, it is up to you. So those are button links. Regular links are kind of like an Instagram. You can have a link in bio. One thing to note right now, not all of the users have the opportunity to have a link in bio. It is something they're testing, so they've selected a lot of people at random that have the opportunity to put a link in their bio. So it's a regular link to your website. So not all regular users have that, but all verified accounts have the opportunity to put a link in bio. So if you have a verified account, if you're a business or a personal brand, or even an aggregate account, with a verified account, you could have a link in your bio. Now you can use this link to send people to your website. For example, if you're a business, or you can send them to a lead magnet where you can collect email addresses. There are so many different ways to use this. Obviously, you shouldn't link to like Instagram or YouTube because you do have those button links for that. So use the opportunity to drive people to a place outside of TikTok and drive more business results. If you're all interested in becoming an influencer, meaning that you only care about growing your account inside TikTok, you don't care about monetization outside, you only care about monetizing on the following that you actually have, then you don't necessarily need to put in any other accounts. If you don't want people to leave your profile, you just want to follow you there. That is perfectly fine. But most of personal brands and businesses will want to get people outside of TikTok so they can generate revenue and create new customers. There is one special type of link that's not seen on any other type of social media platform, and it is unique to TikTok. And that's specifically for app companies. If you are a verified app business, you have the opportunity to put in download app link directly in your profile, and users can download your app without ever leaving TikTok. This is incredibly powerful, and we haven't seen this on any other type of social media. But again, you do need to have a verified account in order to be able to do this. As a pro tip, you can use emojis in your bio to direct people to your link, so you can very simple use a hand emoji or an arrow emoji that will point people to that link in the bio, and again, just get more attention so you can drive more results out of your TikTok account. So right now, TikTok gives you the options to link directly to your YouTube or Instagram. This is not the link in bio, but in your bio there's actually a button that carries people to those other platforms. And we've seen that most of the bigger creatives are using these links. And the main objective is that you don't want to distract people from leaving your profile and you want to send them to other places, but I don't think that's much of an issue. If anything, you can gain a follower on other platforms, and it's good to sort of build a brand across different social media platforms in that way. So in general, I would say it's a good thing and you should look it up. But I think the main sort of thing you should consider is what's the objective of the account. So if you are trying to grow your YouTube account, then absolutely you should link up to YouTube. We've seen that work really well and people are gaining right now. It's, for example, Hearts to Grow. A lot of followers on Instagram, but you could do it through TikTok and send a lot of traffic through TikTok that way. So sort of consider what's your objective and what's the sort of end result you're trying to achieve. And if it is to grow on the platforms or build a personal brand or build a business brand for that matter, then it's a good idea to include YouTube and Instagram in your account. Yeah, I think people really underestimate the value of a multi-channel follower. So, sure, like maybe it distracts people a little bit so maybe a couple of them forget to follow you on TikTok because they're distracted by your Instagram or something. But for the most part, while you might lose a couple people that way, you're going to gain a lot of people who follow you on Instagram, follow you on YouTube, and follow you on all the other whatever else you link to. That's like way more important. It's way more important to build affinity across multiple platforms. And then when you post a YouTube video and post a TikTok video, that person gets hit with 2 notifications on 2 platforms they use. So that's way more valuable than just siloing your TikTok followers to just your TikTok. The only time I would say do link out is if one of your accounts is just really underdeveloped, meaning like if you have a really good TikTok account, TikTok strategy, and your content is working on the platform, don't link out people to your YouTube channel. If your YouTube channel has 100 followers and you haven't really figured out your content format on YouTube yet and it just looks like crap, that is usually a negative thing. Like do show off another account if it's less impressive than the account they just landed on. Wait until you have that account to the point where it's respectable, like it has enough videos or it has enough posts or, it actually has some engagement and it's not just an appendage of, you're not a lot of people feel like they have to have a social media account on every single main social media platform out there. And it's just not the case. Like, focus on the ones you can actually do. Well, don't just add it for the sake of adding it. So yeah, that's the only situation where I'd say, hold off. Yeah. And also, if your content is very different. So for example, if your TikTok is all about, for example, maybe you're sharing personal content, you're doing sort of funky videos, and then Instagram is like all business and professional, maybe it doesn't make sense to link those up because there are different strategies and different types of content. And the followers you have on Instagram will not be the similar as the followers you have on TikTok, for example. So first of all, yes, it's okay to not use the link at all. That is perfectly fine. What type of link you put in there very much depends on your strategy. So if you're a business, that's a pretty obvious asset that you should put the link through websites, and whether you're trying to sell something greatly or collect leads or give a specific landing page. So if you want to be more advanced, you could have a specific landing page just for Tix viewers for your business, and then click on it. They say coming from Tix out. All welcome. Here is a special offer for you, etc., etc. Just a good way to sort of get people through the funnel and get them to convert into actual purchasers. If you have an aggregate account or a personal account, it depends if you're trying to sell something or monetize. You could use those links, for example, selling products or whatever price you're marketing. Well, you also see sometimes people will just put a link to their YouTube channel, even though their digital is already linked through the button. India company even put it in the Lincoln Bones visible. So if your strategy is to grow your YouTube account as much as possible and just using TikTok as a sort of a funnel for that traffic, then by all means put in that link and you can adjust to Booyo. And then just say, click on the link and follow me on YouTube as well. So very much depends on what's your strategy. And again, it was the end result you're trying to go for. Yeah. And I generally suggest to people with your link is that I think a lot of you live anxiety about losing potential leads or traffic from Tech Talk, especially when they're doing it early on. So they're like, I'm not using my link. Am I just wasting money? Because I'm not pointing them towards something important. My general advice is just that. Like, don't. I wouldn't worry. Have anxiety about the link because the link is just basically going to push them towards a goal from your account. So if you're selling merchandise or you have a company or something that you want to push the traffic towards, and that's set up well and optimized, that's when you use the link. But if you don't have something yet, that's fine. Like, it's fine to build your account now without trying to have a goal yet. So if you build up affinity and more people follow you and more people see more and more of your videos, then later on you can put in the link. And then, you benefit from all of that traffic buildup and all that affinity and all that TikTok authority. Essentially, you've built up. So my general suggestion is like you need to figure out what the goal of your account is. Right? It says to link to that goal. But I don't generally suggest putting up that link until you have somewhere to push them towards. That's reasonably optimized. Like, just send them to a random sales page. Like, you need to actually find a sales page that's going to appeal to them. Remember, everybody's clicking through on a mobile phone, so it needs to be mobile optimized. So Intel, you'd have you figured that out? I generally just suggest leaving out the link. I wouldn't really worry about it. I mean, it has to make sense and the experience has to be fluid. So it transitions. So where they come from? TikTok. They have a certain expectation of what they're going to see. Yes, to match. On the other side as well. Your profile picture or your profile logo are the first touch points you are going to have with your account. The first place you're going to see your profile picture or the logo is actually in the feed. Over here. I have an example. Most of the videos on TikTok are discovered through the actual feed. So the first time people are going to see your logo and your picture is in the feed. Here I have an example of a video. This is from F1. And as you can see on the right side, there is the logo. It says F1. Notice how super tiny it is. So you really don't have a lot of space to communicate. And we're going to talk about what exactly should be in your logo if your business or profile picture, if you are a personal account or an aggregate account. So firstly, note it is very, very small amount of space that you have there. And only then, if I click on that profile, the actual logo gets larger and I can see a bit more. So F1 did a good job not having it too flooded. There's not too much information. It's very simple, very, very straight to the point, and any F1 fan will notice it right away. You know what the logo is, but there's a white background, very simple. So this is the profile picture and the profile logo. So as you can see, the logo in this case, or if I go to following and there's a profile picture of a person are very small and they are circular. So if I go ahead and click on the profile again, it's a circle. One thing to note, you do not need to upload a circular picture. You can just upload a square or rectangle and you'll be able to edit it afterwards in the uploading process. So we talked about profile pictures and profile logos. However, there's also a third option you can do is upload a profile video. So it is just what it sounds. It's a little video that you can upload and it'll appear just where your picture is, but would actually be a moving picture. It would be a video. Now, I haven't seen this used on any successful account or a profile. It's really not used at all on TikTok right now, so it's not something I would recommend. That's why I'm not talking about it too much. But just so you know, you do have the possibility to upload a video instead of the picture over there. If you are a business, it is pretty simple. You can just upload your logo. Ideally, you would just upload the actual icon, not the full logo, depending on the size because it is so small. On TikTok, for example, here we have the World Health Organization, and something that I would criticize on this account is that the logo, there's too much stuff. It is too tiny. People are not actually going to be able to read the World Health Organization and the actual icon as well. And this is the bigger version in the account. If I would see this in the feed, it'd be very, very tiny and it'd be hard to actually see what it is. What is that? So ideally, what I would do if I was in charge of this account, I would remove the phrase World Health Organization. I removed it altogether and just simply have the actual visual logo or get rid of the logo and just have, for example, WHO, and then people will know what it means and they click on it actually go through. But the account, the logo is so tiny in the feed, nobody's going to be able to read this. ESPN is a great example, so they know how tiny the logo is, and they just put in the E, and it's very simple, very good colors. It's got the red logo that pops up, it's got the white background, so it's not disturbing. And if it would be very, very tiny in a feed, you'll still be able to see quite a lot of it. So this is a good example of using a logo. Here we have another example of UFC. Again, the logo is super simple plain colors, black and white that's there, and it's small enough we can actually read it, but it's not too distracting. So a great example of a logo there as well. If it is your personal brand that you are trying to market, what you should use is your profile picture and the actual face shot, because the profile picture is so tiny in the feed. Don't do a full body picture, don't even do upper body picture. Just use a simple face shot. Also try to minimize the shoulders. Just focus on the actual face. Here is an example of what not to do. So you can see this is a full body shot and the picture is so small you really can't tell who this person is. Even if I knew this guy, and let's say I wouldn't see the actual video, but just looking at the profile picture, I wouldn't be able to say who it is because I cannot see. And even if I go to the profile and open the profile, it's still quite small. So you should not use your full body shots, just your face. Here's a great example of a profile picture. So Jack Black, very simple. His face is right in the circle. It is a fantastic picture. Very memorable. Everybody will know right away who it is, and even if you see this picture in the feed, it'll be very small, but you actually be able to tell that it is Jack Black. Since this is a first touch point you have with your potential users, you should put some effort into the picture. And also, Another tip, you should try to differentiate the background from your actual face, since the picture is small, and if the background is the same color, or if it's as dominant as your face, you'll be able to tell the things apart. So ideally, you would have a background that's further away from you, or you could also have a different color background, or have it blurry and that we can separate it. Here's an example of a pretty bad picture. This is a family, and I'm sure it's a beautiful picture. But it is a black and white, and they're right behind the background. And even this profile is hard to see. And especially if this was in a feed, you really couldn't tell what's in this picture. Will Smith is another fantastic example. As you can see, bright colors. His face is right in there, and you know exactly what you can expect in this profile when you click on it. Face of Will Smith. If you do have an aggregate account, there's a lot of freedom that you could do with your profile picture or the logo. But a lot of aggregate accounts tend to create a logo for their account based on a theme that they are using, and they just have that instead of using a profile picture. Here I have an example of Puberty that just basically a profile with funny videos, and they have it's a big account with 1.6 million followers, and they have created a little logo, just the letter P, and they use it as their profile logo. Again, when this is small, it's going to be very easy to read, easy to distinguish. And the black icon is going to be very visible in the feed and the home feed and the actual videos. Leader Club is another example of an account that's an aggregate account. Over here they post motivational and business advice and those type of videos, and they've also created a little logo. It's an icon that has the letter L again. When this is going to be in a feed, it's still readable. Small uses good colors, so it has just very simple white and blue. That's something you should take advantage of when you're creating your logo. You should use either bright colors or very simple colors. Don't sort of mash it up with having a rainbow, something that's easy to distinguish and easy to look at. To recap now, you know that if you have a profile picture, you can focus on the face and really use a profile picture because it's going to be very small. If you're a business or an aggregate account, you can create a logo or use your existing business logo. Make sure that you use an icon of the logo that's still very easily readable, and also use the colors. That will be to your advantage when it is shown in the actual feed. In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at how you can create your profile, picture, or logo from scratch. We mentioned that your profile picture and your logo is really the first point of contact for potential customers or your followers are going to have with your profile. It's really worth investing some time, making sure that you have a professional-looking setup. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how you can get professional pictures that look fantastic, and/or create a great logo for your business. So let's start off talking about the profile picture. First off, I want to show you the type of pictures that I was using before and what it looked like after. I actually invested a bit of time, a bit of money, and what kind of headshots I got afterwards. So this is a picture that I was using for the longest time. Now it's so cringy. Now I think it's terrible, but at the time I thought it was pretty acceptable. As you can see, it's taken with an iPhone using the portrait mode. I thought I was being very artistic and also not looking at the camera. The quality is terrible. Everybody knows that. It's a portrait shot with an iPhone. And as a personal brand, this is really something you should not be communicating. If you want to come across as professional. So this is the picture that I had originally. And then I decided to do a photo shoot and hire a professional photographer. You do not have to do that option. Hire a professional. That's one of the more expensive options. But I just wanted to give you the comparison of what it looks like and what the kind of investment might turn out into. Also, a good idea if you're not just doing pictures for TikTok, but in general, if you do want to build a personal brand, it's always useful and a great idea to have great pictures for yourself. I've used the pictures that I've created in so many podcast interviews and YouTube video thumbnails and all over the place, so it's really a good investment if you're building a personal brand. I highly recommend getting pictures. So this is the original that I was using before. Terrible. And this is one example of a new shot that I got. It's from the professional photographer. I spent about $150 on about a 1-hour session. We ended up getting a lot of pictures. I got about 20 edited shots at the end. It really depends on your area and what level of photographer you're going to hire. You can do it much cheaper, but also much more expensive. Actually, probably not much cheaper, but a little bit cheaper, but definitely much more expensive. So this is one example of a shot. I don't use a lot of this for very professional because I think, well, one, my head is a bit skewed, but I just like the way the picture looks. I've used it in a less professional settings. Here's another picture, and this one I do have some scenarios where I didn't want to use necessarily profile shot, but I wanted to have a professional picture looking of me. So this is a good one that I've used in several situations. It makes me look like I'm really thinking about something. And then finally, this picture is my favorite in terms of profile pictures. This is the one that I started to use across all of my social media, the actual profile picture. To me, it's important that I'm smiling, and I think even if you are very professional in your business, it's still a good idea to smile and come across as a real human being, and it's okay to be happy on pictures. So let's use that one. And then I cropped it out and I zoomed it in. So this is what I use on all of my social media. As you can see, it's very much focused on the face. There's no distractions. The background is very blurry and light color. So what really stands out is the profile picture. When you see my picture in TikTok, even on a small size on the feet, you can still actually make out quite a good image out of it. So this is the option that I've decided to use, professional photographer. But there are several different options that you can use that are on a lower budget. So the cheapest option that you can probably do is take an existing profile picture that you have of existing shot, and it might be a good picture, but maybe there is a background that's not blurry or that stands out, maybe some other people or things that are distracting some other visual noise. So what you can do is use a tool like Clipping Magic. This one, and you basically just upload the picture, and the picture will use artificial intelligence and other technology to crop out the actual background. As you can see, this is the final result. You'll come out with a nice clean background, so this is probably the cheapest thing you can do. In the simplest, it doesn't work perfectly all the time depending on what is in the background and how it looks when the background is blurry. Like in this image, it's much easier because then it's going to cut out only the crisp images. If you're very close to the background and it's not blurry, then it may not be as easy. But this is something that you can try out, and it's pretty quick, and it works pretty well. The second option, which is very much affordable on budget, is you can rent a DSLR camera yourself. Now, this will require a bit of time to actually learn how the camera works, but depending on the type of camera you get, some of them are actually pretty simple. So you should go to, if you have a place where you can rent cameras locally, depending on your location, you can usually rent them locally. There could be anywhere between $40 to $50 and way up, but they start quite low for a day. And if you have a place where you can rent them in a physical shop, they will recommend what's the best camera for you, depending on your location. Again, there's also a couple of platforms, websites where you can rent gear like camera equipment. Now, this will be lower quality than hiring a professional photographer. But actually, if you can just watch maybe some tutorials and do some simple search online, you can get a decent picture that you can take a sort of a selfie style with a proper DSLR camera. And then the two professional options is you could either go to a studio. Now, every city, major city, and also small cities will have photo studios. You can go in, get a professional picture taken with the proper background and everything set up. That's one option. Or you can hire a photographer, which is a bit more expensive, but then you also get more variety because you can do indoor pictures, outdoor pictures, they'll go around with you and they'll work with you one-on-one. So that's really the more expensive options. But there's also a really good return on investment I think you're going to get if you are building a personal brand. These pictures are going to be valuable outside of TikTok for a long time. And the next option is creating your actual logo. Now, the cheapest one is making your own logo from scratch, using a tool like Photoshop. Photoshop is a paid tool, but you can get a free trial on it. Now, I wouldn't recommend this option unless you are a graphic designer or very skilled. And if you are, then you don't need to watch this part of the video. It is really hard to figure out a tool like Photoshop, and you're going to spend so much time. Your time is better invested in actually just buying a logo or getting somebody else to do it. So unless you have the skill, I wouldn't recommend building your own logo from scratch. One of the cheapest options is creating a logo using a logo maker. So there's a lot of websites that will allow you to do that. Some of them are free, some of them are paid, but actually you can get pretty good options out of this. So here we have one example. This is from Wix, so you can go just to Wix.com logo maker, and you start off by putting your business name. So let's say, if this was a drone company, I would say drone. Then it's asking you what is the logo for. So this is the industry or the business you want to add in. So maybe I would write technology. Then we'll ask you how the logo should look and feel. If it's techie, we'll say techie, maybe dynamic as well. So these are the two options. And then it's going to give you a couple of logos, and you can say which one you prefer or you do not like either of them. So maybe like this one and this one, I don't like either of them. So I think this one is nice. This one is clean like that one. And they'll ask you, what do you want to use the logo for? We'll put social media next, and we can just wait a while until it gives us a good logo. So it'll spit out a couple of logos for us. And here are the different options. You can go ahead and select something that you like and then customize it some more. As you can see, even though we said drone, it's not very intelligent. So it still gave us a ship, but it's based on the other input that we have created. If you don't like any of the logos, what you can do is simply refresh the page, and you'll get a new set of logos based on the same input criteria. So if you like any of them, you can go and click on Customize, create an account with Wix, and then you get your logo. Another option for Logo Maker is Logo MI. This tool is a little expensive. It's paid. It's about $25, but the results are actually pretty good. So again, it's a very similar process. We'll put in, let's say it's a drone company. It's called Drone. And then what I really like is that it asks you if you want it for personal branding or product or startup or a business or an organization. This is really nice. So if this was for let's say it was a startup, so I'm going to go ahead and click it Startup, and then it asks us to select at least 3 logos that are within our style. So let's say like this one, maybe this one, and we'll go ahead and click on this one. Go next. And then you want to select the type of color palette that you think best stands out. I'll create blue and I'll skip the slogan, we don't need that one. And then it's asked us for an icon, which is actually really nice, so we can actually specify one. I'll go ahead and put in drone or search for all the icons that are drone related. What is nice that it spits out a lot of different icons and also other keywords that are relevant to that icon. I'll select this little guy, looks like a drone, and see results. Now, as you can see, they created our logos using the icon or without the icon and using some of the styles that we have actually liked before. This is a really cool option, and I think this is actually a really good quality for a logo and a great start. So if you like it, you can save it for later, edit it, or you can buy it straight out, and it'll erase these watermarks around and give it to you in a couple of different options. The cheapest one is about $25, and I think it's a really good investment for a logo if you're serious. About your business, if you don't want to create your own logo and you don't trust your design skills, you can hire other people to do it for you and actually be very cheap. So the first option for hiring people for getting your own logo is Fiverr. Fiverr is here, a website where you can hire people for small, quick gigs, and they'll deliver the projects for you. So I've looked up logo, and as you can see, I will get a drop-down of people offering to create logos. Now, Fiverr originally started for projects that were $5, and as you can see, these are a bit more expensive range from, the cheapest ones will be around $5 up to even $700. So depending on what kind of bundle you are going to get and depending on what kind of quality, the most important thing when you look at different creators is looking at their ratings. So a number of ratings and the quality 4.9 from 800 people is a really good rating. So this person only had 1 rating, and I wouldn't necessarily trust this type of a review. So I like to look at profiles that have more ratings at a very high number, and then you can actually go through the different images, and you can see what they have offered. So if you like any of these, you can contact the person and then get them to do a logo for you, and you can find much cheaper ones as well. It depends on what kind of quality is it that you want. The next option for hiring people is Upwork. So Fiverr is a very small basic gigs. Upwork is usually when you want to hire freelancers for more complicated jobs, but with logos, it works very similarly. So I've looked up logo and I'll get a drop-down of people that are offering logos. Again, you want to look at their reviews. So in Upwork, it's categorized as success rate. See how many jobs were successful, and also you to make sure that you work with people that have earned some money on Upwork. If they're brand new to the platform, you don't know if you can trust them. And then you can either look their hourly price, but also some of the freelancers will work with a project-based pricing. So maybe you can say that you have $100, and that's how much you can pay for a logo instead of paying for an hourly price. When we scroll to the top, you can click on the filters, and then you can select the criteria that you want when looking for a logo. For me, what I look at is the most important is the job success rate. So I would do 90%. I want to make sure that I've earned some money, so I put at least $1,000 earned on the actual platform. The rest of the stuff doesn't really matter to me, and the location doesn't matter any of these categories. I also don't look at the hours built because some freelancers will only have project-based billing. So they don't bill on hourly basis, but on projects, and they wouldn't be categorized over here. And again, the hourly rate doesn't matter because I would look at the project price, maybe not the hourly price, and then you can go through and select the people that you like the most. And the way it works on Upwork is that you can't hire just freelancer directly. So what you would do is you would go through this process. You would create a job post. You can invite this freelancer, and you can also invite other freelancers to apply, or you can just let it open on Upwork, and freelancers will find your job and they'll apply so you can get multiple people to apply, and you'll select one of them you want to work with. And the final option, and the most expensive for logo, is 99 Designs. This is the Rolls-Royce of logo making. So the way it works on 99 Designs is that it is a contest. You say that you want to create a contest on 99 Designs. You'll give them specifications about what exactly you want, and several designers will apply, and they will submit their proposals so you can actually see what they create before you buy anything. That's the really cool part of 99 Designs. There is several categories, so you can see logo and identity is one of them, and there are several subcategories in here. But what is relevant for us is the logo and social media pack. So this one starts at $350. So it is more expensive than maybe even hiring somebody or getting a logo yourself. But for this, you're going to get lots of freelancers and designers applying, and they'll submit proposals to actually see. And then you can say what you like, what you don't like, and you can get several submissions and edits on your preferences. So that's a really cool option. If you are very serious about your business, this is where you can get sort of a top-notch logo for your business. So to summarize now, you know that if you're getting a profile picture, there's very cheap options where you can do it almost for free or very affordable. You can hire a photographer if you want the really best quality pictures, and the same for logo. You can get it for free yourself, pay a little bit of money, or you can go all the way and get something like 99 Designs in the next lecture. You can follow along as I can actually create a brand new account from scratch. Yeah, and I don't. I'll probably lean on you, Darius, for this one a little bit. But from what I understand is no, it's not as important. I mean, it's important because it's their first impression when they hit your page. So a good profile photo that's in line with what you're posting and your theme, and it looks good, means that more likely people are going to follow you, which allows you to snowball more as you get bigger and bigger and bigger. But it's not as important as you'd see in other social media things like in Instagram. Your profile photo is pretty big because every time you comment or your captions, you have these thumbnail versions everywhere and everybody sees it. Whereas TikTok, it's, you see the video first and you have to go out of your way to click through to the comments to see it. It's just not as important. And I don't think you're getting a lot of direct follows where someone sees an interaction you had and clicks it and then goes to your page and follows you. So the user behavior is just a little bit different. They don't use your profile photo as often, so it's less important. But in general, it's still worth spending time on it. It's still worth getting, like if you're doing a personal account, get a nice photo, or put some thought into it. Try to think of a photo that matches the background of TikTok too. I mean, that's a big one as well. People want to see something that's clever. Look at like Gary Vee, like his TikTok thing. Like he's designed it knowing that he's going to be in this 50 pixel by 50 pixel circle, I guess, depending on how big your screen is. So yeah, try to get clever with it. Just get something that's high resolution that matches your theme, but it's just not nearly as important as other platforms. Yeah, and I would agree with that just because of the size. It's not as big as on Instagram or on other social media platforms. So just because of the size, it doesn't matter as much. It still forms an impression. So if somebody clicks through and you have a bad picture or they can't make out what it is, it's hard to see. It's not going to help you in that way. But I don't think that it's sort of a make or break deal in that case. Like what really matters is the type of content you post. And we've seen accounts that grow really, really big that have bad pictures like that. That's totally possible, and that's fine. So it's not a requirement, but like anything else, it will form. That first impression will help. And if you have a good picture, then it just makes it a bit easier to give people a reason to sort of follow you. So you should have a clean picture. If you are a business, then it totally makes sense that you have your logo, and also knowing how tiny it is, just make sure it's very simple. You use clear colors, and it's very visible what's in the actual logo. I generally suggest you just use your company logo because you're representing a company. So if you're a company and it's some random person's face, that doesn't really make sense. You're going to have that disconnect. It's basically going to hurt your conversion rate on your profile page. My general suggestion, though, is if you are a company, use what's called a symbol for your logo. So, Nike, for instance, they have a swoosh, right? Well, their TikTok has a swoosh. It doesn't say Nike on it, mainly because that profile photo is so small that text is going to get rasterized and it's going to be hard to read, and it's very hard to make that look aesthetic. Now, if your logo doesn't have a symbol, you can use kind of what's called like logo type. So, let's say you're a company that's 2 full words. Well, you might have a variation of your logo where it's the first letter of each word. You can get away with that. Just the point is, don't stuff a bunch of letters in your profile photo. Do a symbol. That's the cleanest, best way of doing it because they'll figure out who you are based on your username and your name. But if you can't do that, then use a logo type. That's generally my suggestion. Yeah, just make it very, very simple and readable, and just know that people are not going to spend a lot of time looking at it, and it's going to be very small, so you have to be clever about what you show and how you show it. In this lecture, we are going to use everything we've learned so far. We're going to create a brand new account from scratch, and you can watch step by step and follow along. So I have my phone here, and I'm going to go ahead and click on Sign Up and create an account. So first off, it'll ask you how do you want to sign up. The easiest and most commonly used way is with using Facebook. It'll take some of the information from Facebook, like the profile picture and the name, for example. So there's some things that you can use and it's easy, but I'll go ahead and choose the phone or email option. So first up, you want to select a birthday. So put in whatever is the actual birthday. I'll just put 1st of January 1990. Then click Next. It'll ask you for a phone or an email. I'll choose the email option and type in my email. I have to do a quick verification to confirm that I'm not a robot. And next up, you want to create a password. So the first thing I was going to ask us in the actual account is the username. So remember, the username is the unique identifier. So that's the one that's going to be listed right under your profile picture, and it'll say it whatever the username is. So it's going to suggest some names based on the information that you put in. As you can see, it suggested my first name and my last name, which is available. So it showed as available. But my last name is impossible to pronounce and remember for most people, so I don't use it very much. And specifically for personal branding, I would want to use it. So ideally, I would just want to start off with creating my first name, but that is not available, so I'm going to go ahead and shorten it. So you can see it says this is not available. Now, there is a couple of other options that we discussed. For example, I could try putting that is not available. I could say I am like this. This is also not available. So if you really wanted to have it as nice to have it short and simple, if this is possible for your name, that's great. I could maybe add, I am Darius M. This one is available, but this doesn't look very good. It's confusing, and I think having letters before and after the name, it's not a good idea. Another thing I could use is use the niche in my name. So, for example, I could put Darius Marketing if it was a marketing brand, and that is available. So that's one option. So Darius Marketing is available. That's fantastic. So that's one to keep in mind. And another option, maybe I could do Darius.Mora. So that's my last name. Just sort of simplified. That's the Gary Strategy's name is Vaynerchuk, but he just says Gary V, so maybe my last name, Mora, might be more memorable. Those are a couple of the options, so I'm going to go ahead and choose Darius.Marketing. I think that's the simplest, easiest option to describe the personal brand, and I'll click on Sign Up, I think. So as you can see, it threw us directly into the home field. But getting back to the profile, we only have the username, but we don't have any of the other settings. And as you can see, you just copied the name, which is at the top of the profile as the username. So we know this is not the best search moving forward. So we're going to go ahead, click on Edit Profile, and here's all the elements that we talked about so far. So the first thing I want to do, I want to change the actual name. I'm going to put in my first name and then last name. Since I already have the keyword marketing, I wanted to use my full name at the top. So here you see it says Add Dariusar Marketing. That's the username. And then on the top has the name Darius Moravchik, which is my full name. I'll go ahead and click on Edit Profile again. And here you can also copy the statistics /@Dariusar Marketing, so this link will lead directly to my profile, and I can share that with other people. The next step we have is the bio. So in the bio, as we said, you have 80 characters that you can use. So like we mentioned, there's 3 types of bios that you can do: a list bio, a 1, 2 bio, and a hook bio. For this profile, I will choose a list bio. I think that's the easiest one. So I'll just go ahead and sort of type what would be a good option, I'll say. Startup, founder and CMO, and I'll hit enter, and it'll go to the next stage, and then I can say, best-selling, Udemy, constructor. Maybe I'll keep it with capital letters. Founder, and then this sort of be my credentials so people know when they land what they can expect. And then I could say something like daily, marketing hacks. So now they know who I am and what they can expect from this account. Now to spice it up like we talked about, I am going to include some emojis as well. So for the startup founder and CMO, let's see if I can find I use a phone that's kind of like a technology startup symbol. So for the best-selling Udemy instructor, I'll just use a nerdy icon is the best thing that I could find so far. And as you can see, I got a notification that I got an 80-character limit, and now something you could do. You could either remove some of the words if you wanted to add more emojis. I personally don't like the fact that I would only have emojis on the top 2 and the bottom doesn't have any emojis, but let's see if I save it what it's going to look like. So go back to the profile. And I think to me it looks a little weird that I only have emojis on the first 2. So I see if I can edit this and maybe remove some of the characters. So maybe instead of best-selling, I can just say something like, I don't know, top Udemy instructor. That feels a little too salesy, but I'll just have it there. And then for the daily marketing hacks, actually what I can do here is maybe choose an arrow pointing downwards. So I'll get people's attention towards the videos because I think of it as when they are scanning the actual page, they start at the top, looking at the image and your username, and then go down and read the bio, and then look at the actual images. So I could do an arrow like this, and maybe I could do an arrow over here that's pointing this way. Yeah, and I'll put a space over there and a space over there. So now it has the emojis. And I'm also pointing downwards with the arrows, sort of talking about what you can expect as daily marketing hacks. So I'm pretty happy with this for now. I might edit this later. Again, you can change any of this anytime. The only thing you can change all the time is the username. The username. You can only change once in 30 days. So I'll go back to the profile. And next up, we have the Instagram and YouTube links. So what you could do if you click on the Instagram, it will take you to your Instagram page, you could connect it, and then you're able to link directly to your profile, or you could add your YouTube profile. So again, you just click on the link, and you will connect it depending on whatever platform you choose. Like I said before, right now I cannot add a other link to a website, for example. That's possible for all of the verified accounts, and they're testing it on some of the ordinary accounts like this one as well. It might be in the future where we see links in the bio for everyone, but right now it's not the option. And the final thing is at the top is the profile picture and the video. So I'm going to choose the headshot that I spoke about earlier in the previous sections about profile pictures. So I'll go ahead and upload a photo, and I'm going to look at face. So it put up the picture. As you can see, it's a squared image, but I can move it around and I can place it where I want it, and I can also zoom in or zoom out so I can get it just right. I'm going to get a little closer since the icon is going to be very small. It's going to be much smaller than what we see over here on the screen. When it's in a feed, it will be super tiny. So I'll just save it like this. Now my face is dominant in the middle. You can easily see it. The background is blurry. You can really tell that it's a profile picture very simply. So go back to the profile, and we can see how it is all set up. If we click on Edit again, you can also add profile video over here like I talked about, but I have not seen profile videos work very well on any big accounts, so we're not going to go ahead and choose that. But this is really it. Now the profile is ready, is good to go. We have set up our account. It's got the picture, the name at the top, the username in the middle. I like the bio. And now we are ready to start posting videos. And one quick tip what you can do here. You can go into the settings on the top, right? And once you set up your profile, click on Share Profile. You can just get a link, and then you can share this link with your friends or your followers, or you can share it directly to Instagram and Facebook, for example. So it's good to share the link once you set up your account. And also, ideally, once you've posted a couple of videos. So actually, when they land on a profile, it's not just empty, but they have a reason to follow you beyond just what it says in your bio. And also, one thing to note, if we would have added an Instagram or YouTube link, it would appear as a button right next to where it says Edit Profile, and it has a little icon next to it. So that shows all of my favorites. And that's just where you can save your favorite songs and videos, etc. But the Instagram or YouTube connected icon would pop up just next over there. So when other users are looking at it, they can directly go to your other profiles. So to recap now, you know how to create a brand new profile from scratch. You also know how to choose a username that is unique and describes your industry or your niche. You know what to do with the name, how to choose a profile picture or a logo, and also how to write a killer bio. Congratulations. In the next lecture, we're going to conclude this entire section. Yeah. So this is a question I got a lot in my Instagram course as well. And it's a good question. If you're someone who just posted a bunch of TikTok videos that weren't very serious, or you didn't spend a lot of time doing it, but now you want to switch to, you have a theme in your head and you're going to really start hammering that theme, which is something we suggest. Like, what do you do with the old stuff now on Instagram? My general suggestion was to get a new account just to make a new account. And the reason why is because the people who followed you before based on your old content, they're not going to be interested in your new stuff. So there's no actual benefit to continuing to post to these followers. But our advice on TikTok is just a little bit different. TikTok people don't care as much about your historical posts. Like no one really scrolls to the bottom to see what you used to post. So I think our advice is generally you can just go through and just keep posting and just switch your content. I don't think it's a big concern. I would just power through it. Change your profile. If you want to change your bio, if you want to, and just go forth with your new thing because the TikTok algorithm is just such that it's not really built on what you've done in the past. It's on a video by video basis, and people are still going to follow you, even if they don't understand the old content because no one really cares. It's the dynamic on TikTok is just different. Yeah. I think it's the algorithm on TikTok is so different to Instagram that your content is not just displayed to all the followers, but it's displayed a lot of times to new people, and it's covered through the viral effect of the videos. So it doesn't matter if you change it because your content is still going to be displayed to new people, you get new followers. And like Evan was saying, the previous followers are not necessarily going to care, not necessarily going to matter that you have different content or you switch it up. So you do have to worry about that. And also, the type of content you post in the hashtags that you use, it will be served to the right audience going forward. And there's some benefit in having all those previous followers. You do have some authority, you do have some traction there. So that definitely helps to have some following already. And I think it's better than starting off completely from scratch. Congratulations on finishing your first main section of this course. You have learned so much and you should be proud. You know, what are the 3 main types of accounts? You know, the type of content you can expect. Now you know what the app looks like, and you also know how to set up your account completely from scratch and what to focus on there. The unique username, the name, and the actual type of the profile picture, or the logo, depending on if you're a business aggregate account or a personal account. You also know how to write a bio. So much you've learned. Now you're ready to actually create your account. That is fantastic. In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at some pro tips, how to take your account to the next level. And right after that, we'll start posting our first videos. So now you know how to set up your account. In this section, we're going to take a look at how to improve your account even more. We're going to check out some future upcoming features of TikTok, how to change your location, how to access TikTok, Pro Analytics, and much more if you're ready. Let's jump in. You may not have heard of TikTok Pro, but it's very powerful because it gives you access to detailed analytics that otherwise you cannot see. In this lecture, we'll check out what is TikTok Pro, what are the advantages, how do you apply, how do you get access, and much more. TikTok Pro is a basic feature that anybody actually can access and apply to, and you can switch your accounts to Pro, and it doesn't cost anything. The main benefit of TikTok Pro is that it gives you access to your analytics, and it's actually a very detailed analytics about your content, where your content is displayed, who are your followers, their demographic, their gender, their age, and the location. And also, very importantly, it also shows you what type of content your followers already watch, so it gives you a hint at what kind of content you can create, and also what type of songs they listen to. So what's currently trending, so you can jump on trends when they are very popular, and you can take advantage of that and create account even more. There are no drawbacks to switching to your Pro account. You can always switch back to personal, but the main benefit is that you get access to analytics and really nothing to lose. So right now I am in my TikTok profile, and as you can see, these are the videos. In the top right are the 3 little dots. That's the settings. So I'll go ahead and click on the settings. And there's a lot of different settings over here. We've walked through most of them. And on the top it says, Manage my account. So if you want to apply it to TikTok Pro, you want to go ahead and click on Manage My Account. And then on the bottom, it will say, Switch to a Pro account. I'm already on the Pro account. So for me, it's offering Switch back to Personal. But if you didn't apply it, you would just go ahead and click on Switch to Pro account, and it's very couple of steps, very simple. You just ask you some basic questions about if it's for business or a famous person, and what category you're in, that none of that is shown in your profile. There's more for statistics for TikTok, but that's basically how you apply it. Just a couple of clicks and you're in. Now, if you want to access the analytics, we're going to go back, and we are in our Settings and Privacy tab. And as you can see from the top, it's a couple of settings. On the top, we have the Analytics. I'm going to go ahead and click on Analytics, and this will open for the new page, the new account that I have created on TikTok. So from the very top, as you can see, there is Overview, and then we have Content and Followers. So let's start with the Overview. First off, you can see statistics and analytics for the last 7 days, or 28 days, for the last week, or for the last month. So we have it set for the last 7 days. I can click on the 28 days and it'll show me a longer perspective. So if you give it to 7 days, This will show me the video of you so you can see that in total, my account has received 44,000 video views in the last 7 days, and you can see which specific days have more views than others. So this one day got actually half of all of those views. Then over here, we can see the followers and what is the gain and the growth and the followers and the profile views. So how many people actually visit your profile? Because you can have a lot of video views, but that's from the For You page, the home page. Not necessarily all of those people are in your profile, but if they click through, they'll check out your profile. So you can see that in the last week, I got 770 profile views. We can switch that over to 28 days and all of these analytics, and it'll show us what is the growth and what are the profile views. So as you can see for me, I got the vast majority on that particular day. But yeah, this is the basic overview. So that's the overview of the Linux. The next step is content. So here it will show me my latest posts from the last 7 days. As you can see, I have 13 posts that were published in the last 7 days. You can go ahead and click on View All if you want to see all of them, but otherwise I'll just show you the highlight. And then we have the trending videos. So these are videos that are still getting a lot of attention, even though they may be posted longer than 7 days ago. This is something that's interesting about the TikTok algorithm, that you might post a video and it may not get a lot of traction at the beginning. Let us just say it gets a couple of hundred views, and it'll be sort of stagnant. And maybe a week later or a month later, you'll suddenly get picked up and it'll be trending and will keep receiving more views. I have videos like that. For example, one of the videos that I published got maybe 10,000 views within the first week, and then it sort of just stayed there for a while. Nothing happened, but then another week later it started to get a lot more attention, and suddenly it grew to up to about 70,000 views. So we do have several lectures that talk about the algorithm, how it works, what to do if your video flops, and if it doesn't work, what to do if your video works really well. So we have lectures about that in future, don't worry. But just to give you a quick overview here, you see the videos that are currently trending on your profile. And it doesn't mean that the videos from the last 7 days, these are the videos that are getting most of the attention right now. And then you have the access to the followers. So it will show you the total follower count, the gender split, and the territories. We have a lecture in this section, actually, that will talk about the territory and where your content is displayed and what type of content you actually see. So we'll talk about why you are displayed in those countries. For me, particularly, most of my audience is from Denmark and Scandinavia, a little bit from the US, as you can see over there. And then we have the breakdown of when the users are active. So what is the activity based on the hour of the day? So that is what we have. That's what's the main statistics of the followers that we have access to. And the very bottom of my screen over here with the followers, you can see it says videos your followers watched and sounds your followers listened to. And this particular account, this is a new account that I opened, so it doesn't have enough data. But over there, it would show you which videos are currently trending and which songs are currently trending within your audience. This is a very powerful tool because you can go and click on it, and then you can see what is popular within your target group and create videos using those sounds, or get those videos as inspiration and do something similar. So to recap now, you know how simple it is to apply for TikTok Pro account. You know that it doesn't cost anything. Anybody can apply and you'll get access to detailed analytics, which is very, very valuable. And in future lectures, we'll talk about how you can use this analytics even more to improve your personal brand, your business, or just your personal page. In the next lecture, we'll talk about how to get verified. All right, so let's start with what TikTok Pro actually is right now. TikTok Pro gives you access to analytics, and that's really all there is to it. It doesn't change your profile. It doesn't change what you see. Who sees you? Nothing in the settings. The only change is that you get more detailed analytics so you can see who's following you. Where are they from? The followers. How many followers you have. How many you're gaining on a daily basis. How many video views you have. What's the watch time? And you also see one thing that's pretty insightful, interesting, is that you see what are the trending videos with your audience and the training songs with your audience. So you can use that for inspiration for content. If you see that there's a specific song that's very popular, you can use that in your videos because people already be able to relate. And the same with the videos. If you can check what they find interesting and then use that as an inspiration for your own content. So that's something that's very, very cool. Mostly, I use TikTok Pro just to see how I'm growing and how fast I'm gaining followers, and then I can sort of gauge what kind of content gets a lot of use. And it also shows you what's the most trending videos you have in the last 7 days. So sometimes you'll post a video and it doesn't do really well. It'll just be sort of low views for weeks, and then suddenly it gets picked up and it starts to get a lot of views, and it seems like it's out of nowhere and we're not really sure how the algorithm works. But it just happens sometimes. And I'll see that a video that was quiet for 3 weeks maybe starts to get a lot of views, and I'll see that in the analytics because I'll see that it's a trending video, and I'll be able to see how many views I got in the last 7 days for that specific video. So that's sort of what TikTok Pro is in terms of getting it. It's very simple, and we have a lecture on that. Just go to the account and you apply. You can reverse it so there's not a problem. You can stop the Pro. There is not really a side effect. It doesn't cost anything. It's free, and anybody can apply. So it's not really restricted in any way. There's no side effects. It only has benefits of having the analytics in your profile accessible. That's really the only change there is. Are there thresholds to it? Like if you apply, do you ever see people not get it? No, it's an automatic process. So when you apply, you will just see they'll ask you questions like, are you a popular person or are you a business or whatever? Just very simple questions you go through and then you get it right away. So it's automated, and it's not like being verified on TikTok where you get that sort of blue mark next to your name. Nobody else can see whether or not you have a pro account. It's all internal, and even if you are just opening your account, you can apply and you'll get it right away. And I think you should, because then you have the analytics from the very beginning. It's just good to have more data. Yeah. One thing I think I would point out is that there's one key metric that TikTok builds their entire algorithm around, and that's watch time. So if you don't have TikTok Pro and you don't know the average watch time on your videos, you are really just shooting yourself in the foot like you. You need to know what your watch time is if you ignore all the other metrics on there. I mean, a lot of that stuff is very useful. But that one golden metric, because if you post something and it doesn't do well, and then you look at it and you don't have TikTok Pro, you can have no idea. Most of the time, it's because your watch time is low, and watch time is just such a big part of TikTok. If you do a 15-second video, getting average watch time over 10s in that 15-second format is enormous, right? And so you wouldn't be able to rehab these videos, improve on your next ones if you didn't know where people were dropping out. Yeah, absolutely. It just gives you more information. And it's just more guidance as you grow your account and get a bigger reach. In this lecture, we're going to talk about what does it mean to get an account verified. And we'll talk about the process of verifying your account when your account is verified. That basically means that you get a stamp of approval by TikTok. It will show a little blue badge next to your name. That just means that you are either a known personality or creator on TikTok, or you're a known personality creator off of TikTok. So I have my phone here and my TikTok account. I just wanted to show you, I'm over here in my feed, and I was scrolling through the videos, and one of them over here is from Hoops Nation. As you can see on the bottom left, it has their name, and next to the name is a little blue check mark. If I go up to the previous video, as you can see there, the user doesn't have the check mark. And also, if you go below, it doesn't have that check mark. It's only on this user, and that just means that user is verified. So I'm going to go ahead and click. You can see this is an account for basketball fans, and they have 2.3 million followers. So this could either be a real business or a company that's off TikTok, that's why they got verified, or that just means they're a very famous creator on TikTok. So like I mentioned, there are 2 types of accounts that are verified, the ones that are off TikTok famous. So they could be anything from, for example, actors. All of them can get verification. If you're a big brand or a business, you can get verified. Basically, anybody that's known and sort of general public eye, they'll get verification and they'll just reach out to TikTok and they get verified. But you have to be quite famous and quite well known in order to get that verification. The other option is to get verified inside TikTok. So a lot of the big creators, the really big ones, the ones that have millions of followers, they can get verification from TikTok because they've contributed a large amount of content there. They're entertaining or educating a lot of the audiences. And if they are just sort of within the positive guidelines of TikTok, if they post a lot of content, they are engaged, they're very active, and they have a lot of followers, they can get verified as well. The third sort of a secret alternative to getting verified is if you are a business, you can run ads on TikTok, and if you spend at least $50,000 in advertising, you can also get verified. So, this is a business. We do have a separate section that talks entirely about TikTok for business and TikTok ads, so you can check out those sections in the future. But basically, if you set up your TikTok ads account and you spend at least $50,000, you do have a direct communication channel with TikTok. You'll have a direct sort of a customer representative from TikTok that will speak to you. And as soon as you hit 50K in ad spend, you can get that account verification. Now, the main benefit of having the account verified is basically having extra authority or having that sort of street credit on TikTok. It just means that TikTok has looked at you and it's sort of verified that you are an important creator to the platform for small and upcoming creators. It can be actually quite difficult to get verified. So if you're not really famous in the real world or you're not known, it could be very difficult to get verified. If you have a small number of followers, so if you have, let's say, a couple of 100,000 followers, it may still not be enough. There isn't a specific number of like this many followers and you become automatically verified. It's actually reviewed. So there's a subjective opinion from somebody from TikTok that will look at your account and they'll determine whether or not it is worth a verification. But you have to have really high numbers if you are just active on TikTok. If you are known off TikTok, it's much easier. I mean, there's also, for example, athletes who are not as known as actors. So they're not famous per se in that way, but they're still quite known. And some athletes that have maybe not even 100,000 followers and they could get verified because they have achievements and accomplishments in the real world outside of TikTok. So if you are starting off, it is impossible, actually, to get verified at the very beginning. And it shouldn't even be your goal. Your goal should be to produce valuable content, and then you're either driving business results, or you're growing your personal brand, or you're growing your personal page. So really, account verification is not something that you should be looking at as an objective, but it correlates with producing great content and providing a lot of value. So if you just focus on doing that at some point, eventually you can apply for getting your account verified. One thing to note, there is a couple of websites and apps that will claim they can get your account verified. And this is not real, it's fake. And these are scams. You should be very concerned about these, and a lot of them will be promising a lot of things. And usually for a payment, small or big, if they promise to get you verified, it is not true. Nobody outside of TikTok can get you verified. They cannot help you in any way. The only way to get verified, again, to conclude, is to either be known and famous after TikTok or be very valuable creator on TikTok with millions of followers. It's a bit unpack, but I'll give you some thoughts on this. One thing I think people need to realize is that verification is just a status thing. So if you have a verified logo, it means that people are more likely to follow you. Because that verification means you're probably someone famous, therefore your content must be better. So there's a benefit there, but it's not nearly as important as other platforms. If you're on Instagram, that badge, or especially on Twitter, holy crap. Like, verification is huge on Twitter. Those platforms like Twitter and Instagram are built around status, whereas TikTok, what they're trying to do is build around talent and not status. They're trying to be anybody can grow on this platform. Doesn't matter if you're famous and you give TED Talks and stuff like that, or people recognize you, that shouldn't matter as much. So is verification a good thing? And if you get it, yes. Is it a huge thing? Less so on TikTok. I mean, it's not huge. Does it cost money to get verified? No. How do you get verified? It's always it's a black box. I mean, every platform is like a black box, for a very short period of time. Twitter used to have this thing where you could request to be verified, and that was the most transparency I've ever seen on a platform with regards to verification. Like TikTok, they're not going to tell people how you get verified. Usually the way they do it is they have an algorithm that's constantly crawling accounts. And what they'll do is they'll look at your account, and then they'll go and search online or look at your other accounts, and then see if the other ones are verified, or if the other ones are really big, or if, like, your name pops up a lot and that's something they care about. But we don't really know the magic of the verification system. It's always ongoing. I would imagine at this point TikTok might be doing a lot of manual verification, but if they're not already, they very soon will be doing automatic. It'll be an automatic bot doing that. And that thing does not. The bot is never going to make a lot of sense to everybody. So I just really wouldn't worry about it. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen right now. There's really nothing you can do about being proactive towards it, or at least there are things you can try. But I've never seen them be effective. Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be your focus when you get on TikTok. The only thing that really gives you is authority. And even that varies from niche to niche. So if you are, for example, giving advice about business, or you have some professional advice, then it helps to, I think, have the verification, because it shows people like, yes, I know what I'm talking about. Because people can just say whatever they want on TikTok. So in that way, it could help, but it's very indirect. It won't give you more followers, or it won't help in any of those ways. If you are a business, then again, if you are a big company, then you can get verification. But if you are a startup, or like a medium or a normal sort of medium-sized company, it'll be very hard to get verified. And also, if you're just an individual, we've seen people that were verified on Vine, for example. A lot of those were get verification also on TikTok. And also, all the people that were verified amusingly, they carries through. So sometimes there are accounts that are not huge, but they've been verified before. And as Evan said, if you are a famous person, then you get the verification, and we see accounts that have a couple hundred followers, or a couple thousand like really small accounts, and they have their verified. It's because they're big on other platforms, or they're famous in the real world outside of social media. One way is a business to get verified. Actually, right now, what they do is if you do run advertising through TikTok, so you sign up for the TikTok ads as a business, and you spend at least $50,000, you'll automatically get the verification badge on your organic profile. So that's one way to do it. Yeah, but that's sort of you're not paying for the verification. Obviously, you're paying for the ads, hopefully with a positive ROI. And as a side effect, after you spend $50K, you get a verification badge. So that's one way that you can sort of go around it, but you definitely shouldn't spend $50K just on getting verification. There are websites and apps that will claim that they can get you verification. It's not true, and you should definitely not try to do it. You actually risk getting banned if TikTok will flag you because somebody in a shady country is trying to act on your behalf. So it shouldn't be a huge focus. It helps indirectly a little bit, but don't worry about it. Yeah. And my guess is that $50K loophole is not going to exist for very long. Oftentimes when platforms are new, especially the ad platform, they'll use incentives like that to get people to spend money or to get people onto the platform. But it's not sustainable in the long run, so they usually get rid of those loopholes. So at the moment, maybe it is the case you could do that, but I doubt that's going to stick around. Yeah, I guess we'll see how it goes. But no matter what, it shouldn't be too huge of a focus. TikTok is about content, so people that produce great content will get more attention than just having verification. There's a bit of a secret hack, but we can actually predict very accurately what kind of features are coming to TikTok next. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about in this lecture. By the end of the lecture, you'll know what is the number of features that we can expect inside of your TikTok account. So as you know, TikTok was acquired by a Chinese company. And there's actually a different version of TikTok for mainland China than there is for the rest of the world. It's called Douyin. And I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly in Chinese, but the same app is owned by the same company, and they have different names but the same logo. But the important thing for us to know is that the Chinese version, the mainland China version, is actually a few features ahead of the Western version. So they'll first run the features in China, and if they work well, they get adopted. Then they'll apply them to the TikTok of the rest of the world. So by looking at the Chinese version, we actually already know what kind of features we can expect in our TikTok account very soon. One thing to note that's interesting is that the actual mainland China version of TikTok there is educational content and entertainment content, and the Chinese version of TikTok actually has much more educational content. That one tends to be more popular than entertainment. Now, I'm not sure if this is because of culture or if there's different features that we can expect, but it's just an interesting nuance to understand. So the first feature that we are going to see very soon probably is social commerce. So the ability to purchase products directly from the TikTok videos. So especially in this short video, you can see that we're going to be able to purchase products that are featured in videos directly. So in the same place where there are effects, there is a little icon that will suggest that there is a product in a video. I'll take you directly to an e-commerce equivalent of Amazon, for example, in whatever country you're located in. We know that it's already happening in China, and people can buy products that are featured in videos. There's going to be obviously huge for both brands and influencers and us as consumers as well. So imagine that you're an influencer, and if you're wearing certain clothing from a company, you can include a link from this piece of clothing, fashion, that people can buy it directly. This already happens on Instagram, for example, but it's coming to TikTok as well. The second feature we can expect is the ability to book a room in a hotel, or maybe possibly Airbnbs, directly from the videos. Again, this is what we see in the Chinese version, is that sometimes when there is hotel rooms featured in accounts, and let's say somebody will go to a hotel and they can tag the specific hotel and the hotel can offer rooms, they can book it directly when you see it in the video. The third feature is virtual tours of stores and restaurants. So you'll have the ability to go into a store through TikTok using the app, and there'll be sort of a 3D virtual tour of inside of the store or inside of the restaurant. So you can decide whether you want to go in there before you actually go. And again, this will be tied with influencers. Other people that have been there before, they'll be able to link it together. The fourth feature is geotagged reviews. So geotagged means tied to a specific location. So let's say I'll go to a restaurant and I'll shoot a video, TikTok video, inside the restaurant. And I can also include a review of that restaurant. And this review will be geographically tagged, geotagged with this specific location. And then other users will be able to see that. I've reviewed this specific location with the geotag, and the next feature is NVIDIA facial recognition search. So we've seen this on a main Chinese version of the app of the TikTok app, is that you can stop a video and you can search. And if there's a person's face in that video, you can search that specific face and it'll find all of the videos that feature that face. This is a very interesting feature, and there have been some questions and controversies about privacy and data and facial recognition technology. But setting all the politics aside, we do know that this feature already exists in the Chinese version, and it's something we can expect very soon. And the last piece is not really a feature, but it's sort of a whole new functionality, is full feature films. And right now, TikTok, you can see very short videos, 15 up to 60s, and then all we see. But we do know that the mainland China version of TikTok has already had actually full feature films that are produced by companies. So instead of a company releasing a film in theaters or putting it into, for example, Netflix, they'll release it directly on TikTok. So we don't know for sure if we'll have the same functionality, but it is something to be aware of, and something that you might see on your phone very soon is that there will be full feature films in your TikTok account. So to recap now, you know that China has its own version of TikTok. You also know that this Chinese version actually has more value or educational content than entertainment content in comparison to the Western version of TikTok. You also know that we can expect a number of upcoming features. Number 1 being that you can buy products directly from videos. Number 2, you can book hotels and hotel rooms and from the videos. Number 3, we can have virtual tours of restaurants and shops. Number 4, geotagging reviews. Number 5, NVIDIA facial recognition. And number 6, full feature films. Again, we're not guaranteed that we're going to see these features, but it is very likely because they've already been tested and they're running at a large scale in China. In the next video, we're going to talk about location, or specifically, we'll find out why your content is only viewed in certain countries and why you see content from certain countries. When you post videos on TikTok, it is only displayed in certain regions around the world, and it's exactly what we talk about in this lecture. We'll also discuss how come you see videos only from certain countries. Most of the other platforms, social media platforms, will determine your location based on where you are physically located. So, for example, from your GPS or from the Wi-Fi, and they'll also serve you content from all over the world. But TikTok is a little different. TikTok's main variable they take into consideration when seeing what's your location and where they should distribute your content is the actual SIM card in your phone card. So, for example, even if you are physically located in Germany and you've been there for months, but your SIM card is from France, for example, most of your content will be only displayed in France, and you will see a lot of the content in your feed from France. Now, the content that you see in your feed is a combination of your SIM card. So if I have a French SIM card, I will see a lot of French content, but it's also a combination of the algorithm and my own preferences. So if I tend to like a lot of English spoken content, and mostly from the US, for example, I will see a lot of that type of videos as well. It's sort of a combination. So what you see is a combination of your SIM card and your preferences. You can also choose the type of language that you want to see in your account. So in my profile, and I'll go ahead and click on top, right, is the settings. And then inside the settings, you can see that in the second section called General, there's a language tab. I'll go ahead and click on the language tab, and this is the language of the app. So you can select the language, but it's the language of the app, not necessarily of the content. So this doesn't help you to change what type of content you actually see. The more you use the app, the more the algorithm is going to learn about you. So just by, if you like, for example, English content or content that has English in it, you'll watch the type of content longer, your watch time will be longer, and the algorithm will learn these type of videos that you like more. So over time, it will tend to serve you videos that you are going to like more. But the content that's distributed from you. So when you post a video, it will mostly only be displayed in the country of your SIM card's location. Over here I am in my profile inside the settings, and I'll click on Analytics, and we talked about how to get access to Analytics, but I'm going to go ahead and click on Followers. And as you can see from my followers, vast majority are from Denmark. That's because I have a Danish SIM card, even though I'm not physically located in Denmark right now. And I haven't been there for months, maybe half a year. But still. And when I opened the account, I was not located in Denmark. I was in a different country. But because I have a Danish SIM card in the phone, it still shows all of my content, mostly to Denmark. So you can't really change the content from inside of the app. So unfortunately, the only way you can change the location of where your content is displayed or where you see the content from is to change the SIM card. You can sometimes buy a SIM card of a particular country on Amazon, so it depends on what you want to see your content. For example, if you want your content displayed in the US, you might be able to purchase SIM cards that are prepaid in the US. Have it shipped to your country, put in your phone. That's a very complicated way, but that's the only way to do it. And that's the same if you're a business, for example, if you're a Spanish company, but your market is in the US. However, you have a Spanish SIM card and you are in Spain. All your content that you post on TikTok will be displayed in Spain. So you should get a SIM card for whatever your location you want to have your content displayed in. So to summarize, the content that you see in your feed is a combination of your SIM card and that region, and the combination of your preferences and where your content is displayed. That's mostly a function of where your SIM card is from. The only way to change that is to change your SIM card. In the next lecture, we're going to conclude the section. Yeah. So, there's one main reason to change the location, and that's if so, TikTok is very localized. And if you are, for example, in Spain, you will see a lot of the content from Spain and your content will be displayed in Spain. The reason to change the location might be if you want your content to be split in a different country. So as I think I'm a really good example of this. I had a Danish SIM card in my phone, and I've been living in Portugal, but my content is all in English because I speak English. And I was really not getting engagement because all my content was displayed in Denmark because I had a Danish SIM card in the phone and I was not getting engagement, I was not getting that many views, and I was really not growing the first couple of weeks. And I could see in my analytics that most of my content, the vast majority was Denmark, and then a few countries around Denmark. So like Norway, Sweden, and Finland would get other views. And that's pretty much was the bulk of my audience, even though I had English content. And as soon as I switched my content to be shown in the US, then my account just sort of skyrocketed and I grew a lot from there and I saw a major shift. So the only reason to change the location would be to if you want your content to be displayed in a different country, and then you'll see that content in your actual feed. You can't do it directly through the TikTok app, so you can choose language preferences in the app. And for example, if you choose Spanish, you'll see much more Spanish content. But that will not change where your content is displayed, so you have to sort of hack around it. And there's a couple of ways that we discovered that you can do it. One way, which is kind of complicated, is to get a SIM card from that country where you want it to be displayed. TikTok takes the SIM card data as the first information, even though you're connected, So I was in Portugal and I was connected to Portuguese Wi-Fi, but a Danish SIM card and my content was still displayed to Denmark. So what you can do is get a different SIM card. If I went to the US, it would be an American SIM card, for example. And another alternative, which is easier and maybe also quicker, is that you can take out the SIM card and then use a VPN service to connect through the US, for example. And in that case, your content will be displayed in the US, and you also see American content in your feed. So that's how you can actually change the location. So, do you think that it's worth hacking that SIM card kind of rule and do like market hopping? Because I would imagine, like, for instance, let's say you're building content. You live in New Zealand, and how many people live in New Zealand? Like 7 million, 10 million, something like that. It's a small country. Would it make sense if you don't have location-specific content to New Zealand to get a US SIM? Because US is 350 million people. Like, does it make sense to go to a larger market? Or is that just not worth the trouble? Right? Before we make a recommendation, we should also say that you should do this at your own risk. Some of using a VPN and some of these sort of tactics are a bit, I would say, like a gray hat hacker strategy. And maybe it may not be approved by TikTok in the future. It works right now and it's fine. And I've been doing that. But just something to consider that you use it at your own risk because it's sort of outside of the regular guidelines. I think if you are committed to building a TikTok profile and you see that it could have an ROI on your business or your personal brand, I think it makes sense to commit to displaying your content in a bigger market, especially as a business. You want to target different locations maybe, and I think that it definitely makes sense and it's not that much of a hassle, but it does require some commitment. So you have to take out your SIM card and you have to use a VPN. And most of the good VPNs will cost a bit of money, and not having the SIM card in, you just don't get a phone call. So it depends on your situation. But I think if you really care about growing in and you do have a chance to grow in a bigger account, if you are exposed to a bigger audience as well, I don't think sort of hopping back and forth is a good idea. When you change a lot, that will sort of get confusing and fuzzy. But if you are willing to stick to it, I think in my specific case, it did work for me. I saw a big uptick in my growth when I changed the location. What do you suggest people do if they're multinational? Like if you're a company and you're in 3 countries, or you're a person who constantly switches back and forth? Yeah. So I've seen some people that will do multilingual content. I think this is very confusing and I wouldn't generally recommend this. I think you're sort of splitting your efforts, same as a company. I think what you can do is focus on one, what's the main market, and then go all in on that one and grow that one and get a big. We've seen companies that will create separate accounts for different countries, and if that makes sense, because I think if it's in a different language, it should be in a different account, and then you could do your company name for, let's say, Mexico, and then you have Spanish content in there. So they might make sense, or Portuguese in Brazil, or whatever that might be. But I think it's better to sort of make a commitment and stick to the major market where you have the biggest chance of growth and focus on that one. Yeah. That actually makes sense that if you see big companies in multiple countries, they just create their brand plus the location. Since it makes more sense to have a smaller pool that aligns closer with your language and your content than to just try to create this umbrella account that can't possibly meet the needs of every single market. Welcome to another very cool section. In this section, we're going to cover how to create. Your very first post will be a really cool section. We're going to cover the 5 main elements of a post. What are the necessary parts you need in a really, really good TikTok post? And I'll also show you how I create my post to actually watch step by step how I create good posts. And we'll also give you a little hint on what is the best strategy to grow your account very fast. If you're ready, let's get started. Once you scroll through a lot of videos on TikTok, you'll notice that all of the great posts, the ones that tend to appear on the home page and For You page, tend to have 5 elements that are really, really working for them. In this lecture, we're going to cover what are those 5 elements, and by the end, you will know how to use them and you'll have the complete overview. Let's jump straight in. I'll give you the brief overview of all the 5 elements, and then the next couple of lectures we'll dive deep into every single one of them. Number 1 is video and the actual content that goes into the video. This includes the challenge and trends, which we'll cover in depth, but basically what is in the actual video. Number 2 is sound. Sound is very, very important. And this could be a song or any music that you take from TikTok. It could be also your original sound, so you could just record your voice. If it's a value video, for example, you're explaining some marketing strategies. You necessarily want to have a song playing in the background. You want to have your voice. You can record your own sound. You can also import music or other sounds from outside of TikTok, so we'll cover all of those. The third one is effects. Now, effects are a very important part of TikTok. They form most of the trends. And one of the easiest ways to grow your account is to create videos using effects and trends that are currently popular. And you'll get a lot of impressions and a lot of views. So, we'll cover effects in detail. But for example, an effect could be an overlay on camera. It could be a sort of a facial recognition. It could be using certain images. And that's all given to you by the TikTok app. So TikTok will constantly upload new effects, and they'll highlight new trends, but we'll cover that in the next sections. The next one is titles. So titles are important because it's a simple text that you can display. You can overlay text over your videos, and a lot of the users that you're kind of displayed to, maybe their English is not fantastic, so it's easier for them to follow if you see the text. It also helps to catch attention at the beginning when you post a video. You can also read it, and maybe you can add some additional valuable information that's not easily taken out of the context. Or if you're not saying something right away, you can maybe just add it as a text. So that's why it's important. And the final one is description and hashtags. Hashtags and TikTok are a little different than hashtag on Instagram. They're still important, but all different in the same way. Descriptions. The descriptions tend to be much shorter than on other social media platforms, and we tend to use much fewer hashtags than we do on Instagram, for example. But in the next couple of lectures, we're going to dive deeper into all of these individually. So to summarize, you know that the 5 important elements are obviously the video and the content, the sounds that you actually use in the video, the effects, the titles, and finally the hashtags and description. If you're ready, let's jump in and we'll cover each one of those and explain how to use them to your advantage and how to create popular videos that will deliver either business results or personal branding results or grow your account if that's what you want. I think one thing I would say is that people are not really thinking about this the right way. There's no golden ratio for like spend 50% of your time editing and 50% of time filming. It's just there's no real suggestion we can give you towards that. I think the thing I would say is just don't underestimate your editing, because editing you can do an enormous amount with it, and it's what really can tie together the video. Now, we've talked about before how watch time is the biggest metric in TikTok. It's just the golden thing, and the difference between getting everyone to watch on average 4 seconds versus 7 seconds is enormous, just that extra 3 seconds. So with editing, you can very often put in things that keep their attention, that get you those couple extra seconds. So I would never discount editing, but I think obviously the filming and the shot itself is going to be more important, right? You can fix a lot of stuff in editing, but if you're doing a challenge video and you just screw it up entirely, like no editing is going to save that unless you decide to make it like a funny, like, I screwed up when I made it video. Yeah. So don't discount editing, but if I had to guess, I'd say spend 80% of your time filming and 20% editing. I don't know. Yeah. So actually, for me personally, what I like to do is I actually think of it in 3 steps. One is sort of thinking through the video and the way I'm going to frame it and show it and which scene goes where. Then it's the actual filming of the video, and then it's the editing. And me personally, I use about 1/3 of time on each. So I'll do 1/3 thinking through, 1/3 filming, and 1/3 editing. That's just me personally. I've seen accounts that do 0 editing, so they'll just shoot everything. They don't do any transitions or any of that. They just shoot everything posted, and it does well. So that's definitely possible. And like Evan was saying, the watch time is sort of the golden metric we're looking at. So I'll use editing and transition specifically to catch people's attention. So I like to do is I'll have a video where I'll introduce a concept, we'll ask a question, or I'll tell something to the viewers in the first 1 or 2 seconds, and then I'll do a transition that's somewhat interesting and eye-catching. And then I continue with the video, and I keep the transitions going every couple of seconds. So it just changes the scene. It sort of puts a break there, and it helps keep the video entertaining, and it helps people to keep on watching even if they don't understand what it's about. But you keep the attention at the beginning. So that's what I use the editing for. We've seen some accounts that are highly edited. So they'll even export the videos and they use Adobe After Effects or Final Cut Pro or some of these editing tools to make it very nice. And if you have a very visual account and that's something you want to do, that's fine. But it doesn't always have the right ROI in terms of like, are you going to get the amount of attention you're actually putting in terms of the effort that goes in there? TikTok is a visual platform, so obviously video is the most important point of your entire post. In this lecture, we're going to dive deeper into video. We'll talk about how exactly to use video, even if you're brand new and you haven't maybe spent a lot of time in TikTok. We're going to describe how to take advantage of video and especially describe. You might see a lot of, for example, dancing videos, a lot of trends, but that's not necessarily what you need to post, even if you still want to grow your account. For example, as a business, maybe dancing videos are not really relevant for you, but don't worry, you do not have to post dance videos. So in this lecture, we'll talk about how to use video, and I'm going to walk you through the actual interface of the camera, and I'll explain how to create some of the effects that are very popular on TikTok. If you're ready, let's get started. There are several different types of videos or posts that you can create now. There are trends and challenges, and we have a separate lecture just on those because they're very important and the quickest way to grow your account. So for example, if you see like a comedy sketch, or if you see a certain effect in your feed, at least 3 times in a row, like 3 times in one day, it's probably a trend, And also challenges will cover challenges. And trends make it very, very easy to post a video on TikTok without being creative, or if you have no idea what to post, that's a great way to start. Maybe even if you have a business, and maybe some of the challenges are not directly relevant for you, but it's an easy way to get started. And again, we have a separate lecture for that. But what you need to know that you can create challenges and trends, and you can create and upload your own videos. So for example, I wanted my accounts to be educational and provide a lot of value. I don't necessarily want to create dancing videos, and I don't want to grow my account just for the sake of growth. What I care about is the type of audience that are going to have because I have a specific idea and purpose for my specific type of account. I want to provide value, and I want my followers to be, for example, if I'm providing marketing value and marketing tips, I want my followers to be interested in marketing and not just have followers for the sake of followers. One thing to remember is that TikTok is a very fast platform, meaning that you need to catch people's attention very, very quickly. If your video doesn't get attention in doesn't catch attention, the first 1 or 2 seconds, people are going to keep scrolling. Once you get to the normal behavior, you can watch some people that are on TikTok. They scroll so fast, and if something is not interesting, you don't get a second chance. So your video needs to catch attention right away. If you're following a trend or a challenge, people are familiar with those, so they're willing to wait a bit longer. But if it's just a video that you're posting something to keep in mind as a brand, the attention span is getting shorter and shorter, and you really don't have much time. So you need to communicate the value right up front. And then once you catch their attention, you can go into the more depth into the actual video. And one important thing to note before we actually do a walkthrough of the actual user interface on TikTok and show you how to record videos is make sure that your lighting is very good. One of the most common mistakes that people do when they start posting on TikTok is their lighting is not very good. You don't need professional grade lighting or anything like that. We do have a separate lecture on if you want professional lighting, for example, ring lights. We do have a whole lecture on that in the future. Sections. But just make sure that if you're posting a video, ideally you are standing. If you are outdoors, it's great. There's a lot of lighting. But if you're indoors, make sure that you are standing in a window and you're facing the window and you're facing out so that the sun and the light comes directly onto your face, and the stuff in the back is darker and more in the background. So this is how you sort of separate yourself from a lot of light. If you turn around the other way when your back is to the window, obviously a lot of shadows. It's not going to be very visible. So make sure that you have really good lighting for your first post. So I have my phone here with me, and I'm actually going to walk you through the camera and the different elements of the actual video, and we'll talk about what's important and how to use the camera. Now, I'll just mention that I prefer to shoot my videos using a normal camera app, not TikTok app, but using a normal camera app, then editing it afterwards using an app called Splice, and only afterwards importing it into TikTok and adding some of the elements like the sounds and the effects, any of these other things. That's just my personal preference. We do have a separate lecture on how to do that as well, but this is the very simple form of how to record a video inside TikTok app. And I'll walk you through the user interface. So as you can see, I am over here in my home page, on the For You page. So I'll click on the plus button that's on the bottom, and that will open the camera. And as you can see, this has the camera, and it's recording my face. As I mentioned at the beginning, it is possible to record off TikTok, edit the videos, and the important in here. But for this part, we'll talk about specifically how do you record the videos over here. So from the top, right, as you can see at the very top, there is the icon for flip. So I can flip the camera. And over here you'll see, for example, it's recording the other camera. Then on the next icon is speed. So speed allows you to record videos at obviously higher speed. So if I click on to over here, if I record a video, then we can play it back. And we played it at twice the speed. You can also do slow motion, so half. So if I click the speed button, it'll just hide this options. But it's open by default. The next icon we have is beauty. So this is a beauty mode. Should be making me more beautiful, but it's basically just it uses AI to clear the skin. So my skin should be smoother using the beauty mode. I'll turn that off. Then the next option we have the filters. The filters are not very popular. These are sort of filters like you've seen on Instagram. They're very popular there, but the filters are not really popular. They're not used very much over here. There's different options for different types of filters and it goes on, but these are very rarely used. So I wouldn't even worry about that at all. And then we have the timer. So that's pretty simple. You can set the timer on your phone and then it will start recording in 3 seconds. But also, if you record without the timer, you can edit the videos in the app afterwards. So it actually has quite sophisticated editing options inside the app itself. Now in the very bottom, you see that right now it says 15 seconds. So that means we're recording a 15-second video. If I click the record button, go for 15 seconds. We can also click to 60s. Now, most of the videos that we see on the homepage, the For You page, most of the videos are getting a lot of attention are at least 10s long. So 10 plus and about 15 seconds, sometimes 20s in length. So pretty short videos that do quite well. Then there is a template option. So template basically it has some alternate off, but template option basically allows you to import pictures and it'll create it into videos. This doesn't work very well. TikTok is a video native platform, and I very rarely see any pictures under uploaded this way. So this is for the camera, and the left side over here, we have the effects, but we'll talk about the effects. We have a separate lecture, because they are very important for TikTok. And on the bottom right, you can click on Upload, and it'll open your camera, and then you can upload some of the videos from there. So you can, as I mentioned before, you can record videos using your normal camera, and just upload it, and then do the editing inside the app. So I'll record a short video over here, so we can use it as an example. At the top you see over there, it's showing me how long I have to record. So this was the 60-second video, I believe, so it should be 15 seconds. So we'll record for 15 seconds, yes. So neat option is that you can record a part of the video, and then you can flip the camera and continue recording. So I'll show you how that works. I'm going to go back and delete this segment. So it was a 15-second video. I'll hit record. And here, let's say I'm introducing a concept, so I'll talk for 5 seconds. And then what we can do is we can switch the camera and I can continue recording using this, so I can record my computer or whatever that is, and that's it. And I'll flip the camera again. It's back to me, and I can continue talking. So this is a neat way that you can record yourself introducing something. Then you can record action and then go back to introducing it yourself. So this is a good example. I'm going to click on the little check mark here on the bottom right over here, and then we can go to the next part of the process, which is the editing. So the first part, you do all the filming, and the next part will do the editing. So as you can see, as you can hear, it has the audio that I had. But I'll turn off the audio. And there's a number of options we have over here. So the video will keep playing in the background. But on the right side, I'll click the extension button and you see there's a bunch of options. So from the very top, again, we have the filters. You can also add filters in here. So not only do we have filters in the shooting mode, but also in the editing mode. Again, if you record a video after you import, you can still add the filters, but they're not very popular. Then we have Adjust Clip. So you can adjust the length of the clip, but it'll remove any as you see any effects or text on pictures. But we don't have any effects. So I can say continue, and here on the left side of the bar, as you can see, I can drag it left and right, and I can edit the length. So if I wanted to not include the first couple seconds and also at the end, I'll trim it. And this way, you see we've trimmed the video. If I click on Save, it has trimmed the parts of the video that we did. Then we have voice effects. So I'll turn up the volume and continue recording, and we can add any effects first just to download it. So I'll click on Chipmunk. Hey, I'm introducing a concept, so I'll talk for 5 and continue recording using this to record my computer or whatever. That is to say, I'm introducing a concept. Yeah. So these are any effects that you can include in the video if you wanted to. I don't see them used very often, but if it's relevant for your video, then you should by any means totally use them. Then we have VoiceOver. So if I click on VoiceOver, I can record my voice over this video. Maybe it's something you imported or you only included. You shot the video, let's say outside, and you're shooting some action video of something. You want to talk over it? You can do it over here. Then we can trim the audio. But that's not possible right now because we haven't added any sounds. You cannot trim the audio that's in there by default. But if we were, we could add a song. Then we can trim the song afterwards, and then we have the volume. So if we click on the volume, you can see I can increase or decrease the volume of the original sound. And also, soundtrack is disabled right now because we haven't included a soundtrack, but I'll show you how to do that real quick. So on the bottom left, I'll click on Sound. You just need to know that here is where we can add sounds. We do have a separate lecture on sounds because they're very important, but you can add them over here. And then on the bottom, we have effects. Again, separate lecture on that. We have text titles and stickers. We don't have a separate lecture on stickers, but they're very similar as stickers on other social media platforms. Instagram and Snap have them. So it's basically just a sort of an element that you can add. Let's say I wanted to create a poll to click on this. I could ask a question. Question and then put in yes or no, and then people will see. The video can respond and they can engage with the poll, and they can do that. So this is the basic option of the camera and the editing. Again, the first part was camera. The second part was editing. And if I click on Next, this is where the video has the final touches, and we can post it for on the actual profile. On the very top, there is a description, and the hashtags, we do have a separate lecture on that. So follow up, then you can see it will ask me if I want to post it publicly or privately or just to friends. Keep it public, allow comments. Comments are good because when people engage in company shows the algorithm that people like the video go up, then you can allow duets and react. We mentioned duets and react are so you can also disable that option. But why not just keep it open, and by default, it will save the video to your device, so you can turn that off. If you don't want to save all of the videos, it doesn't really matter. And then on the bottom, as you can see, you can share it to other platforms. It's great if you have following and other platforms. You should by any means share your TikTok content because you can let other people know from other platforms that you have a TikTok profile, and then they can follow your profile. So these are the main elements of the video. And on the very bottom, you can see we can either post it or we can save a draft. I like to batch produce my content, so I'll take a couple of hours or maybe half a day on a weekend to just prepare all of the videos and shoot all the videos. And I'll save them all as drafts and I'll post them throughout the week on the fly. We do have a couple of lectures and then we talk about the frequency of posting and the content, all of those. So don't worry about it. This is just a very brief overview of what options are available in the camera. So I'm going to go ahead and save this video as a draft. And now if I wanted to add a new video, I can have it as a draft. So recap. Now you know that you need to get people's attention the first 1 or 2 seconds. If you're indoors, you need to have a really good lighting. Make sure that you're standing in the window. You know that you can record your videos inside TikTok and then also edit it inside the app. Or like myself, you can record it off TikTok, use an editing app like Splice, and then import it back into TikTok and add any important elements there. So those are all the important walkthroughs of the camera. In the next video, we're going to look at sounds. Sound, songs, and music is the most important element of your TikToks right after video. In this lecture, we'll talk about what role the sounds play, how to use sounds to your advantage, and how to find the right sounds that will help you get more attention and get more views and grow your followers. TikTok was originally an app called Musical.ly, and Musical.ly was basically a lip-syncing app, so sounds were a huge part of it. And actually, TikTok is slowly changing the way the music industry works. If you know the song Old Time Road, it became the #1 song in the Billboard chart in the US, and it holds a world record for the longest time. It's spent on the #1 chart. That song blew up on TikTok. Somebody uploaded it. They use it in their video, and it got reused over and over again and went viral. Just crazy. And TikTok single-handedly sort of was the biggest push in the morality of that song and what made it stick on the Billboard top charts for the longest time ever. So you can imagine how important sounds are inside the app. Now, there's basically three main ways to use sounds in your TikTok. Number one is very basically if you are doing a value video. So again, for example, explainer. If I'm talking about marketing, I would record my own voice, and I would just use that as a sound. So if I'm providing something valuable, I'll use that. Number two is to import a usage song. So a lot of the videos don't necessarily have somebody talking, or even if you do, you could use a song in a background. Use music. There's a lot of 15-second songs inside of TikTok that you can use for your benefit. Or also you can import music and other songs that are not in TikTok yet. A lot of times when a video is just a video of something else, if you're doing a trend or a challenge necessarily not talking into the video, you can use a song. One important thing to notice is that if you can use a video without any language, so just songs and music, but no actual you talking, and there's no sort of written word in the video, you have a chance of going viral in other countries other than your own, or just your own English-speaking country, because your content, the content that sort of transcend the language barrier, has an opportunity to go viral in other parts. And TikTok is very evenly distributed. There are a lot of users that don't speak English on TikTok. So one thing to keep in mind is that if you only use a song that's popular, but not any sounds or any sort of spoken sounds or words, then you have a higher chance of going viral globally, not just in your own country. And the final third part of using sounds is a lot of people do funny sort of sketches and comedy skits using imported sounds or sounds from TV shows, for example, or sounds from other popular videos on YouTube. So it doesn't have to be your own song. It doesn't have to be a song or music, but it can just be a sound. For example, people, what they do, they'll import a part of conversation from a famous TV show and they'll reenact it themselves. But I'll use the original sound. A lot of videos are very popular this way, and you can also use it in a smart, creative way for example, business purposes. It doesn't have to be just comedy, but there's a third option to use sound. So I'm on my phone here, and I'm going to show you how sounds are used and how to use those sounds in your own videos. So first up, we have a video over here in my home feed, and I'll play that video. So right now, this is a popular trend, or a scheme people are doing, and they're showing themselves in front of next to their significant others that are working at home. But they're not, and they're all using the same song. So the song is sort of the glue or the element of the skit. If you hear the song, you know that it falls within this one theme. So I'm on the For You page on the home page and the bottom on the left side. On the bottom over here, you see that it says Sound Yay for Cats. If I click on that thing, it'll show me the song. So if I click on the top left and I'll play it, that's the song. And these are all the videos that are using that song. So it's a really cool part. In TikTok, you can identify all the videos that are using it, and then you can see what are the trends. So you know that it's a trend because there's a lot of people using that same sound in their videos. So I'll show you some other ones. For example, over here. Hello. 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 So it's just people being silly, basically. That's what it is. And it's one thing to notice they're organized in popularity. So from top to bottom, the most viewed over there. So if you wanted to use the song now, one thing I really recommend is saving all of the sounds that you like. Any song that's popular, you should definitely save it. So I'll just click to add to favorites, and now it's in my favorites. It'll be saved to my profile, and then I can use it whenever I want. When you go through TikTok, you'll hear a lot of different sounds and songs, and it's sometimes impossible to remember the names when you want to use it for your own videos. So if you see anything that you like, definitely save it. Also, if you hear a song or a sound multiple times in your feed. So if you open your feed in a day and you see something 3 times, it's definitely a trend. So if you want to hop on that trend, you should save the song or the sound and you can use it later on and on the top, right? We can also share it, so you can click on the sharing button. But that's not important right now. And if I click on the bottom, it says use the sounds, so go ahead and click. And as you can see, it opened the camera and then the top. It already has that sound. So if I was to record something, I'm going to record, and you can hear it already has the sound in the background. So if I were to actually use this video, I would go ahead and click Next. Click on Volume, and you can adjust the volume here. As you can hear it, the video doesn't have the voice of me talking, so it only used that song. So that's one way you can jump on the trends and use the songs. So I'll go ahead and turn this off. Actually, we can exit. Yeah. So you'll see songs in your feed if I scroll through my feed. Look what these people put. Design. Nothing inside is worth dying. So again, if I click on the sound, this is the original sound, and as you can see, this is not a trend because this song only has one video, so there's not people that are jumping on it. This is the original song, so somebody recorded it. That's what they said. And what I can do now is, again, I can use the same sound and I record my own version of the video. This is how trends are started. Somebody sees or hears funny audio, they'll repost it, and then somebody repost it again and again. And that's how things go viral very, very fast. So also, whenever you record a video and post it, other people can use that sound themselves. If you're a business, this could be a really good thing. If your song takes off and goes viral, then that's amazing branding. That's really, really good exposure. This is how music goes viral on TikTok. Somebody will hear a song and they can click on it and then use it in their own. This is how the song All Time Road went viral. So this could be really good for you if you are a business or a musician. And another way to use songs, I'll show you. I'll click on the plus button, and again it opens my camera. Let's say I wanted to record me talking about something. I'll use this on the bottom left. There is a sound button, as you can see. Again, bottom left, click on the sound button, and here I have all the songs that are available in TikTok, so it will be different on your region. So different regions have different songs because there's, all the permissions and the rights, but it basically shows you what are the common playlists and the top charts. So for example, over here on the playlist, you see the orange icon. It says TikTok Viral. So I'll go there and it'll show me all the songs that are currently TikTok viral. These charts are updated, and if I click on the first song, hey, so you bagged him? I'm a savage, classy bougie. So this is currently a very popular song on TikTok, and that's why it's shown as viral. So on the right, I can click and it'll add it to my favorites. So again, if you discover a popular song that you like, you should save it to your favorites. And if I click on play, I can use it in my video. So you bagged him? I'm a savage. Hey, so you bagged him. So I clicked on the icon on the right and it added it to my video. And now I can go to editing, click on volume, and I can control the volume so I can turn off my original sound that I recorded and increase the sound on the song. Hey, so you back him. I'm a say hey, so you backed him. I'm a, or vice versa. We could just put soundtrack as very quiet, maybe just 3%. Then it's in the background and I could increase my volume record. Me talking about I wanted to record me talking about. I wanted to record me talking about, yeah. So now we can go next and we could post this video. It has the original song. So this is how you can use songs, discover songs, save songs to favorite, or upload your own sound. Just keep in mind that anybody can repost. And this would make TikTok fun because you can use the elements of other people as videos, and it makes it very easy to interact. In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at effects. It's one of the most important elements that make videos go viral. Effects. The ratio of people on TikTok that create content versus consume is much higher on the creation than any of the platform out there. One of the main reasons for that is effects. In this lecture, we're going to dive deeper into effects. I'll explain what it is and how you can use it for your advantage. Effects are either visual overlays or little games that TikTok has created that makes it super easy to create content. These effects are often part of trends or trending videos on TikTok, so it's very easy to use them. And it's one of the ways to hop on that trend train and be able to push your video out to more users. People are familiar with trends that are popular, And if you're using a trend, they're more likely to actually watch the video because they know what to expect. But you also put your own spin on the trend. So over here, I am in my phone and I'm inside the TikTok app, and I'll show you how you can use some of the effects. So we're going to go ahead and create a new video over here. As you can see now, we have the camera. I'll click on the Create a New Video button. So on the bottom left side, it has the Effect button. And this will show you all of the effects that are currently available. So over here, we have the trending effects. And if I scroll to the side, we have new effects that are available. Maybe there are some for pets are just augmented reality face filters and Norse mythology. So go back and go to trending and over here any saved effects that I might have. So I'll go over here, and something to note, there are new ones cropping up all the time, and also your different regions will have different effects available. So depending on where you are, you may not see the same ones that I have over here, but I can just show you two of them real quick. So this one is a face tracking effect. So as you can see, as I move my head around the camera will track my face. This one is very popular, and I've done a video with this one. Later, I'll show you that one. And if we scroll through, there's all kinds of effects. This one is very popular. So the one on the top right is a little submarine, and there's a submarine challenge. It basically tracks your head, your face, and it'll move the submarine accordingly. And then you play a little game. So go ahead and click on it. As you can see, the way I move my face now moves the little submarine. This is what makes TikTok videos very easy to create, and you don't really have to have an idea. You can just hop on a trend and do the same thing, use an effect. So in the actual videos, if you see on in the home screen and the For You page, whenever there is an effect being used, you'll see it in the actual video. So let me show you what it looks like. So over here, there is a video that I recorded from my page. And one thing to notice on the bottom left, you see it says face tracking. So it shows you that I'm using that specific effect. If I click on face tracking, it shows me a list of videos, and all these videos are using this specific trend. So if you see it in a home page, you like the trend, you should add it to your favorites. Just like there, I've added it and you can see the different videos, and here they are organized in order of popularity. So the most popular ones at the top, if I click on one, all I see are more likes. I'll take your hand so you get the point. We scroll through. You'll see that the videos at some point of the video are using this effect. If I go back, this is the way I was. I was talking about why I moved to a different country, and these were the arguments. And as you get the point, this specific trend was very popular because he was using face tracking and he was using that specific sound as well. So if you use those two, you're sort of part of that trend, and then you have a higher chance of your video going popular because people already know what to expect and they are looking for different twists on those kind of trends. And it's the same on your home feed. So for example, here I've scrolled and there is a specific video over here, and as you can see on the bottom left, it says there is a little gold star and it says rainbow mode. And if I click on that, it'll show me all of the videos that are using the rainbow mode. And I could click on the little camera icon on the bottom and it will be using it. So this is the rainbow mode. This is very easy way to find what trends people are using, what effects, and then use them to your advantage. And again, you don't have to use all the trends specifically if you have a business account. Maybe you want to use dance videos or any of those, but you can adapt it. You can still communicate your message in a more fun and more creative way using a trend. Now, one of the easiest ways to really grow a business account and get more attention that way is to communicate your message and maybe communicate about your product or your market or whatever is relevant by using these effects. The real key is you have to spend enough time on TikTok to scroll through the videos to understand what trends are popular, and then you should jump on it as soon as possible. This is why the trends move very quickly. That's why it's not a good idea to have too big of a content plan. We do have a lecture on how to prepare your content and how to schedule some of it, but if you plan too far ahead, you're not going to be able to be adaptive and dynamic, and some of the trends might only last for a week or two. So you need to hop on them when they are active, when they're hot. In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at titles. Titles are a great way to add value or substitute your video. In this lecture, we'll take a look at titles and how you can use them in your own videos. Titles are basically very simple pieces of text you can add to your video, and they're used as a substitute. So if you're recording, maybe you're recording your product as a video, or you're recording some action, or something that's not just you speaking to the camera. Maybe there's no voice, but you're just recording an action. You can add text that will explain what is happening. You shouldn't be adding too much text, but 1 to 3 words might be able to add some value to the video. That's basically what they're used for. Titles are also great to help your video go more viral in countries that are not necessarily English-speaking countries. So when you post content, it will be delivered to the region or to the country where your SIM card is located. But if the video is really good, it will get distribution in other countries as well. And maybe even if your video is in English, but maybe somebody's English is not fantastic, and they'll be able to follow along if you add titles. So again, you shouldn't be sort of scripting out the entire video, but you can very simply add sort of bullet points or the highlights to the video, and it will help user follow along to see what you're doing. So I'll show you real quick what I mean. I have my phone with me over here. We're going to record a short video. In this specific case, I'm just recording myself talking. And we'll go ahead, click Next, and you see on the bottom, it says Text. So over here, I'm able to add text. And like I said, you should be using this as a supplement or a way to add value or anything that's not said in the video. You could add it over here. So I'll just write marketing tips. You could also sometimes I like to use titles as a sort of if you imagine a title for a video, I will add it in that way. So it helps. It helps to sort of set the scene and explain what is about to happen. So if you write it just like this, it could be difficult to see on that background. So I'll go ahead and click on Edit, and on the bottom, on the left side of the keyboard, you see the little A in a frame. If I click on it, I'll put color background, and it makes the title much easier to see. One thing to remember, you shouldn't put it too close on the bottom or on the top, because there's other text. When you post your video, the bottom it has the name of the author and the song, so you should put it somewhere that's visible. Also, you shouldn't be covering the action. So to put it right there, if you put 2 fingers on a text and you can make it larger or smaller, so you're going to put it somewhere, will add value, but it doesn't necessarily interfere. So here I wanted to show you, here's a video that I've recently posted, and this is a video where text was very important. And I used titles to explain sort of a story I was going through. So in this video, I'm basically trying to communicate it to teachers, and many people around you will not believe if you're trying to start a new business. And I've used just video of myself without talking, but I use sort of titles to explain the story, so I'll just play the video real quick. Cannot hide in hills of California because these hills have. And I got paranoia. I myself. Sometimes. That's so scary for you. Watch me take what I can. So you get to the point in this video. Basically, the titles helped me explain the story and tell what's happening. In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at descriptions and hashtags. Yeah, I mean, I do get that adding the titles is pretty tedious, especially if you're trying to edit on the actual mobile app itself. You know, it's hard to get your thumbs in the right spot and make them the titles not look terrible, but are they necessary? No, they're not necessary. There's plenty of accounts that don't use titles that grow. It just depends on what you're trying to post. Can you use them effectively? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I generally think of titles as one of the most effective ways of increasing the quality of your content. You know, if you're making a video that is just not, you're not Steven Spielberg. Like, you don't know how to put together a 60-second video that captures everyone's attention. It's immediately obvious what's going on, and it looks good. Titles can focus. People focus their attention really well. You know, if you make like you recently did a video where you were exploring abandoned beaches. Okay, now imagine if you didn't put a title on that. You're just walking around on a beach, you know? Like, why would anyone watch it, right? Like, they don't understand the context of it. But you put the title of coronavirus just means abandoned beaches. Then it's like, oh, okay, that frames this video. It's all about the spookiness of it. You know, if I went and filmed at Chernobyl, right, And I showed you all the busted up like houses and the old like infirmaries and stuff with the dolls sitting there with one eye falling out and stuff. You wouldn't understand what I'm filming, but if I put it up like this is so creepy, this is Chernobyl, didn't actually make sense, and you can frame people, frame their mind, not frame them, like for murder. Yeah, and so I think that is you're kind of wasting an opportunity if you haven't thought of at least trying out titles. I think also since watch time is so important, oftentimes if you put a title at the very beginning, you can tease people into watching the whole thing. Like, I know it's a little spammy and you can try better ways of doing this, but you can see how effective this is. Just to wait for the ending at the beginning of your video and then watch your average watch time just from putting that. You know what I mean? Like some people might hate it, but it's going to be enough for people to go, okay, I'll invest the extra tens because I'm being told something. There's some payoff at the very end, and if you never even tried that, like, it just seems like a wasted opportunity. Yeah, absolutely. So I like to use the titles in two main ways. Number one is, like you said, framing. So, providing information that's not obvious from the video itself, especially at the beginning. And if people don't know what the video is about, they're going to scroll. If it's not obvious in the first 1 or 2 seconds, they're going to scroll, and maybe your seeing of the 2 seconds is necessary. You need to have it there, but you need to explain to people what it's about so you can frame it with the title. And the second one I like to use it for is providing additional information or sort of summarizing what I've already said. So if I'm talking about, let's say I'm doing a video on explaining what are the top 3 hacks to create your best Facebook ads. And as I'm explaining these hacks, I might list them on the screen. So sort of summarize what I'm talking about. Again, it helps people to pay attention, and it helps people to focus, and it will increase the watch time in the long run. So sometimes you might have a video where you don't have any audio at all, and you're just not talking there. You don't want to do a voiceover, but you can put in the actual text there to explain what's happening there, and again, increase the watch time. So it is not essential. It's not necessary. But I've seen from my own experience that using titles will help increase the watch time, and I've also seen some accounts. For example, one guy posted a video and used a title, and it got, let's say, 30,000 views, something sort of nothing crazy. And then the next day he posted exactly same video. Everything was the same. Everything was the same. The only thing he changed was the title. Framed it a little better. I made it a bit more interesting, a bit more funny, made a bit of a joke out of the video, and bam! He got 1 million views. So the title can have a huge effect if you use it properly. So yeah, definitely. Are they necessary? No. But they're a huge opportunity. I think they're one of the easiest ways of increasing your watch time, which is going to increase your reach. Hashtags on TikTok are used actually very differently than they are used in Instagram and Facebook, for example. In this lecture, we'll talk about hashtags and your video description, how to use them to your advantage, and make sure your video gets as much views as possibly can. Let's start with the description. So, the description, once you have ready to post your video, you'll have the little option to read the description, and the description is very, very short. On TikTok, the character limit is at 100, and people don't use descriptions much. They don't use them. They definitely don't do very long descriptions. So if you have to read the description, do something very, very brief, very short, 1 or 2 sentences. Stop to describe what's happening in the video. Ideally, you can add something more valuable. So don't just describe what's happening, but if you can add another perspective or another view, you can use the description box to add even more value, is saying whether you are a business or a person. You could use the description box to write something that's interesting and makes the video even more engaging. As you might know on Instagram, the hashtags are used in order to gain views and popularity. So when you post a video or post a picture on Instagram, you'll also add hashtags either in the description or in the comments, and you get a lot of the views from the hashtags directly. A lot of the people on Instagram will search popular hashtags. So if this was a lesson on marketing, you would be searching hashtag marketing and you get a lot of the videos, a lot of attention. That's how people are constantly searching on TikTok. However, it's quite different on TikTok. Very few people actually search for direct hashtags. It is possible. You can certainly do it, but most people discover videos in their feed, not through the different hashtags. So what actually happens is that when you're on TikTok and you search for hashtag marketing, you'll see the videos there. But then when you go to your feed and you'll scroll, you'll see more videos that are tagged with hashtag marketing. So hashtags still serve the same purpose of discoverability. They'll allow you to find users for your video, but not in the same sense. So they're more sort of indirectly linked than they are directly affected, for example, like on Instagram. And it's the same concept with long tail or popular hashtags. So if you imagine a graph and the most popular hashtags, the most difficult to get because they have the most traffic and the most competition. And then as the popularity goes down, also the competition goes down. When you're just starting out, you should choose less popular hashtags because it'll be easier for you to compete and be higher ranked. When you scroll on TikTok, you'll see videos organized by popularity. So the most popular, the ones with the most views, will be the very top and then on the bottom. So if your video is number 100, not many people are going to see it. Ideally, you should start on what we call a long tail hashtag. So the ones that are lower in popularity, lower in competition, and then as your account grows, you can increase the hashtags by popularity and have more popular hashtags, and you'll be ranked higher and higher in those kind of videos. So I have my phone over here, and I'll show you how a user might discover hashtags, and then how you can use hashtags and descriptions to your advantage. So let's start off with the hashtags. I'm going to go ahead, click on the search button, and then let's say you're searching for marketing. So you would do hashtag marketing. I'll go ahead and click, and it'll show me the top, which is the connection of the top videos. Here, I will see the top users, top videos, and also the top hashtags. So if you are trying to figure out what are good hashtags for your specific industry or for your niche, you should look up that word, and then you'll get a list of all the hashtags that are relevant to that one. And again, we can see they're organized by popularity. So the very top hashtag, hashtag marketing, has 380 million views. Then we've got 180, 52 million, etc., etc. So at the beginning, I would choose something less popular. But again, you don't want to choose something that has no traction, something so complicated that it has 5 views. That's not very useful. It's sort of a balance in between there. And how advanced is the growth on your personal account? So I'm going to go ahead and click on digital marketing, and it will show me all of the videos that are ranked for digital marketing. So you can see from the top the most popular and then going to less and less popular. And I could click on the video, I'll pause it, and it shows me on the bottom of this video. On the left side, there is a short description. It says network on Instagram for free, and then it has all the different hashtags. It is less hashtags than are used in Instagram, so this one has 6-7 different hashtags. And again, to discover more videos within those, I could click on any of these. So let's say I'll click on personal branding, and it'll show me all of the videos that are ranked for this one hashtag personal branding. And over there in the top, we see it has 97.5 million views. So let's go back, and you can also click on videos, and I'll show you the most popular videos that are ranked for hashtag marketing. So now if I would search for these hashtags and I would click through the videos, the algorithm is basically learning more about me, my preferences, and if I will go back to my home feed and For You page, it will serve me more videos that are hashtagged or tagged with marketing. Now I will show you briefly how you can use the descriptions and hashtags when you're posting a video. So over here, let's say I am recording a video, and we'll just pretend record this much. We'll go next. Again, you would do the normal editing as you would again click next, and then I get the description box over here. So on the top, you see there is a describe your video. You can also add hashtags, and you can also tag friends. So if you are collaborating with somebody, or you want to get somebody's attention, or you want to mention somebody in a video, you could tag friends. So I'll go ahead and click on description. And let's just say this is a top 5 tips on using hashtags. So this is how you would write out the actual video. And then I can click on Done, and I have the description again. Use something very short, something very catchy that can maybe be used as a sort of a title of the video. You have to actually use any big descriptions. And then what you want to do is go ahead and click on hashtags on the bottom right side of my keyboard. You can see there's already a hashtag over there, and then it'll show me hashtags that I've used before, and I can search for new ones. So I would put digital marketing, and as you can see from top to bottom, it shows me the one that I actually typed, and then some other videos, and it'll show me how many views those videos have. So you could do hashtag digital marketing again. I could do digital marketing. And then I would choose maybe the next one that has tips. You could do TikTok marketing. And you'll see now in terms of what kind of hashtags you want to use and the number, I think the best thing you can do is look at creators in your niche, the ones that are doing really, really well, and you can see how many hashtags are, including they'll show you the number that's right for you. As we saw, a lot of those have 4, 5, 6, 7. Don't put too much. But also you have the opportunity to use more than one. So 5 might be the right number or somewhere around there, but look at the top performers in your specific niche. And then you can also look at what hashtags they're using. Obviously, if a really popular account is using very sort of main big hashtags like hashtag marketing, you will not be able to rank for those, but you could click on that hashtag, see what other videos, and check out other relevant hashtags. So this is one way to discover what hashtags are relevant for your specific videos. And at the end, if you're collaborating with somebody, what you can do is put in the @ and it'll drop down a list of my friends, and I could tag people or my friends in the videos, and this will tag them. These are people that I'm following or I'm friends with, and then you'll be able to tag them in a video as well, and they'll be visible. So when it's on the home page, we'll be able to click through and then see that person as well. So now you know that you should keep your description very short. Maybe 1 to 2 sentences in terms of the hashtags. You could use maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hashtags. But look at your competition. Look at what they're doing, the popular accounts in your niche, and learn from them. And you also know that hashtags are used a little differently on Instagram, but if somebody searches for a hashtag, those users will still see videos that are also used with that hashtag. So this way you can tell the algorithm that you want to show your videos to that type of target group. In the next lecture, you can follow along as we put this all together, and we're actually going to create a post from scratch, and you can follow along, okay? So we have a series of questions around hashtags. Yeah. Hashtags are always a big thing. I mean, every platform, hashtags are big, especially at the beginning of a platform, the very beginning. Since people don't have discovery routines for finding new content, they use hashtags pretty heavily. So I guess the first question we have is when you're adding hashtags to your post. How do you know if the hashtag you're using is going to be relevant to your account? The first thing I would say is that it's not about is it relevant to your account? Is it relevant to your post specifically, right? Because let's see, I don't know. Let's say I'm doing TikTok videos of slow motion videos and I put slow motion, but one of my videos is not slow motion. It's a behind the scenes on it, or it's just the one time I made a post that had nothing to do with my theme. Okay, well that's not going to make sense, right? Because it's going to show up on a hashtag that doesn't relate to that video. So if someone sees that under that feed, and it's not relevant to the specific hashtag they found it under, they're not going to like it, and they're not going to go and look at your profile. So really, it's more about what's relevant to the post, and you try to align your posts with whatever your content strategy is for your account. You know, if you post mainly 3 different types of things. Okay, well then when you're posting one post to one specific theme for your account, then you find the hashtags that match that specific post. Yeah. So I chose a personal strategy of doing both professional tips and tricks and those type of videos, and also doing funny content or interesting content that may not be about marketing. And as an example, I did a video with my girlfriend. We're going back and forth, talking, using a one sentence from each of the languages we speak. She's going back and forth, showing off what language we speak. And there I use specific hashtags for like couple comedy or couple or languages, whatever is relevant to that for that specific type of video. And then I did another video where I was talking about Facebook ads, and then I would include hashtags about marketing and Facebook ads and side hustle and how to make money using Facebook ads, for example. So yes, you want to make it contextual and relevant to your content, because then it tells TikTok that this type of content is relevant to that specific niche. You're not necessarily going to get a lot of followers from the hashtags directly, but it's a way to show TikTok that if this is a video about Facebook ads, you might want to show it to people who already like Facebook ads or watch content about Facebook ads. Yeah, I think right now hashtags are more about signaling to TikTok what your thing is about because TikTok is still pretty early. So they don't have a lot of like AI that can parse the video and figure out what it's about. Whereas like Facebook and Instagram are pretty mature with regards to that stuff, they can figure out very quickly what it is you're posting. YouTube, for instance, will take out the audio of every video, parse it, and that's how they figure out what you're talking about. Now, TikTok is probably going to add that in the future, but TikTok is not as verbal as YouTube. Like, you don't announce at the beginning of your 60-second video what you're about to be doing. So hashtags are still a very good way of signaling to them, please show this to the right people. And therefore, if they can show it to the right people, more people are going to like it. It's going to get hit higher engagement thresholds and therefore get probably displayed to the next batch of people. Another question we have about hashtags. So can I post hashtags in the comments like I do in Instagram? No, you can't in Instagram. You do it in the comments because it just looks cheesy when you put it in the caption and it just looks unprofessional. And so that's why you put it in the comments. And also because with Instagram you can bury it very quickly. TikTok currently does not read hashtags in the comments, so that's not worth doing. Are any hashtags banned? This is what? Yeah, I'd imagine there are, but they should be fairly obvious. If it's not family-friendly, it's not going to happen. Remember, it is a Chinese app, so there are some things that the Chinese government is pretty sensitive about. So don't post hashtag Free Tibet or Xinjiang, concentration camps. That's probably not going to fly. But I don't know. It seems like it probably just comes down to common sense. I don't know. Yeah, and sort of a simple hack or trick to use to find out what is banned. What is not is when you're posting your video and in the description of the video, you'll put in the hashtag. So you'll put hashtag whatever. And if that hashtag has 0 views, it is most likely banned. If it's like a general word that's not like super. It's not like if it's a random string of numbers and letters, it has 0 views. But if it's a common word that normally found in dictionary, as in reviews, it is most likely banned. So you shouldn't use that hashtag. And that's how you avoid getting your videos banned, basically. Yeah. Next question is, why is it that some videos go viral without any hashtags at all? Yeah. It's because hashtags are not. They're not crucial. They help you tell the algorithm what your video is about. It helps you get that initial kindling of viewership, but your content is still 99% of what's going to carry the algorithm. So if you have really good content, no hashtags. Yeah, of course the hashtags are just a small portion of it. So yeah, I don't think about like you have to do hashtags because at the end of the day, content is king and your content is going to carry it. But it will help you, especially with that. Your content that's kind of on the edge where it might get picked up or it might not. That's where we think it's especially effective. It's worth doing. I don't see any negative to putting hashtags, so I don't really suggest avoid doing it. But don't be surprised if someone posts 40 hashtags and it doesn't go anywhere and somebody puts 0 and it does work. Yeah, hashtags just help categorize your content, just puts it into the buckets of where it needs to be seen. But it doesn't. That's about it. Okay. The next question we had about hashtags, you might have seen this, but a lot of people will put the hashtag for you or FIP as a hashtag. So the question is, should I do that? To give you guys a little bit of context, the For You page is that in your normal feed, you can select out of your normal feed and go to the For You page. And that's kind of like the Explore page you might see on like Instagram. That's where if you get your video on For You pages, it means it's being selected by the algorithm and delivered directly to larger groups of people. So it's usually seen as a good thing. But the question then becomes, does it make sense to put that as a hashtag? So the basic answer is that no, putting hashtag for your page or FIP does not help you. Because as all your videos are displayed on the For You page by default, so your videos will be displayed as soon as you post them to a small group of people. And if there are good videos, they have engagement and watch time, then they will be displayed to more and more viewers. But you don't have to put those hashtags in order to have that. That happens by default. And we know also that TikTok has confirmed it does not help you to get to the For You page. So don't use those and use the very, very good real estate of the description page or the description of the video for other relevant and impactful hashtags. Yeah, the FIP thing is kind of like there's a lot of things in human behavior where someone will do it and then another person will copy and they'll copy. And by the time thousands of people are doing it, nobody knows why they're doing it. I think that's kind of the same thing. Like maybe a long time ago it actually worked, but like it's not real anymore. Just to add, what you will also see that sometimes I post videos and almost every single video somebody will comment like FIP or hashtag FIP. People will comment that on my videos. I guess they just think it's a good video and it should be displayed there. But it doesn't help even putting in comments or any of that. It doesn't help. It does not affect where it is displayed or if it's shown on the For You page. So you don't have to do that. Okay. The last question I think for hashtags was worth touching on is, should I use other language hashtags? So some people are bilingual or they're targeting multiple markets. Should they do hashtags in both languages? My general advice is no, because you should focus on one language. It's just going to be easier for you to grow if you have this bipolar setup where half your content is in Spanish and half is in English or whatever your language set is. It's just going to lower the effectiveness of all your posts. Because if someone sees a Spanish post and they go to your account, they see some are in English, it's going to confuse them, less likely to follow you, less likely to engage. So by the same track, my general advice is just no. Stick to one language only and just pick one right out of the gate. I'm sure there's some edge cases where you just can't help it that it's going to be both. You know, like if you're making an account that really is targeting a bilingual community or something, that might be an edge case. But my general advice is if you can pick one language, yeah, absolutely. There's no reason to use other languages. Use the language or use the hashtags of your particular language. Otherwise, there's no real reason to do it. If anything, it might actually hurt you. If you use a language like if your English videos are in English and you use a Spanish hashtag, people will find that video because of the Spanish hashtag. But then the video is in English. They're not going to watch those scripts through and they will actually lower the watch time. So if anything, it can actually hurt you. Yeah. You can have a great video and everybody who comes to it thinking it's in English, watches it in English, loves it. But you have one hashtag that's in Spanish. All the Spanish viewers leave within a second or 2 seconds. That's going to kill your watch time average. And that's enough to just tank it sometimes. Okay, so those are some common questions on hashtags. If you guys have more questions on hashtags, just ask us in the Q&A, and we'll put them in. In this video, you can follow along as I create a new post completely from scratch. So I am here in my TikTok. I'm going to go ahead and click on the little plus button in the middle, and this will open the camera. And as we mentioned, we walk through the entire part. You can either record a video directly into the camera and edit it afterwards. I like to record my videos. As I mentioned off TikTok, edit it in an app called Splice. I will talk about these things in future sections. But just so you know, I've already recorded a video, so I'll go ahead and upload it over here. Click on Upload, and it'll show all of my videos, and here is the video. I'll turn down the volume, but it's basically an explainer video on helping people discover popular topics. And this is sort of a marketing tip. So this is the type of account that I've created, and these are the type of videos that I want to do over here. I've just imported a video. I could also trim it if I wanted to, but I've already edited the video, so I don't need to trim it. I'll just go ahead and click on Next. And here we are in the editing section of the video. So we talked about the 5 main elements of a good post. Number 1 is the video. So that's taken care of. Number 2 is a sound. So normally I like to include a background sound in the video. So if they don't have too much talking or too much audio for me, this video, I'm constantly talking in the video. So I'm not going to include any background sound. But just if you wanted to do that, you can just click on the bottom left and the sound icon. It'll jump up the sound. And let's say we wanted to include a song. One thing to remember is that a lot of them are only 10-15 seconds long. So if your video is 30s, you need to find a song that's at least 30s long. So I'll go ahead and click on TikTok Viral and see if there's a video. So for example, this second song over here is 30s. So if I wanted to include it or use a bad thing, as you can hear now, it's playing in the background, click on volume, and here we could adjust the volume. So guess I'm a critter while you're out there drinking your topic. You could include it, as you can see if you can hear, but you can include it just a sort of very soft song in the background, and then have your main audio TikTok account. Should I make? There's your topic for a video. Are you struggling to come up with new topics for your videos? Look up answerthepublic.com. You'll see this evil dude type in a topic. So I am actually going to keep the song because I think it sounds pretty good. It's not too distracting, but sometimes it's nice to have just the rhythm in the background. Although I'll make it a little quieter, maybe just at 3%. I still want it to be audible, but not distracting. Did I make? There's your topic for a video. Are you struggling to come up with new topics for your videos? Look up answerthepublic.com. You'll see this evil dude type in a topic you're interested in and hit search. So sometimes it's a good idea to use a popular song that's already trending on TikTok because then people recognize it. They're familiar and there's something there. You know, they're likely to watch the video if there's actually some elements that are familiar to them. So we have song in the background. We have the video playing. I'm not going to use any filters or any effects in this particular video, because it's not relevant. However, I will add titles, so I think for explainer videos, titles could be a great addition that'll add more value. So as you can see, this part of the video at the beginning, I've recorded my face and my face position quite high, and I left a lot of open space on the bottom because I was recording it with the fact in mind that I want to add a title. So I'm going to go ahead and add a title. And I'll say, India's 4. Video topics. So I think this might be a good title that will help people sort of understand what the video is all about, and maybe I wanted to put it in color. I'll make it blue just sort of more interesting, and I'll put it on the bottom. Let's just play the video again and see if it's in the right location. I want it to be visible but not distracting, so maybe I'll put it a bit lower here. As you can see, it doesn't go over the my name. If it's one thing to consider when we add description and hashtags, the text on the bottom will be a bit higher. So you want to put it over here because if you leave it over here, it would be interfering because the hashtags and the description would bump up the text. So I put it just over here and you can see right now it's not interfering, it's red. I'll put it just a little lower. So we have this another thing that I like to do is you can add several different titles and you can have them only displayed for a couple of seconds. So the way you do that, you click on title and you want to set duration, saturation, and this will allow me to only have the title play in the introduction and I want to stop playing it here. So I'll click on the little check mark and watch the video again and it'll show us that it's only visible during that first part. So let's follow it to wait for it to watch, to play it again. When you're editing a video, you'll see it over and over again 100 times because they're just part of the process. So I hope you enjoy the videos that you're making. And yes. So the title was only there for the couple of seconds at the intro. That's what I wanted. And then I'll include a couple more titles that will help the users follow along with the video. So the first thing I want to type in is the actual there's the website that I have recommended. So as you can see, the website was Answer the Public, so that Answer the. public.com. Again, we don't have this in color. Make this orange and I'll make it smaller. And go ahead and click on Edit. Actually, I'm going to get rid of this so it's all in one line and make it a bit larger. Again, I'm going to wait for that part of the video to come along too so I know where to position it in the actual video. One thing to note, these titles don't have autocorrect, so make sure you're spelling correctly because I have put in the wrong spelling so many times, so also keep this in the bottom. This was the best placement. I'm going to keep it just over here. Sort of a reminder for people what to search for. I'll have it stop over here and then we can add another title, something that will help the users. So I'll say pick a topic, because that's what you can do. So I'll put it at the top here, maybe make it bigger and it just sort of headlines to help people. I'll write it over here. Pick a topic. I'll only have it play. For that, whoops, we don't want to go from the beginning. Just over there. Yes. So we have several titles and that's when they will be playing. And I think this is all the titles that I need in this specific video. I say more during the video and explain what's happening. But maybe I'll just add one more. Boom. That's your topic? Sort of a funny one at the end. We can mark this. Maybe this very specific color. And we're going to set the duration of this one. And I'll just have it at the very end because I say this is your topic. So that's it. That's for the main part of the editing of the video. I'm not going to include any stickers or effects or anything else. I'm happy with the way it is right now. I'll go ahead and click next, and the last thing we need is just the description and the video. So the description, again, keep it very, very simple. And this particular video, I'm talking about how to find your topic for a video, or how to find sort of ideas for the new topic. So I'll put in inspiration for video topics, and then at the end, I want to go ahead and include a couple of hashtags. So maybe marketing tips, could be one marketing, and I'm going to go ahead and look at what kind of hashtags are relevant. So content marketing we see over here, social media, digital marketing, affiliate marketing, TikTok marketing, what else is here? Social marketing influencer. I think what's relevant for us I will do, and it's not too popular, so I have a chance to rank. Pretty high might be digital marketing tips, and I'll do again another marketing hashtag. Scroll down because we want to have a chance to rank for some of these hashtags. What else do we have here? Online marketing could be one video challenge, so video may not be relevant to what we're doing over here. This one has 400,000 views, not very popular, so higher chance of getting ranked. And again, choose a couple of them, maybe marketing hacks. You could also choose one that's not very popular. Also, digital marketing hacks. It's a very small keyword, and then we have a chance to get ranked quite high, actually. So that's all over here. Again, you could batch your video, so you could record several of them, save them into drafts, and then post them throughout the days and throughout the as you go through the days. But in this particular chance, I'll just go ahead and post the video right away. I do want to allow comments, allow duets, and I do not want to save the video to my device. That's not necessary. Like I said, I've already recorded the video off TikTok, and I've saved it so I can do any future edits. Everything I can do because I have the original video. If you do save it to a device, it'll be saved with the watermarks of TikTok, and you may not be able to reuse it again. And it doesn't look as good if you use videos that has watermarks on it. So I'll just go ahead and post, and that's it. This is the basic video on how to post your first TikTok video. One question we'll get. I think people who are coming from other platforms will have this question, do we care about shot composition? And what I mean is more like your feed composition. So when someone goes to your profile page and they see all your videos, should we put thought into the thumbnail for each one so it looks as aesthetic as they go down the page? Or is that just another platform thing? And that one I think is easy to answer. No, you don't care. You know, an Instagram, you do care like an Instagram. So much of it is about Polish and static images that look good. So people put a lot of thought in their thumbnails and their images to make sure that they don't post something that contrasts too much with the page, because that'll lend itself to people thinking like, oh, this isn't a well-produced account, therefore less likely to follow it. But with TikTok, no. The user behavior we've seen so far is that people just don't care. I mean, they really don't care. They're going to click a video and swipe and go to the next one and swipe and go to the next one, and that's it. And they're not actually using thumbnails much, to be honest, to pick out. So that whole impression thing it just does not matter at the moment. Yeah. Instagram is, started and still very strongly all about images, and you can align images and you can design the feed to look a certain way. But TikTok is all about videos, and if your video is a minute long, it's actually TikTok that will decide or automatically will pick the thumbnail for you. So you don't really have even that much choice. And since you can align it, nobody cares. So at the end, it doesn't matter what it looks like. As of what I'm saying, people just swipe through. They'll see the actual videos, not the thumbnails themselves. When you make your videos, do you actually stop and think about the thumbnail? Not at all. No. Not once have I. And if you go on any account, you will see that there's no pattern or there's no sense in the actual feed. It's all about the actual video content, not the thumbnail. Yeah. I think the only exception I would say is that, especially on your account, Darius, one thing you've done effectively is you've put titles at the very beginning. And so at least in my experience, when I go to your page, you put a question in your title at the very beginning. And so I'm more likely to click that thumbnail to watch the video if it's a question I actually want answered. And so I think that might lend itself a little bit to people being like cafeteria users where they pick and choose what they want to watch. And since you put text in your thumbnail, I can therefore think about which one I want to click on. But that's really the only thing I can think of with regards to thumbnails right now. Yeah, and that's actually more of a side effect than something I do on purpose. So I put the text in the beginning of the videos because I'm trying to draw attention and I'm using that first 1 or 2 seconds to hook people. So I put in a question or put in a statement, and I do that for the hook reason. And then by default, the side effect. It also becomes a question that's on the thumbnail. So it's not something I do on purpose. It might help. I've noticed also with other people it happens rarely. They'll actually scroll through and sort of pick the videos based on a thumbnail. Sometimes if there's something super interesting, they might do it. A lot of times they'll scroll and they'll find just the most popular videos because they assume those are the best ones. So they'll just see the videos with the most views and they'll check those out instead of the actual thumbnails. So I don't think it matters all that much. And I wouldn't personally change the order or the composition of my videos just to get the right thumbnail. Yeah, I've noticed this as well as myself as a user on TikTok is I do the same thing where I go to a page and I want the best content on the page. So I look at the views. I would anticipate that the TikTok's going to add a sort for that because right now I'm kind of shocked. They don't have a sorting feature where you click sort by popularity. You know, for the longest time, YouTube didn't have that. And then after a while, they kind of just woke up and put it on because people, when they go to an account, they want to see what you are at your best. They don't want to watch the stuff that you just threw up on a Thursday night that didn't really work. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of a side point, but yeah, thumbnail's not super important. I think maybe as the platform grows, or maybe you can find your own strategy for them could be effective, but not really something we've seen enough that we can recommend. Next question. What about effects and stickers? You don't talk about these elements as much when you talk about elements of a great post. Yeah. So the simple reason why we didn't cover it much is just because it's not that used. So there are stickers and effects that are available, and sometimes people use them, but they're not going to make a big impact on the quality of your post. And it's not something that's either used in trends or in challenges or that we see in viral videos. So just because it's just simply not that big of a feature that's used, we haven't covered it all that much. Especially if you guys are coming from Instagram or Twitter or any of those other share-focused platforms. They ask about watermarking because if you make your own content, other people share it. You know, do you want some type of protection or some benefit? You know, if you guys have taken my Instagram course, we did a side account on the side where I built one from scratch, and we got it up to 150,000 followers or something. Took about a year to get there. But one of the biggest growth factors for that account actually was that we used watermarks. And since there's so many aggregator accounts on Instagram, so many of these just lazy accounts that just grab cool stuff and shoot it out there, they don't want to make their own content that anytime. I post something because I was creating new stuff. Every post would get on average 10 to 30 reposts from these aggregator accounts. It would just amplify the message. And that's part of the reason why so many people came back to the account and started following us. Now the question is then becomes TikTok, can you do the same thing? Is it worth doing? Well, I think the first thing to think would point out is you're not going to use watermarking as a way to protect your content. Okay? You want people to share it? That's a good thing. You don't want people to think like, oh, it's like a copyright problem if I share it. So don't get out of the mindset of like, I have to protect my content. The more you give, the more you'll get in return. It's just the basic law of reciprocity applied to social media. I think also that with watermarking, if you are going to do it, you need to make sure that one, it's not going to interfere with the video, right? It needs to be small and it's not going to block the view of what you're watching. And the other thing is that if you do end up doing it, don't put a logo. This is like the dumbest thing. I see people do this all the time. I have a student who put watermarks on all their posts and then they don't see any benefit from it or they don't understand why. Well, it's because they put a logo and nobody knows what that logo is, so no one's going to see that logo and then go to your account and follow you, right? So what you would do if you do a watermark is you put at and then put your actual username so that if people like it, they know where to go, right? So if you post it, they can just click on your account. But if someone else reposts it for you, then they know still where it's coming from. So if they really like it, they'll go and type that in, right? So those are the two things I would say. Make sure it's not obstructing the view of the video, and if that's the case, it is obstructing it. Leave it out. But if you can fit it in there, and you want to, and it can be legible, you can read it, then put it your username, and that's the only thing that's worth doing, I think. And also, one thing to keep in mind is that the inherent behavior on TikTok is different than on Instagram. And there's features that make TikTok unique, in which case, watermarking may not make sense. So, like one way to grow your account is if you are doing really well, you could start a trend. And then people will be able to find you by getting to the origin of that trend. So maybe if you're using a popular song or popular challenge, and if your video does really well, then you'll be listed as the most popular video for that trend or challenge. So not necessarily to have that watermark in your video. And also what tends to be popular is to do react videos or duets. And in that case, your video will be displayed side by side with the new video person is creating. So the viewer will be able to see what's your original video. Yeah, that makes sense. The quickest and easiest way to grow your account on TikTok is simply by participating in trends and challenges, and that's exactly what we're going to discuss in this particular lecture. By the end of the lecture, you'll know what trends and challenges are. You'll know how to participate in them and you'll know how to take advantage of them for yourself. Whether you're a business or a person posting on your account, trends and challenges are the reason why the ratio of people that actually post videos versus just consume is so much higher on TikTok than other platforms. For example, on Instagram, if you want to post a video or a picture, well, first you need to know what to post. And a lot of people just consume the content because they don't know what kind of contribution they can make, what they can post, and they feel oftentimes shy, and they just feel self-conscious to post videos. TikTok makes it super easy to post and become a creator, even if you are not very creative, even if you don't have sort of a lot of cool ideas. And that's exactly why they created challenges and trends. So challenges are created directly by TikTok, and I'm going to show you both of those. But they're created directly on TikTok, and you can participate in these challenges and make it very easy to post. Videos and trends are created by other users. There's not official sort of TikTok content, but it's created by other users. It's oftentimes combinations of using different images and different effects to create a certain type of video. And people will, if they repeat it, it becomes a trend. It becomes, if it's repeated enough, it becomes sort of a viral trend, and anybody can participate and they can make their own spin on the video. This is super interesting, both as a person growing your TikTok profile, but also as a business. As a business, it can be sometimes difficult to come to a new platform and understand how it works and become part of it. A lot of times people just repost videos or content from other platforms. It looks out of place and looks odd. Now, the easiest way you can adapt your business to TikTok is by participating challenging trends and using it to communicate the message that you want to communicate with your product to your target. Demographic challenges can be found in your Discover tab, and trends are you'll see them in your home feed, basically if you see something 3 times in a day. So if you see somebody using the same video and they're using a funny skit, and if 3 different people use it and you sit it in your For You page, it is likely a trend. So let's take a look at both of those. So over here, I am in my TikTok account, and I want to go ahead and click on Discover. So I discover the first thing you see are challenges. So the very top is the search bar, and this is the normal searching we discovered. If you want to search for a particular user or a video or anything like that, you do in a search bar. But right up next, we have trends. Now, first you see the title of the trend, and on the right side, you'll see the views. So this particular trend level up, if I'll click on it, is 4.8 billion views. That's billion. And you can either add it to your favorites, just like effects, just like sounds. You can add it to your favorites, or you can scroll through and see what videos are there. And if you wanted to use this particular or participate in this challenge, you could just click on the little camera and it would already use it as an effect on my phone as well. So we're going to go back, and then if you click on the video, this is what this particular trend is all about: to one level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3. Scroll through the videos. You can see they all have the same song. It's the same theme. The quickest and easiest way to grow your account on TikTok is simply by participating in trends and challenges, and that's exactly what we're going to discuss in this particular lecture. By the end of the lecture, you'll know what trends and challenges are. You'll know how to participate in them, and you'll know how to take advantage of them for yourself. Whether you're a business or a person posting on your account, trends and challenges are the reason why the ratio of people that actually post videos versus just consume is so much higher on TikTok than other platforms. For example, on Instagram, if you want to post a video or a picture, well, first you need to know what to post. And a lot of people just consume the content because they don't know what kind of contribution they can make, what they can post, and they feel oftentimes shy, and they just feel self-conscious to post videos. TikTok makes it super easy to post and become a creator, even if you are not very creative, even if you don't have sort of a lot of cool ideas. And that's exactly why they created challenges and trends. So challenges are created directly by TikTok, and I'm going to show you both of those. But they're created directly on TikTok, and you can participate in these challenges and make it very easy to post. Videos and trends are created by other users. There's not official sort of TikTok content, but it's created by other users. It's oftentimes combinations of using different images and different effects to create a certain type of video. And people will, if they repeat it, it becomes a trend. It becomes, if it's repeated enough, it becomes sort of a viral trend, and anybody can participate and they can make their own spin on the video. This is super interesting, both as a person growing your TikTok profile, but also as a business. As a business, it can be sometimes difficult to come to a new platform and understand how it works and become part of it. A lot of times people just repost videos or content from other platforms. It looks out of place and looks odd. Now, the easiest way you can adapt your business to TikTok is by participating challenging trends and using it to communicate the message that you want to communicate with your product to your target. Demographic challenges can be found in your Discover tab, and trends are you'll see them in your home feed, basically if you see something 3 times in a day. So if you see somebody using the same video and they're using a funny skit, and if 3 different people use it and you sit it in your For You page, it is likely a trend. So let's take a look at both of those. So over here, I am in my TikTok account, and I want to go ahead and click on Discover. So I discover the first thing you see are challenges. So the very top is the search bar, and this is the normal searching we discovered. If you want to search for a particular user or a video or anything like that, you do in a search bar. But right up next, we have trends. Now, first you see the title of the trend, and on the right side, you'll see the views. So this particular trend level up, if I'll click on it, is 4.8 billion views. That's billion. And you can either add it to your favorites, just like effects, just like sounds. You can add it to your favorites, or you can scroll through and see what videos are there. And if you wanted to use this particular or participate in this challenge, you could just click on the little camera and it would already use it as an effect on my phone as well. So we're going to go back, and then if you click on the video, this is what this particular trend is all about: to one level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3. Scroll through the videos. You can see they all have the same song. It's the same theme. Okay, so we have some questions about using songs. Songs are a very popular way of writing trends on TikTok, but also making content that be kind of mundane by itself to make it more interesting. So one of the first questions is, how do you find popular songs? When you open your profile and you start looking for songs after you upload a video, depending on your country. But for most countries, you'll be able to actually see the popular songs, and TikTok will suggest the songs that are trending right now. Also, when you dive into the actual songs category, there'll be one category for trending, and you'll be able to see which songs are trending, and you can save those songs and use them for later. What I like to do is, as I go through my For You page and through the TikTok feed, I save all of the songs that I see with trends. Or if I hear a song multiple times, I'll save that one and then use it for later. So this is one way to jump on a trend early on, is by saving songs that you see and then catching them before they're officially sort of trending and they're categorized on the trending page. Yeah. It's very similar to the strategy of how do I find trends in general? Well, the best way to find trends is to look at your For You page. And then, as you're scrolling through it, do you start to notice that there's a lot of one type of video, type of challenge, type of song? And if you can find a higher density of that, then that's probably a trend that's going on right now. It's worth jumping on. And so, songs very similarly have those same mechanics, and so you kind of find them the same way. There's another question, is it worth picking new songs? Because in TikTok, when you go to the song section, you have all these songs on there, and it can be kind of overwhelming. And you don't know just from hearing it whether it's something that's being used a lot. So is it worth using a new song? So songs are very, very powerful. Part of TikTok. TikTok was Musical.ly, which is all just about lip syncing. It was all about the music. Now it's a bit more diverse, but music is still a huge part of that culture on TikTok. So I would say use songs that are already popular and trending. It doesn't really, especially at the beginning when you're just starting out, just like we talked about, it's better to jump on trends versus creating your own videos from scratch at the beginning. It's better to use popular and trending videos, and you can actually get views. I've seen people even go as far as they might have a video where let's say they're explaining a concept and they'll put a song, but they'll put it on mute, but have that song in the background, just so TikTok would notice that somebody is using a popular song and it would show it. I wouldn't recommend this because it's not relevant, but people will go as far as doing these type of hacks just to get on popular songs. So the best thing at the beginning is user popular songs, and not all the songs you use has to be the most famous one, the popular one. It should be also relevant. A lot of times I'll scroll through videos and I'll just hear a cool song that I like. Maybe it's not a trend or even the video is not very popular, but I like the song and I'll use it in my videos. Another question I've seen, and this is specifically by people who make their own music, but it can also apply to people who do not make their own music but just have songs they like. Should you upload your own music or pick your own songs? So in the past, it was actually possible, and it was quite simple to upload new music and introduce music into TikTok. But TikTok has now become such a big part of the entire music industry, mainly because it helps the Old Town Road #1 song in the world get to that position. TikTok is basically running the music industry at this point, and they're shifting towards becoming sort of almost a publisher of music. So in order to publish a song through TikTok and use it in the actual videos, it has to be officially published. You have to go to the proper forums and you have to apply as a musician, be registered and all of that. So there's a whole shebang just on the part of uploading new songs. In that way, you can't really use your own songs in a simple matter. One thing you could do is just put a song to a video in a different editing app. For example, I use Splice, so you could add a song in Splice and then upload it to TikTok. And that song would be playing in the video, but you won't be able to tag it. And that's an issue because then people can replicate it and can use it again. So in general, it's not a good idea to just upload it. If you are a musician, it might make sense to go through the proper channels and publish it through TikTok. Yeah, and I think also it's an extension of this is that as TikTok gets larger, we're going to have to worry more and more about copyright. And anybody who's a YouTube creator knows that copyright is just the bane of their existence right now because these music labels and record companies have such an unbelievable lock on the legal system in so many countries. So you'll see a lot of times, for instance, in YouTube, there are guys or people who I'm literally thinking of one guy. His name is David Dobrik, but he once shared how much money he makes from his videos, and it was a fraction of what you would think, even though he has millions and millions of people, followers, and views, because he uses copyright music. So that's kind of my general advice is like, sure, I mean, you could use your own music and maybe it catches on, and maybe it works out. But I don't think it's a good long-term strategy. I really don't. Right now, it might not be the end of the world, but TikTok will eventually be on the same level as these other platforms where they're going to have to deal with copyright. So you're really going to need to make sure that whatever you choose has already been approved. And that's definitely something worth treading carefully on. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I haven't uploaded any songs, I just use what's popular, what's trending. It's the easiest way to stay safe and also grow your account. Okay, so we have some questions about using songs. Songs are a very popular way of writing trends on TikTok, but also making content that be kind of mundane by itself to make it more interesting. So one of the first questions is, how do you find popular songs? When you open your profile and you start looking for songs after you upload a video, depending on your country. But for most countries, you'll be able to actually see the popular songs, and TikTok will suggest the songs that are trending right now. Also, when you dive into the actual songs category, there'll be one category for trending, and you'll be able to see which songs are trending, and you can save those songs and use them for later. What I like to do is, as I go through my For You page and through the TikTok feed, I save all of the songs that I see with trends. Or if I hear a song multiple times, I'll save that one and then use it for later. So this is one way to jump on a trend early on, is by saving songs that you see and then catching them before they're officially sort of trending and they're categorized on the trending page. Yeah. It's very similar to the strategy of how do I find trends in general? Well, the best way to find trends is to look at your For You page. And then, as you're scrolling through it, do you start to notice that there's a lot of one type of video, type of challenge, type of song? And if you can find a higher density of that, then that's probably a trend that's going on right now. It's worth jumping on. And so, songs very similarly have those same mechanics, and so you kind of find them the same way. There's another question, is it worth picking new songs? Because in TikTok, when you go to the song section, you have all these songs on there, and it can be kind of overwhelming. And you don't know just from hearing it, whether it's something that's being used a lot. So is it worth using a new song? So songs are very, very powerful. Part of TikTok. TikTok was Musical.ly, which is all just about lip syncing. It was all about the music. Now it's a bit more diverse, but music is still a huge part of that culture on TikTok. So I would say use songs that are already popular and trending. It doesn't really, especially at the beginning when you're just starting out, just like we talked about It's better to jump on trends versus creating your own videos from scratch at the beginning. It's better to use popular and trending videos, and you can actually get views. I've seen people even go as far as they might have a video where, let's say they're explaining a concept and they'll put a song, but they'll put it on mute, but have that song in the background, just so TikTok would notice that somebody is using a popular song and it would show it. I wouldn't recommend this because it's not relevant, but people will go as far as doing these type of hacks just to get on popular songs. So the best thing at the beginning is user popular songs, and not all the songs you use has to be the most famous one, the popular one. It should be also relevant. A lot of times I'll scroll through videos and I'll just hear a cool song that I like. Maybe it's not a trend or even the video is not very popular, but I like the song and I'll use it in my videos. Another question I've seen, and this is specifically by people who make their own music, but it can also apply to people who do not make their own music but just have songs they like. Should you upload your own music or pick your own songs? So in the past, it was actually possible, and it was quite simple to upload new music and introduce music into TikTok. But TikTok has now become such a big part of the entire music industry, mainly because it helps the Old Town Road #1 song in the world get to that position. TikTok is basically running the music industry at this point, and they're shifting towards becoming sort of almost a publisher of music. So in order to publish a song through TikTok and use it in the actual videos, it has to be officially published. You have to go to the proper forums and you have to apply as a musician, be registered and all of that. So there's a whole shebang just on the part of uploading new songs. In that way, you can't really use your own songs in a simple matter. One thing you could do is just put a song to a video in a different editing app. For example, I use Splice, so you could add a song in Splice and then upload it to TikTok. And that song would be playing in the video, but you won't be able to tag it. And that's an issue because then people can replicate it and can use it again. So in general, it's not a good idea to just upload it. If you are a musician, it might make sense to go through the proper channels and publish it through TikTok. Yeah, and I think also it's an extension of this is that as TikTok gets larger, we're going to have to worry more and more about copyright. And anybody who's a YouTube creator knows that copyright is just the bane of their existence right now because these music labels and record companies have such an unbelievable lock on the legal system in so many countries. So you'll see a lot of times, for instance, in YouTube, there are guys or people who I'm literally thinking of one guy. His name is David Dobrik, but he once shared how much money he makes from his videos, and it was a fraction of what you would think, even though he has millions and millions of people, followers, and views, because he uses copyright music. So that's kind of my general advice is like, sure, I mean, you could use your own music and maybe it catches on, and maybe it works out, but I don't think it's a good long-term strategy. I really don't. Right now, it might not be the end of the world, but TikTok will eventually be on the same level as these other platforms where they're going to have to deal with copyright. So you're really going to need to make sure that whatever you choose has already been approved. And that's definitely something worth treading carefully on. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I haven't uploaded any songs, I just use what's popular, what's trending. It's the easiest way to stay safe and also grow your account. And the final tip in this section is how to cross-promote your content onto other platforms in this lecture. That's exactly what we're going to talk about. If you are on TikTok, chances are that you have other social media profiles, for example, Instagram and Facebook. A really good idea once you post new content on TikTok, especially when you're a user, and you just came to the platform and you don't have any followers, a really good idea is to promote this content on other platforms. So the easiest way you can do that is you can directly post from the TikTok app, and you can post your content into other platforms like Facebook or Instagram. You could also send it to friends in WhatsApp. If you're brand new to TikTok, this is a really good way to start promoting your content. There might be a lot of your friends that are already on TikTok that you don't know about or other people in your network, and if you don't tell them directly, you're just not going to know. So what you can do is post on other platforms, and this is a good way of telling other people that you're on the platform and they can follow you. because when you post content on other platforms from TikTok, you will have the TikTok watermark. So even though it's on Instagram, it will still be visible as TikTok content. And if you're at the very beginning, this might be a good little quick tip to get your Instagram followers or Facebook friends onto TikTok so they can follow you, support you there, and you can start growing your audience. The more attention your videos will get at the beginning, the more likely they are that it's going to go up. So whether people watch the videos and rewatch them and engage in comment and share at the beginning, you have a higher chance of increasing. We do have several lectures on how to grow your account. This is the entire next section and also lectures about how the algorithm works. So don't worry, we're going to explain all of it in the upcoming lectures. One thing to note, just remember that you can cross-promote your content from TikTok directly into other platforms, and that's a great way to start, in general. Yeah. I mean, my advice is that you can make it work. You'd be surprised at what industries work. You know, one of my favorite people on TikTok is an eye doctor, and his stuff is incredible. And you would never think that some stale-like doctor could make it work. But there's a lot of medical students on TikTok, a lot of doctors on TikTok. And so he has made his stuff inside jokes for that community that works really, really well. But you also see companies that make things that are just not what you'd expect, doing perfectly fine people who make power tools or pipes or, this is obviously a very out there example, but like the Flex Seal guys, they make a thing that helps you seal up leaks in a pipe. And they've done extremely well on TikTok, mainly because they're like a meme themselves. But you would never think like industrial sealant is going to get a ton of attention on TikTok. Yeah, absolutely. And TikTok is so new that we don't really know what is going to be. And we've seen any type of account do really well. One of my personal favorites is the dentist. So he's a dentist his name is Ben, so dentist. And he makes a combination of both like funny, silly videos, just, random TikToks, but he also does specific recommendations as a dentist, and he tells you what you should need and how to take care of your teeth and some basic things. And he's very, very popular, and he made that work. We've seen lawyers that dance, any industry, even the most boring thing you could think of can be made interesting and funny through TikTok. I think one of the big benefits of TikTok is that the creativity is really unlimited and you can make anything interesting on it. So don't underestimate the size of TikTok. Like the community is really, really massive. And the micro communities, whether it's lawyers or dentists or people that steal stuff and with pipes, they're really very big and very growing, and they're big enough that you can get traction and actually meaningful business results or build a personal brand. So we've seen companies that wouldn't normally touch social media or wouldn't invest heavily in social media otherwise, but they do really well on TikTok. So it's something to definitely consider no matter what your niche is. And it's not just to consumer, it's also B2B. So we've seen companies that are doing well in that space as well. One thing I wanted to point out is that a lot of people, when they think of TikTok, they think of dance videos and cat videos and funny gags and pranks and stuff like that. And so you might think that the platform is just entertainment, and therefore you might then think that my industry cannot be entertaining, right? If you do lawn care, how can you make that entertaining? But one thing I want to point out is one, you can always make it entertaining, right? It's up to you to be creative. And number two is that is just kind of the tip of the spear. I think when TikTok first started, that's all you saw. But it's rapidly evolving. And so now we're seeing educational content do really well. And I think past that, then you'll start seeing all sorts of other types of content. If you look at the way that other platforms have grown, they will all start with one specific niche and then start growing into other types of content start to work. YouTube, first off, was very much entertainment-focused, but then it definitely became educational, and then it became reality television. And then, all these different things started being absorbed into it and started working as more people figured out the platform and just figured out the medium. Yeah, and we've seen that happen over and over again. And for example, the Chinese version of TikTok has much more, or the content that's educational is more popular there than the entertainment content. And we see that shift slowly coming to the main version of TikTok that we're using as well. And we know that TikTok is actually actively speaking with big creators, and it's actively encouraging them to post educational content. So I think even if you don't have to be funny or entertaining, but if you're educational, you provide valuable information. I think that's enough of a reason to be on TikTok, and it's enough of a reason that people are going to follow you. You can't just do sales and just sort of talk about yourself and me, and expect to get following. But if you can provide interesting information that's relevant and useful to people, that's definitely going to work. And that's the trend that keeps getting bigger. So we're going to see only more educational content in the future. I can see in my personal experience the videos that have done the best so far, that have had the most virality, are actually the educational content and the types of videos where I provide valuable information. That's what people tend to watch the most with my personal account. Yeah, it makes sense. And yeah, TikTok is changing. I think it's worth definitely diving in. Now, one thing I might say is just that a lot of people think that, well, if first you have that problem where you go, I'm not sure if I can make it work on the platform, we think you can. And every day new industries are proving that they can. I think the other question, though, is like, is the TikTok audience worth making content for? Right? And this is something that you, again, have with all the platforms. When Instagram first came out, a lot of companies were like, why would I be on Instagram, right? Because it's just young people who it was like very skewed towards travel and photography and creatives and things like that. So they said, oh, well, the people on Instagram aren't necessarily my audience. And the people that said that missed a huge opportunity, right? Because anytime there's a new platform, it's kind of the Wild West where you can get a lot of growth rapidly, and your strategies don't have to be as polished or tight, or you don't have to be a TikTok guru to grow right now. And so you're kind of missing an opportunity to get in and grow now, create that momentum. And as the TikTok audience grows and expands and gets older too, it's very soon will be your direct audience. So immediately, no, maybe not depending on your industry, but it's going to rapidly get there. Yeah, and I think you shouldn't underestimate the size of TikTok. I think many people don't realize just how massive it is. It's got billions of downloads, so it started with the young audience and the teens and preteens, but that's the same for every single social media platform that was ever created. It always starts young and it grows big. So don't underestimate the size. And for example, right now, the most popular and trending hashtags are the over 30, over 40, over 50 hashtags. And those audiences are definitely big enough to either build a personal brand on or get engagement and get business results, whether you're driving revenue or leads or whatever it is. So there's already a large pools of people that are much older than you would expect. And it may not be something you see on the first time you open TikTok and you'll scroll through it and you'll just see a bunch of teenagers dancing. Don't be confused. That's not what TikTok is all about. The algorithm will start to show you more relevant content to you. And then the second thing is we pointed out right now is the golden opportunity to be on TikTok. If you try to go on TikTok and build a profile in a year or 2 years, it's going to be so saturated. It's going to be just like an Instagram where it's hard to grow the account and it's really hard to sort of grow from scratch. So it's the golden opportunity right now. And you don't have to be active and post 3 times a day necessarily, but having commitment and some investment of time into that will bring you a big ROI in the future. So that's something to not underestimate. Right now, TikTok is like, imagine Instagram 7 years ago where you could post and get massive following without putting that much effort. It will be so much more difficult in a year or 2. Yeah. You remember when Instagram used to put unlimited hashtags on your post and it was like you could just show up on millions and you could show up on 100 hashtag pages if you wanted to. There's so many tweaks that are going to happen over time that are just going to make growth strategies not really work. And then they look at their analytics and they realize that it's a 15-second clip, but the average watch time is 3 seconds. Well, yeah, that doesn't solve the problem for you. I mean, it doesn't say what's wrong with the content, but it is telling you that people aren't watching it, therefore it's not being distributed. And then you just know, well, it's the content, right? Yeah, absolutely. And another thing to add, I would say when you're just starting out, be patient. It takes time, and maybe you've posted 10 videos and they're not getting many views. You're getting, let's say, 10 views. That is perfectly fine. It takes time to build your audience. Once you grow, like let's say if you have 20,000 followers, pretty much anything you post will get 1,000 views by default just because you've grown enough. But when you're in the early stages and you have either 0 followers or just a couple hundred, it will take time. And I've posted videos, even I've had, let's say, 1,000 followers, and I posted videos, and it got 10 views or 15 views, like that has happened to me before, where all the other videos were getting hundreds and thousands of views. So I would say just be patient, and it takes time to build up the audience, and it takes time to get more exposure. Yeah. Is there any advice you give specifically to someone who's trying to rehab their content, like, you didn't do anything wrong? Your watch time is low. Can you think of any common problems people have? I think one problem I've seen a lot is people are not thinking about the psychology of someone watching it in that, say, if you're doing a 15-second clip, okay? Well, the way people use TikTok, right, is they swipe, they watch something, they test it, right? And then they swipe to the next one, they swipe to the next one. And they're essentially any video that shows up on their feed, they're going to dip their toes in the water like everybody's going to give it 2 to 3 seconds usually. So what a lot of people are doing wrong is they are not designing their content or their videos to grab their attention immediately. Right. If you don't give them a reason to watch the video, oftentimes they're not. So that could be either piquing their interest with something interesting or vague, or using a title to tell them why they should watch it or what the why. What are they going to get at the end of this 15 seconds? It's not even necessarily about getting people to the end of the video, which is the golden thing. Like you want to get them to the end of the video, that's where you finish the finish line. But if you're not getting distribution at all, well, it's probably because people are just swiping right past it. And so you really have to think more critically about that first 3 seconds. What can I do in that first 3 seconds? Can I add a sound effect? Can I add a title? Can I rearrange the clip so that the more interesting things happen at the very beginning? Even if you're doing really simple stuff like Darius will do these Q&As where he'll ask a question and then answer it. Okay. Well, there's a lot of small, subtle things you can do in the first 3 seconds to make it more interesting, right? Like you can inflect your voice, or one thing you did was putting up the camera next to your seat and then sitting down, then talking, right? Like even that emotion right there is enough that it's visually interesting that you might carry them, like that. Add that with a couple other things, and that might be enough to get them to the 6-second mark, which is what TikTok wants to get it to the next group of people in their distribution. Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's all about catching the attention at the beginning and having that hook in the video. So let's say you post a video. It doesn't really, a simple thing you can do is take that same video and just change the editing or change even the order in which the videos are played, or add text at the beginning. Or do anything at the beginning that will get the people to stay on, and then republish the video a couple of days later, and you'll see the difference. We've seen videos that will be posted and they'll do okay, but nothing crazy, and the person will just change the title, like just change the 1 or 2 sentences or the phrase that's in the actual video in the text posted a few days later, and bam, it just goes crazy viral. So we're also seeing that one thing to note sometimes, and we don't know this for sure, but sometimes it almost feels like the algorithm sort of ebbs and flows, and it goes up and down. Like sometimes you'll just have days where you post videos and everything does really well, and sometimes it just doesn't do really well. I don't know if it's psychologically or if it's just sort of something I have in my head where some days I'm more creative than others. But that's something we've seen, and I've also heard other creators talk about that. Like sometimes you just have phases where it's days or a couple of weeks where you're just not getting A lot of attention versus other days where you're really growing strong. So as I understand it, and again, like you'd have to be an oracle to know the answer to this perfectly because this is not information they publicize. But from what I've understood, just looking at the way things are posted and talking to people, is that there is a golden window, right? When you first post it where it's brand new, TikTok doesn't know how good it is, so it's going to send it out to a lot of people. And so it's more about being aware of that little window, right? So right now, the window is 30 minutes to an hour and a half, but they change it all the time. Okay? And then they look at their analytics and they realize that it's a 15-second clip, but the average watch time is 3 seconds. Well, yeah, I mean, that doesn't solve the problem for you. I mean, it doesn't say what's wrong with the content, but it is telling you that people aren't watching it, therefore it's not being distributed. And then you just know, well, it's the content, right? Yeah, absolutely. And another thing to add, I would say when you're just starting out, be patient. It takes time, and maybe you've posted 10 videos and they're not getting many views. You're getting, let's say, 10 views. That is perfectly fine. It takes time to build your audience. Once you grow, like let's say if you have 20,000 followers, pretty much anything you post will get 1,000 views by default just because you've grown enough. But when you're in the early stages and you have either 0 followers or just a couple hundred, it will take time. And I've posted videos, even I've had, let's say, 1,000 followers, and I posted videos, and it got 10 views or 15 views, like that has happened to me before, where all the other videos were getting hundreds and thousands of views. So I would say just be patient, and it takes time to build up the audience, and it takes time to get more exposure. Yeah. Is there any advice you give specifically to someone who's trying to rehab their content, like, you didn't do anything wrong? Your watch time is low. Can you think of any common problems people have? I think one problem I've seen a lot is people are not thinking about the psychology of someone watching it in that, say, if you're doing a 15-second clip, okay? Well, the way people use TikTok, right, is they swipe, they watch something, they taste test it, right? And then they swipe to the next one, they swipe to the next one. And they're essentially any video that shows up on their feed, they're going to dip their toes in the water like everybody's going to give it 2 to 3 seconds usually. So what a lot of people are doing wrong is they are not designing their content or their videos to grab their attention immediately. Right. If you don't give them a reason to watch the video, oftentimes they're not. So that could be either piquing their interest with something interesting or vague, or using a title to tell them why they should watch it or what the why. What are they going to get at the end of this 15 seconds? It's not even necessarily about getting people to the end of the video, which is the golden thing. Like you want to get them to the end of the video, that's where you finish the finish line. But if you're not getting distribution at all, well, it's probably because people are just swiping right past it. And so you really have to think more critically about that first 3 seconds. What can I do in that first 3 seconds? Can I add a sound effect? Can I add a title? Can I rearrange the clip so that the more interesting things happen at the very beginning? Even if you're doing really simple stuff like Darius will do these Q&As where he'll ask a question and then answer it. Okay. Well, there's a lot of small, subtle things you can do in the first 3 seconds to make it more interesting, right? Like you can inflect your voice, or one thing you did was putting up the camera next to your seat and then sitting down, then talking, right? Like even that emotion right there is enough that it's visually interesting that you might carry them, like that. Add that with a couple other things, and that might be enough to get them to the 6-second mark, which is what TikTok wants to get it to the next group of people in their distribution. Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's all about catching the attention at the beginning and having that hook in the video. So let's say you post a video. It doesn't really, a simple thing you can do is take that same video and just change the editing or change even the order in which the videos are played or add text at the beginning. or do anything at the beginning that will get the people to stay on, and then republish the video a couple of days later, and you'll see the difference. We've seen videos that will be posted and they'll do okay, but nothing crazy, and the person will just change the title, like just change the one or two sentences or the phrase that's in the actual video in the text posted a few days later, and bam, it just goes crazy viral. So we're also seeing that one thing to note sometimes, and we don't know this for sure, but sometimes it almost feels like the algorithm sort of ebbs and flows, and it goes up and down. Like sometimes you'll just have days where you post videos and everything does really well, and sometimes it just doesn't do really well. I don't know if it's psychologically or if it's just sort of something I have in my head where some days I'm more creative than others. But that's something we've seen, and I've also heard other creators talk about that. Like sometimes you just have phases where it's days or a couple of weeks where you're just not getting a lot of attention versus other days where you're really growing strong. So as I understand it, and again, like you'd have to be an oracle to know the answer to this perfectly because this is not information they publicize. But from what I've understood, just looking at the way things are posted and talking to people, is that there is a golden window, right? When you first post it where it's brand new, TikTok doesn't know how good it is, so it's going to send it out to a lot of people. And so it's more about being aware of that little window, right? So right now, the window is 30 minutes to an hour and a half, but they change it all the time. Okay? All the time. It used to be 10 to 20 minutes. Now, right now, I think it's in 30 to an hour and a half, maybe. Some people say it's up to like 5 hours. But anyway, during that little window, think about when you posted it, right? Like if you posted it, and that crucial 1.5-hour window was when your entire audience was asleep, well, it's not going to catch on, right? And it's very variable. And like the first 100 people to see it for whatever reason, if you get a random sample of 100 people, or it's a big deal, and then that 100 people, you get a really good engagement, that is enough sometimes to kickstart it. So one thing I think is, if you post it and it doesn't do well, don't kill yourself over it, just make more. Also, you can just repost it later on. That's a big one. You see with big TikTok creators is they'll say, like, I posted it 3 times, and the 4th time I posted it, I didn't do anything differently. It took off, and it's probably because the right people saw it. It was at the right timing for the audience that saw it. And whatever reason, the first batch they got was the best. So don't really worry about it. It's just go forward. Keep trying. Keep reposting. If you think like it's worth testing, I generally suggest like repost. If you do something and it does really badly and you have no idea why, I don't know. Wait a week, repost it. You repost it 1 or 2 more times, and if they flop 3 times in a row, I think that's enough data to say like, okay, maybe it's just not a good video, but there's no reason. Why, if you're confident in the content, you can't just try it again. And since it's so not only seasonal, but like dependent on the time of day and who sees it. So yeah, this is something I actually do myself quite frequently. If I have a really good piece of content or a really good moment that is a once-in-a-sort-of wild moment, I'll capture it in video and then I'll do several different edits of that specific video and then I'll post them every couple of days. For example, the other day we did like an ice bucket challenge where you would lay in a bucket of ice and see how long you can last. And I was there for like 5 minutes and it was really cool and not something I'm going to do every day just to experiment with the video. So we filmed it once and then I did, I think maybe 2 or 3 or 4 different edits of that video and I posted it and there was a massive difference in the number of views I got. And I can't really tell why it was that way. I think all of them were interesting. All of them had the hook at the beginning. All of them had the same sort of middle and a different ending, but some of them just did much, much better. Another thing to note is that if you're posting several videos in a row, sometimes I'll film a couple of videos and I'll save them as drafts, and I'll post maybe 3 videos right away. And I do notice that maybe if you post 3 videos, 2 of those will not get much attention, and they'll be sort of very low, and only 1 of them will really be promoted. And then after a couple of hours, maybe the next day. But after a couple of hours, the second video will be promoted, and that starts to get views. And then a couple of hours, the third video. So TikTok will push out the videos in a sequence, but it's not always the same order as you post it. I don't know why, but maybe it's the video that has the most engagement. At first, it has the first 10 views that are the best. It pushes that one out. There might be another reason, but when people ask me why their content is not doing well, and I look at the content, I usually look at like a simple formula and ask myself, is this video using one of the 3 viral variables? And the 3 viral variables are either, is the video funny, is it creative, or is it providing valuable information? So if you have one or more, ideally you're much more likely to get attention. It's just a simple sort of framework to have. You can just record a video of a fly on a wall expected to do well. Even if you do 100 of those videos, it has to have something of value. And the final thing to note about this is that if you are going to include humor, just be careful, because it can be hard to get it right. People sometimes think they're funny and they're not, or the viewer just doesn't find it funny. That specific frame of mind. So be mindful of which of the 3 viral elements you're using in the videos. Yeah, and funny is different on every platform. Honestly, like funny on Twitter is not funny on TikTok, and I see YouTubers go to TikTok and they try to use the same yucks that they use on YouTube, and it doesn't work. So it's always just being mindful of tone. But yeah, I think that would definitely make a lot of sense. Welcome to the new section. This section is all about growth, tactics, and strategies that will help you grow your account, get more followers, and get more attention. For me personally, this is the most exciting section of the entire course. This is where most of the value lies. I think most of the biggest lessons and insights are in this section. I've been researching TikTok and very active running it both as a user and as a company for several months, and most of the things that I've learned are very valuable will be in this section. Currently, TikTok is the biggest marketing opportunity as of right now. Looking at all the platforms across the world, TikTok is the largest marketing opportunity. The thing is, there's not enough content to satisfy all the demand of the users, so there's many more users that want content than there is content. This sort of supply and demand is going to equal out over time. We're going to get more saturated. As more people come into TikTok, more users will get on, is going to get more saturated, it'll be more difficult to grow. But right now, it is super easy to grow because you can post a video on TikTok with having 0 followers. You get 1 million views. That's very, very possible. That has happened, and we've seen several cases like that happen when you can just blow up and you don't have to have any followers. Now we're going to cover everything like a simple step-by-step formula, how to grow your account. We'll talk about the actual algorithm and everything that goes into it. We'll talk about the posting frequency, which will go into a good post, and all of these really cool things we're going to cover in the next following lectures. As I mentioned in the intro right now, is the biggest opportunity for growth on TikTok. It's not going to be the same in 6 months or in a year. It will get saturated. But right now, TikTok is kind of like Instagram and Facebook 7 years ago when you could get on, create a massive following, and grow organically without having to pay for ads. And this lecture, I'll share with you a simple formula for growth. What are the steps you need to do and your guaranteed growth of your account, your followers, and the intention you can get on TikTok by the end of the lecture? You'll know exactly what you need to do in order to grow your account. Let's get started. The first thing you need to do is post several times a day. Now, the algorithm on TikTok is different, and the next lecture is specifically all about the algorithm. Explain how it actually works. But I just wanted to let you know that on Snapchat, for example, or on Facebook and Instagram, if you post your followers. So people don't want to post more than once a day because they want to, I know their followers, and have too much content out there. But on TikTok, it works differently. Your content is not only displays your followers, but also to a lot of other people that are not your followers just yet. And if you post several times a day, you have more opportunities for a piece of content to go viral. You have more opportunities for growth. But these a piece of content videos will not compete against the attention, because they'll be shown to different types of people. So the more basically you post, The higher chance you have of something going viral and higher chance you have of getting the good growth. Looking forward now, ideally at the beginning, when you start up your account, you should be posting 3 to 5 times a day. That sounds like a lot, but at least 3 times a day. At the beginning, once you grow and you hit a certain scale, maybe you can slow down, maybe do it once a day. But at least at the beginning, the ideal number is 3 times a day. I'm going to show you a couple of accounts over here on my phone, and just so you can see what is the posting frequency. So, for example, over here we have Clayton Morris. He has 500,000 followers. He's an entrepreneur, TV host. I'm just going to open the first video. And as you can see at the bottom, it says that he was posted 3 hours ago next to his name. It says 3 hours ago. I'll scroll down and it says 1 day ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 5 days, 5 days, 5 days. So you can see another 5 days, 6 days. So you can see that he's posting anywhere between 1 to 5 times a day, at least for the last couple of days. And I mean, he has a ton of videos, been posting for quite a while. So when you look at the accounts that are growing fast, or the ones that are already doing well, they'll still post a lot. I'll show you another one. Over here we have Charli D'Amelio. She's, if not the biggest creator on TikTok, one of the biggest ones. So you can see right now she's almost 50 million followers, which is just insane. And I'll click on a video you can scroll through. So this one was posted 20 hours ago, 20 hours, 21 hours, 21 hours, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day. So you can see she's posting a lot of videos, 3 days, 3 days, 3 days. She has a lot of videos. She's posting, 4 or 5, 6 times a day. And not just because she has a massive following. People that are very, very active on TikTok do get to be promoted more by TikTok. TikTok is actually promoting people that are very active on the platform. So the first thing you can do to grow is post 3 times a day. The second thing you can do is follow challenges and trends and participate in the challenges and trends. This is right now in terms of content. This is the fastest way you can grow your account. Challenges are posted directly by TikTok, and we've done lectures on challenges so you know what they are. But you can participate in challenges. And then trends are types of content that's posted by the users. And it could be anything from a sound that people use over and over again, or a certain sketch, or the types of videos. If you see something in your feed 3 times in a day, it's pretty much a trend, and that you should jump on it as early as possible. People really love to watch these trends and they follow you. You'll get a lot of attention from those. So if a trend follows within your sort of niche, you should absolutely jump on it. And also, you can take a trend and adapt it to your niche. So maybe let's say you're a real estate broker and there might be a new dancing trend. Doesn't mean you have to just copy-paste what they're doing, but you can adjust it. You could do a dance, and then you could do sort of explainer video and talk to people about your real estate business, or give them an advice or provide some value. Let's say like, what are you looking for when you're buying a house, or when you're selling a house, or any advice and tips. So it doesn't mean you have to do dance videos. They're popular, but you can definitely adapt it to your own version of what you're doing. I'll show you a couple of trends just to sort of show you what I'm talking about. So for example, this is a trend. It's a sound that people are using and they're creating music from it. So I'll click over here and you can actually hear the sound actually. I'll click on the video. Tough one to figure out. You don't trust bad boys and yet you married one. So you're a tough girl. You're a tough one to figure out. So you get the point. It's a sound from a TV show. And then people are using that sign and they're creating their own sketches. So again, this doesn't have to be like, you should find something that's within your niche and then adapt it. Also, if you do have a business account and let's say you're posting something about, let's do the real estate example, it doesn't mean that every single video has to be about real estate. You could also just have some fun videos just for the heck of it. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. This is another example of a trend, and this is a filter. So like I said, sometimes trends could be music and sound, but also it could be filter. So this specific one is called colorful filters. And I've seen this one in my feed several times. I'll go ahead and click on that. No competition, but I don't think you want to do that. You have that chance, but you blew that. As you can see, there's these blinking lights in the background. So that's the trend, and people are using it. Them down, get bound to blow. Hey, yeah. So, you see, there are several. There's people using it in the videos, and that's a very popular trend. And the last one is a dance trend. So this is an account of the D'Amelio family, and this specific sound and the dance has been very popular. So they're also recreating it on. Baby, come give me something on. 'Cause I can't stop. You get the point. So these are some examples of trends that people are following, and this is this is definitely the fastest way to grow. Your account is jumping on trends and challenges as soon as they appear, and then creating with your own way and your own twist and adapting it to your own niche. The third piece of advice is making videos shareable and relatable. When people share their videos with their friends, the algorithm picks this up, and then they will rank the video higher. And also, if you just think about it from your own perspective, if you can relate to the video, it is something you're going to watch over again. You're going to share with your friends, and you're much more likely that the actual video is going to do well. And it's sort of a basic principle, but it's important to consider if you don't care just about growth in general and just being sort of TikTok viral for the sake of being viral, but you actually care about driving real business results. You need to consider what is your audience, and then make that video relatable or shareable within your audience. So whoever is your target audience, if we're talking about the real estate example as previously, if you're a real estate agent, you need to produce videos that are relatable or shareable to people that are within your audience. So if you're doing value posts about, for example, top 5 things to look out for when you're buying a house, then that's something that people are buying a house will actually really want to see, and they might be able to share with their friends. So number 3, make it relatable and shareable. Number 4, debate or comments will increase watch time. So again, the next video will be about the actual algorithm, but something you know that the watch time increases how well the video is doing. So the longer people watch it or they re-watch it, the better the video will do. And when people post a comment while they're commenting, the video is playing in the background, meaning if you post a comment and it takes, for example, the video will play over 4 times in the background, that's going to really help. I've noticed a lot of my videos, and if I post a video that's sometimes maybe unconventional or controversial, and people will comment actually every time they comment, even if it's a negative comment. But if they comment, that really helps the video do really well. That's something people actually don't realize. So if you can create a debate or conversation in the comments, that is really, really fantastic. You should engage with the people. But the best case scenario is that multiple people will sort of talk, and some of them videos that do really, really well. I don't even participate in the conversations. They just take that on their own life. But because people comment over and over again, the video is playing, the watch time goes up, and then the video keeps getting shown to more and more people. So number 4 is conversation will help your video grow. Number 5 is videos without language or text will transcend the language barrier. And this is going to really, really help you. So the sort of distribution across the world on TikTok is much more even than, for example, so Instagram or Twitter might be very heavily focused in the US, but not as adapted in other parts of the world. However, TikTok has a massive following in India and other parts of China, other parts of Asia, all over Europe. So TikTok is very, very global. And if your video doesn't use language, then it has a chance to be shown and going viral in other countries as well. We've seen this happen over and over again. And whenever I post a video that doesn't have any words in it, so I don't speak in the video, and also it doesn't have any text. So there's no English you can add if you can't tell what country it's from languages in the video, then it has a chance to be shown in other countries. It'll be displayed to users that normally wouldn't understand, for example, English content, and they're going to really push it out. So if your video will, for example, go viral in India, you're going to get a lot of attention, and also in your home country because it goes globally. So the fifth piece of advice is if you can create a video without using any language, it has an opportunity to be shown globally, not just in your own country. And the sixth piece of advice is be yourself. Be authentic and have fun. This we've mentioned a lot of sort of rules, and if you just copy everybody else and you just do everything the same, and you do it as a job or as a task, it's going to be in the video. People will be able to feel it. And if you're not authentic and you're not yourself, people really feel it, and they get a negative vibe out of it. So the sort of last piece of advice is just have fun with it, be creative, and when you enjoy the process, your viewers will also enjoy the videos more, and you'll be able to see it in the growth. So don't stress too much about growing. So we've covered a lot in this lecture. This was a really cool one, and I hope it's helpful for you. It's the 6 basic tips on how to grow your account. Number 1, post 3 times a day. Number 2, participate in challenges and trends that you see in your feed. Number 3, make the videos relatable and shareable within your target audience. Number 4, debate will increase watch time, so stimulate conversation if you can. Number 5, videos without language will transcend the language and be shown in all over the world and many other countries. And number 6, be yourself. Be creative, be authentic, and have fun. In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at the actual algorithm, and I'll explain. How is it that your videos can go viral, have millions of views, even though you have no followers at all when you're just brand new on the platform? As I mentioned in the intro right now, is the biggest opportunity for growth on TikTok. It's not going to be the same in 6 months or in a year. It will get saturated. But right now, TikTok is kind of like Instagram and Facebook 7 years ago when you could get on, create a massive following, and grow organically without having to pay for ads. And this lecture, I'll share with you a simple formula for growth. What are the steps you need to do and your guaranteed growth of your account, your followers, and the intention you can get on TikTok by the end of the lecture? You'll know exactly what you need to do in order to grow your account. Let's get started. The first thing you need to do is post several times a day. Now, the algorithm on TikTok is different, and the next lecture is specifically all about the algorithm. Explain how it actually works. But I just wanted to let you know that on Snapchat, for example, or on Facebook and Instagram, if you post your followers. So people don't want to post more than once a day because they want to, I know their followers, and have too much content out there. But on TikTok, it works differently. Your content is not only displays your followers, but also to a lot of other people that are not your followers just yet. And if you post several times a day, you have more opportunities for a piece of content to go viral. You have more opportunities for growth. But these a piece of content videos will not compete against the attention because they'll be shown to different types of people. So the more basically you post, the higher chance you have of something going viral and higher chance you have of getting the good growth. Looking forward now, ideally at the beginning, when you start up your account, you should be posting 3 to 5 times a day. That sounds like a lot, but at least 3 times a day. At the beginning, once you grow and you hit a certain scale, maybe you can slow down, maybe do it once a day. But at least at the beginning, the ideal number is 3 times a day. I'm going to show you a couple of accounts over here on my phone, and just so you can see what is the posting frequency. So for example, over here we have Clayton Morris. He has 500,000 followers. He's an entrepreneur, TV host. I'm just going to open the first video. And as you can see at the bottom, it says that he was posted 3 hours ago next to his name. It says 3 hours ago. I'll scroll down and it says 1 day ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 5 days, 5 days, 5 days. So you can see another 5 days, 6 days. So you can see that he's posting anywhere between 1 to 5 times a day, at least for the last couple of days. And I mean, he has a ton of videos, been posting for quite a while. So when you look at the accounts that are growing fast, or the ones that are already doing well, they'll still post a lot. I'll show you another one. Over here we have Charli D'Amelio. She's, if not the biggest creator on TikTok, one of the biggest ones. So you can see right now, she's almost 50 million followers, which is just insane. And I'll click on a video you can scroll through. So this one was posted 20 hours ago. 20 hours, 21 hours, 21 hours. One day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. So you can see she's posting a lot of videos. 3 days, 3 days, 3 days. She has a lot of videos. She's posting, 4 or 5, 6 times a day, and not just because she has a massive following. People that are very, very active on TikTok do get to be promoted more by TikTok. TikTok is actually promoting people that are very active on the platform. So the first thing you can do to grow is post 3 times a day. The second thing you can do is follow challenges and trends and participate in the challenges and trends. This is right now in terms of content, this is the fastest way you can grow your account. Challenges are posted directly by TikTok, and we've done lectures on challenges, so you know what they are. But you can participate in challenges. The Simpsons Global Impact beyond North Korea, Bolivia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Botswana, Brazil, Brunei, Bulgaria, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cabo Verde, Cambodia, Cameroon, Canada, Central African Republic, Chad, Chile, China, Colombia, Comoros, Congo, Congo-Brazzaville, Costa Rica, Croatia, Cuba, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Czechia, Denmark, Djibouti, Dominican Republic, East Timor, Timor-Leste, Ecuador, Egypt, El Salvador, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Estonia, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Fiji, Finland, France, Gabon, Gambia, Georgia, Germany, Ghana, Greece, Grenada, Guatemala, Guinea, Bissau, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Hungary, Iceland, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire, Jamaica, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Kiribati, Korea, North Korea, South Kosovo, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Laos, Latvia, Lebanon, Lesotho, Liberia, Libya, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Madagascar, Malawi, Malaysia, Maldives, Mali, Malta, Marshall Islands, Mauritania, Mauritius, Mexico, Micronesia, Moldova, Monaco, Mongolia, Montenegro, Morocco, Mozambique, Myanmar, Burma, Namibia, Nauru, Nepal, Netherlands, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Niger, Nigeria, North Macedonia, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Palau, Palestine, Panama, Papua, New Guinea, Paraguay, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Romania, Russia, Rwanda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Samoa, San Marino, Sao Tome and Principe, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Serbia, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Spain, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Suriname, Sweden, Switzerland, Syria, Taiwan, Tajikistan, Tanzania, Thailand, Togo Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Tunisia, Turkey, Turkmenistan, Tuvalu, Uganda, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, United States of America, Uruguay, Uzbekistan, Vanuatu, Vatican City, Venezuela, Vietnam, Yemen, Zambia, Zimbabwe. And then trends are types of content that's posted by the users. And it could be anything from a sound that people use over and over again, or a certain sketch, or the types of videos. If you see something in your feed 3 times in a day, it's pretty much a trend, and that you should jump on it as early as possible. People really love to watch these trends, and they follow you. You'll get a lot of attention from those. So if a trend follows within your sort of niche, you should absolutely jump on it. And also, you can take a trend and adapt it to your niche. So maybe let's say you're a real estate broker, and there might be a new dancing trend. Doesn't mean you have to just copy-paste what they're doing, but you can adjust it. You could do a dance, and then you could do sort of explainer video and talk to people about your real estate business, or give them an advice, or provide some value. Let's say like, what are you looking for when you are buying a house, or when you are selling a house, or any advice and tips. So it doesn't mean you have to do dance videos. They're popular. but you can definitely adapt it to your own version of what you're doing. I'll show you a couple of trends just to sort of show you what I'm talking about. So, for example, this is a trend. It's a sound that people are using and they're creating music from it. So I'll click over here and you can actually hear the sound, actually. I'll click on the video. Tough one to figure out. You don't trust bad boys, and yet you married one. So you're a tough girl. You're a tough one to figure out, so you get the point. It's a sound from a TV show. And then people are using that sign and they're creating their own sketches. So again, this doesn't have to be like, you should find something that's within your niche and then adapt it. Also, if you do have a business account and let's say you're posting something about let's do the real estate example, it doesn't mean that every single video has to be about real estate. You could also just have some fun videos just for the heck of it. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. This is another example of a trend, and this is a filter. So like I said, sometimes trends could be music and sound, but also it could be filter. So this specific one is called colorful filters. And I've seen this one in my feed several times. I'll go ahead and click on that. No competition, but I don't think you want to do that. You have that chance, but you blew that. As you can see, there's these blinking lights in the background. So that's the trend and people are using it. Them down, get bound to blow. Hey. Yeah. So you see, there are several. There's people using it in the videos, and that's a very popular trend. And the last one is a dance trend. So this is an account of the D'Amelio family, and this specific sound and the dance has been very popular. So they're also recreating it on. Baby, come give me something on, 'cause I can't stop. You get the point. So these are some examples of trends that people are following. And this is this is definitely the fastest way to grow. Your account is jumping on trends and challenges as soon as they appear and then creating with your own way and your own twist and adapting it to your own niche. The third piece of advice is making videos shareable and relatable. When people share their videos with their friends, the algorithm picks this up and then they will rank the video higher. And also, if you just think about it from your own perspective, if you can relate to the video, it is something you're going to watch over again. You're going to share with your friends, and you're much more likely that the actual video is going to do well. And it's sort of a basic principle, but it's important to consider if you don't care just about growth in general and just being sort of TikTok viral for the sake of being viral, but you actually care about driving real business results. You need to consider what is your audience, and then make that video relatable or shareable within your audience. So whoever is your target audience, if we're talking about the real estate example as previously, if you're a real estate agent, you need to produce videos that are relatable or shareable to people that are within your audience. So if you're doing value posts about, for example, top 5 things to look out for when you're buying a house, then that's something that people are buying a house will actually really want to see, and they might be able to share with their friends. So number 3, make it relatable and shareable. Number 4, debate or comments will increase watch time. So again, the next video will be about the actual algorithm, but something you know that the watch time increases how well the video is doing. So the longer people watch it or they re-watch it, the better the video will do. And when people post a comment while they're commenting, the video is playing in the background, meaning if you post a comment and it takes, for example, the video will play over 4 times in the background, that's going to really help. I've noticed a lot of my videos, and if I post a video that's sometimes maybe unconventional or controversial, and people will comment actually every time they comment, even if it's a negative comment. But if they comment, that really helps the video do really well. That's something people actually don't realize. So if you can create a debate or conversation in the comments, that is really, really fantastic. You should engage with the people. But the best case scenario is that multiple people will sort of talk, and some of them videos that do really, really well. I don't even participate in the conversations. They just take that on their own life. But because people comment over and over again, the video is playing, the watch time goes up, and then the video keeps getting shown to more and more people. So number 4 is conversation will help your video grow. Number 5 is videos without language or text will transcend the language barrier. And this is going to really help you. So the sort of distribution across the world on TikTok is much more even than, for example. So Instagram or Twitter might be very heavily focused in the US, but not as adapted in other parts of the world. However, TikTok has a massive following in India and other parts of China, other parts of Asia, all over Europe. So TikTok is very global. And if your video doesn't use language, then it has a chance to be shown and going viral in other countries as well. We've seen this happen over and over again. And whenever I post a video that doesn't have any words in it, so I don't speak in the video, and also it doesn't have any text. So there's no English you can add if you can't tell what country it's from languages in the video, then it has a chance to be shown in other countries. It'll be displayed to users that normally wouldn't understand, for example, English content, and they're going to really push it out. So if your video will, for example, go viral in India, you're going to get a lot of attention, and also in your home country because it goes globally. So the fifth piece of advice is if you can create a video without using any language, it has an opportunity to be shown globally, not just in your own country. And the sixth piece of advice is be yourself, be authentic, and have fun. This, we've mentioned a lot of sort of rules. And if you just copy everybody else and you just do everything the same and you do it as a job or as a task, it's going to be in the video. People will be able to feel it. And if you're not authentic and you're not yourself, people really feel it and they get a negative vibe out of it. So the sort of last piece of advice is just have fun with it. Be creative. And when you enjoy the process, your viewers will also enjoy the videos more, and you'll be able to see it in the growth. So don't stress too much about growing. So we've covered a lot in this lecture. This was a really cool one, and I hope it's helpful for you. It's the 6 basic tips on how to grow your account. Number 1, post 3 times a day. Number 2, participate in challenges and trends that you see in your feed. Number 3, make the videos relatable and shareable within your target audience. Number 4, debate will increase watch time. So stimulate conversation if you can. Number 5, videos without language will transcend the language and be shown in all over the world and many other countries. And number 6, be yourself. Be creative. Be authentic, and have fun. In the next lecture, we're going to take a look at the actual algorithm and I'll explain. How is it that your videos can go viral, have millions of views, even though you have no followers at all when you're just brand new on the platform? It's so easy, because if something is trending right now, TikTok's algorithm is going to push a lot of traffic towards it, and all you have to do is just jump in and try a trend and just kind of go from there. And note to that as well. When I first started posting, I had no idea what I was doing, and I really didn't have any template or anything, and I felt like a fish out of the water, like I was just so confused. And my first videos that I posted were really about nothing in particular. I was just sort of experimenting around. But as I posted more videos, I got the first video that I got 1,000 views, and then 10,000 views, and then 100,000 views, and now 1,000,000 views. So you will sort of discover what works and be able to push those boundaries and create the type of content works. But at the beginning, everybody feels awkward. Everybody feels like they're not supposed to be on the platform. So that's a totally normal part of the process. Yeah, everybody feels awkward at first. You just you'll get over it, essentially, and you'll get better at it. If you're still stuck in a rut, you really don't know where to try your first thing. Some